Good morning, everybody. You're watching Live Now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our Orlando, Florida studios. I'll be with you for the next several hours as we continue our coverage of the official Russian invasion into Ukraine. It's been more than 24 hours at this point since we saw that full invasion get underway across the Ukrainian border. I actually do want to take you out to a vantage point we have from Kiev in the Ukraine right now, and that is where we are going to start off our coverage, as we have learned that several explosions have been heard overnight, and a residential building, we do know, has been damaged after forces have officially made their way into the capital city. I actually do want to play for you and raise the volume for just a moment what we saw just hours ago in the evening. You can hear these sirens here alerting the public. Really terrifying sound for sure. And here is a look at some of the damage that we have seen thus far across the entire country. Again, we know that explosions were heard in the Ukrainian capital of Kiev this morning. Gunfire was also reported in the city center as Western leaders scheduled an emergency meeting, and Ukraine's president pleaded for international help to fend off an attack. Now, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said that Kiev could be well under siege in what U.S. officials believe is a brazen attempt by Russian President Vladimir Putin to install his own regime. Now, fearing this Russian attack on the capital city, thousands of people went deep underground last night, jamming some of Kiev's subway stations, and we will show you footage of that here in just a moment. We did hear from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He's been providing us updates almost on an hourly basis. He said in a video address last night that 137, quote, heroes, including 10 military officers, had been killed in the first 24 hours of the invasion, and 316 people were injured. Now, the dead included all border guards in the Odessa region, which was taken over by Russians in the first few hours of the attack. We're also learning this morning that in his latest address, he has banned men ages from 18 to 60 from leaving the country, which basically means that he needs more soldiers. Yesterday in that first address, he basically called on anybody who can fight to join in the fight for their country. That means more families at the border could be separated. We actually do have a live vantage point for you right here from the Poland-Ukrainian border. As you can see, people are trying to board buses, trying to leave the country and get their way to safety. So we'll keep taking you to this live look of the border here as long as we have it. He also said in that same address that he believes that he is Russia's #1 target and that his family is number 2. He does have a wife and children, and he did say that regardless of what is going on, he is staying put in the Ukraine. We also know that back here in the U.S., President Biden is going to meet with fellow NATO leaders this morning in what the White House described as an extraordinary virtual summit to discuss Ukraine. So we'll get you more on that here in just a moment. But as we continue to follow the damage and destruction scene, we actually do have this video coming in this morning, and this is out of Kiev. This is provided to us by Ukraine's State Emergency Service. They posted this footage of damage caused to a multi-story residential building in Kiev's district earlier today. Now, the SES said that the damage was caused after a military aircraft made impact with the building, and Kiev's mayor Vitaly Klitschko said the damage was caused by rocket fragments and that 3 people had been critically injured. Now, there is video circulating on social media this morning showing a large explosion over Kiev, believed to be a military aircraft. We have not been able to get permission to use that video just yet, but if we do, we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. The cause of the explosion was not immediately clear, and Ukraine's national news agency reported that a Russian military aircraft was shot down by Ukrainian air defenses and crashed in the city's Darnitsky district, while other reports said that a Ukrainian aircraft was also shut down. So that's the latest information we have. And with the capital under attack, there is growing concern that the city could fall within days. I actually do want to bring you the latest report from Fox News correspondent Steve Kerrigan. He has been out there on the ground in the Ukraine in the middle of all of this. So let's hear his latest report.
Day 2 of the Russian invasion, and Ukraine maintains control of its capital, something a lot of people doubted would happen. President Zelensky remains here in Kiev, and he says he expects to be a target soon of Russian forces. Here's the president.
According to our information, the enemy has listed me as target number 1 and my family as target number 2. They want to destroy the country politically, terminating the head of state.
Overnight, U.S. officials said they expected the Russian forces were just about 20 miles outside of the capital here. As the day has gone on and the sun has come up, you can actually hear those forces move closer and closer. The weapons that you hear have changed too, from missiles earlier on. Now we're hearing smaller arms fire, artillery, tanks, and even rifle fire for the first time. So that battle is moving closer. Still a decision to be made, or one to be seen how it plays out, whether it's an encirclement of this capital and then sending forces in, or whether we could see street-by-street fighting.
And again, here is a vantage point that we have live from Maidan Square. You know, my colleagues and I were just talking about the fact that we have brought you this shot for weeks now as we followed the rising tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. And this is absolutely the emptiest we have ever seen it. We brought you that video of the sirens from earlier last night. And as people heard those sirens, they began to take shelter. So I do want to show you some of the video that we have gone into our LiveNOW from Fox desk from the Ukraine. This is residents of Kiev taking shelter in the city's subway system yesterday as the Russian forces struck locations across their country. This footage was specifically recorded by Elena Gavrikova and shows residents along the platforms in the subway system. She told the resource Storyful, which is the platform that allows us to bring you this video, that the station was filling up with locals, including many children who planned to stay the night. So obviously underground, one of the safest places to be, and absolutely heartbreaking to see how many children, how many families are just huddled up together, hoping and praying for some sort of peace, some sort of solution. Also more video to show you here this morning. Residents of Eskar in northeast Ukraine woke up early yesterday to the sound of Russian strikes and the sight of smoke rising from Kharkiv city, as seen and in this footage provided by Elizabeth Bordatova. The bombing was about 6 miles from her home, close enough to shake her windows, and a child in the area was reported to be killed, and homes across that area were severely damaged. Now, Russia's military said on February 24th that it used precision weapons to target sites across Ukraine after getting the green light from President Vladimir Putin. Storyful was unable to immediately confirm claims that the child was killed, so we'll work to get you information on that. Also, some satellite imagery to show you this morning. This is capturing fires burning at a Ukrainian airbase in Chuchiv, southeast of Kharkiv yesterday, after the Russian military reportedly launched strikes targeting this installation. The General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine confirmed yesterday that Russian attacks on a number of airports and air bases, including here, were happening. This footage was taken on the ground and showed fires burning in the vicinity of the base. Strikes continued throughout the entire day in locations across the Ukraine. This imagery was released by Planet Labs PBC. Also, some more satellite imagery to bring you this morning. This is actually showing the flight radar from yesterday. Civilian flights in and out of Ukraine officially halted as Russia launched that full-scale military invasion. This specific animation shows the flight radar over Europe as Ukraine closed its airspace on Thursday, Russian forces captured an airport and the decommissioned Chernobyl nuclear plant. Now, that was a very significant breaking news story that we brought you just yesterday. This Chernobyl plant was actually the site of the most tragic nuclear event back in the 1980s. And when Russian forces took it over, they actually President Zelensky in the Ukraine said, quote, that this is a declaration of war on all of Europe. So we do have one of our Fox News correspondents breaking down the significance of this plant. So I do want to play that for you here on Live Now from Fox. And after that, we are going to head out to the United Kingdom, where the House of Commons is also speaking on the invasion as well. Let's listen into that report first here on Live Now from Fox.
Russian forces and tanks surrounded one of the most radioactive places on Earth Thursday and took control. It was described as a fierce battle as Ukrainian National Guards attempted to protect the former nuclear plant, where radioactivity is still leaking from an explosion 36 years ago.
It's obviously worrying.
The decommissioned Chernobyl nuclear power plant was the scene of a 1986 explosion after one of its reactors caught fire, shattering the building and spewing radioactive material into the night sky. Ukrainian forces set up the Chernobyl exclusion zone, a 1,000 square mile zone of forest surrounding the shuttered plant, which lies between the Belarus-Ukraine border and the Ukrainian capital, Kiev, in order to prevent a repeat of what happened in '86. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said officers did everything they could to defend it, but lost the battle.
So this might be a way for them to pull Ukrainian forces away from protecting those roads. And there are reports that there have been Ukrainians have destroyed Russian tanks up in that area.
The worry here is that any attack on the waste repository could send radioactive dust over not only Ukrainian territories, but Belarus, as well as other countries in Europe. But experts say the likelihood of something like that happening is slim.
So this is the world's largest metal structure that has actually that's clearly ever been built. And it's been said to be able to withstand a tornado.
All right, as promised, everybody, we are live and worldwide like we have been for weeks now. We are going to listen in here in the United Kingdom as members of the House of Commons are speaking on the Russian invasion. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Ukraine. We understand the Minister's comments about detail, but has this further military assistance been provided? The Minister knows he has the Labour's full support for this, and he knows too that was announced and delivered before, the UK's short-range, handheld, anti-tank missiles are working well, and he knows that the Ukrainians need more of these urgently to defend Kiev and their other cities. So can he confirm that he is willing to go that bit further? The Minister just said Russia has failed to take any of its day one objectives. Which are the major objectives that it has failed to meet? And what is the government's assessment of why it has failed? Finally, Mr. Speaker, NATO leaders meet today. Does Britain support NATO's response force now being activated in full? What further contribution will the UK make to reinforcing NATO allies on the eastern flank? And when will the 1,000 UK troops on standby to help with humanitarian assistance be deployed? And finally, the Minister mentioned the doubling up of British forces in Estonia. When will these be deployed and in place? Mr. Speaker, we've taken peace and security in Europe for granted since the end of the Cold War. We can no longer do that. And I fear that we will be dealing with the consequences of this Russian invasion now for years to come.
Minister. Thank the right honourable gentleman for his question and indeed the way that he and his front bench Labour colleagues have engaged with the government throughout all of this. It just goes to show, Mr. Speaker, that at times of national emergency this House is at its very best. Mr. Speaker, The right honourable gentleman is absolutely right that NLAW has already proven to be invaluable. They are unsubstantiated reports, but nonetheless we are aware of a number of circumstances in which they've been used to defeat Russian armour, and we're therefore very aware of their utility, both in open battle during the initial phase of the conflict, but also in the urban domain in any resistance or insurgency that might follow. And it won't surprise the right honourable gentleman to know that NLAW, amongst other systems that have similar dual utility, both in open battle and in whatever may come next, are high on our list of things that we are looking to supply. I can sense his frustration, Mr. Speaker, and I know the House would like to hear the full detail. Suffice to say, the Secretary of State has instructed military officers in defence to look across the full UK inventory for everything that we have right now and look at what might be usable in the circumstances and to look at whether or not that could be sent forward and absorbed by the Ukrainians. But one has to be clear, Mr. Speaker, that most systems require some degree of training, and it's not just therefore the logistics of moving them to the country, nor indeed the challenges of the export of systems in which you need all of those countries who have got IP or operate the system to give their permission for it to be donated, but also the ability to train up Ukrainian forces to use it thereafter. But we are leaving no stone unturned, and the right honourable gentleman should be assured that we want to see as much British kit in the hands of Ukrainians as we can manage. He asked about which objectives were not taken. He'll forgive me if, whilst clearly we indulge in a bit of information manoeuvre from the dispatch box, Mr. Speaker, to remind the Russian public that President Putin may well have bitten off more than he can chew. We're not going to compromise the intelligence that we've got altogether, but suffice to say we are pretty certain that in the Kremlin last night there will have been some pretty urgent reflections on the speed of the advance compared to what they anticipated. And I think the Russian people should be calling President Putin and the kleptocracy that surrounds him out on that, because young Russian men and women are being sacrificed in the name of President Putin's hubris. As for the NATO response force, Mr. Speaker, further contributions are under consideration. The UK is already the second largest contributor in terms of the surge forces that have come forward, second only to the United States. But we're clear that we may need to provide more both in land, sea and air, and we will do if other NATO allies are unable to respond at the pace that we could. The 1,000 troops that he mentions that are on standby for humanitarian support in the countries immediately adjoining Ukraine will be deployed as and when those countries ask for them, but thus far no request has come. They remain at high readiness, forward present at a camp very close to RAF Brize Norton, so that they can be deployed at hours' notice. But at the moment, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Poland have not yet asked for that support. And Mr. Speaker, he asked about when the enhanced forward presence battle groups will have been doubled up and the brigade headquarters will be in place. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all colleagues to follow the excellent Twitter feed of the 3rd United Kingdom Division, the Iron Division as they call themselves. There were some fantastic pictures yesterday of Challenger 2 tanks being loaded up onto the low-loader trucks to be driven north through Poland, Lithuania, Latvia and into Estonia. That is an extraordinary effort for a battle group that wasn't supposed to be deploying for 3 more months, was in the middle of a training routine in Germany, and they have turned that around very, very quickly. It's a testament not only to the Royal Welsh Battle Group, but also to their brigade headquarters, to 3rd Division and to the Field Army that that work has been completed so quickly. We expect them to be complete in Tapa by the 1st of March.
Holding Labour.
Mr. Speaker, what reassurance can my honourable friend give to the Ukrainian community in Derby and Derbyshire, who will have family members over there, that we are doing all we can to support the everyday, ordinary Ukrainian families that live and are having to put up with this incursion from Putin? And I'd just like to ask him to give assurance that we are doing whatever we can.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, last night as the Secretary of State and I had to leave the Prime Minister's statement to go back to the MOD for another briefing, to the surprise of his protection officers, we decided to walk back through the protest that was happening on Whitehall. And Mr. Speaker, I was struck not by the anger and the screaming and shouting that normally accompanies protests in Westminster, but just by the incredible somberness, the resolve, but also the fearfulness that was in so many in that protest, because they, as the Honourable Lady says, will have family and friends back home in Ukraine. This isn't them protesting over a political cause. This is them protesting to help with the safety of their loved ones. The United Kingdom is not regarded by the Ukraine as one of its best friends in the world by accident. For the last 10 years, we've been training the Ukrainian armed forces through Operation Orbital. We were one of the first movers in providing lethal aid, and we sent troops to Ukraine only 2 or 3 weeks ago when the build-up of Russian troops was well underway to deliver the training that was required to allow those highly successful anti-tank weapons to be employed in battle as they now have been. We will continue to do all that we possibly can, and I know that my right honourable friend, the excellent Minister for Europe, is driving hard to make sure that all of the necessary consular support is in place so that people who have connections to Ukrainians who are still in Ukraine have the ability to be supported through the excellent work of the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office.
Stuart Malcolm MacDonald, the SNP spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Minister and indeed to his colleague in the Foreign Office for the work that they're doing and the updates that they've been ensuring opposition members have. And like the Minister and other members of the House, only wish to heap praise on the Ukrainian armed forces who have ensured that Russia didn't get the opening gambit that they thought they would. But like the Minister says, we have Russian men being sent to die for one man's hubris, and my goodness, what courage was shown on the streets of Russia last night by people protesting against that aggression coming from the Kremlin, and we commend them for it. Mr. Speaker, the Minister rightly mentions in terms of supporting Ukraine with military equipment, which we back the government in doing. It is obviously in some cases easier said than done. It requires training, logistics and all the rest of it. But the Ukrainian government does need that, and I'm not going to ask him for an assurance that he's already given, but I just want to press him that these benches want to see Ukraine get all the equipment that it does need. In particular, one issue that does come up a lot, and again, I know he doesn't want to go into specific areas of equipment, satellite phones are in bad need, and I would just want to put that on record, that in the various conversations I've had with government and parliamentary officials in Ukraine, even actually at the protest outside the Downing Street last night, the issue of satellite phones has come up quite a bit. Can I ask what consideration has been given by the government and by G7 allies as to cyber support that can be given, and in particular on cyber offensive support? Would that constitute, I can see the Minister's face, but would that constitute an Article 5 scenario or not? What does the government understand that to be? And can I also ask if that the government ensures that it gives the appropriate level of humanitarian and medical equipment support that the Ukrainian government needs as well? And can I ask, and forgive me, I haven't heard him mention this yet, for an update, and this isn't an MOD thing necessarily, on where we are with SWIFT. Members of the House had hoped that we would have had progress on that by now. I know that the Foreign Office has been pressing hard on it, but it would be useful to have an update on where we are with that.
Mr. Speaker, everything that the honourable gentleman said on lethal aid is well heard. We're working on it best pace. We'll do as much as we physically can at this stage, and so too will the United States and other allies. We're just looking at how it would be practically done. The honourable gentleman is absolutely right that there are a whole range of things, satellite phones most obviously, that provide the resilience to the functioning of a Ukrainian government, military and perhaps in time resistance when they are operating in an electronically denied environment and with all the probability of cyber attacks and everything else that will make the functioning of the Ukrainian government ever harder. We're very aware of that requirement. Likewise, medical supplies and other things which we're working on. The honourable gentleman saw me wince. I'm afraid that offensive cyber operations and the government's legal position on that is very much a matter for the Attorney General and the Prime Minister, and not something I'm going to comment on at the dispatch box. And he asks about removing Russia from the SWIFT system. He will have heard my right honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, I think perhaps on the news this morning, saying that Her Majesty's Government is very, very keen that that is a sanction that is imposed. It's not in our gift to do unilaterally or even multilaterally amongst the countries that have thus far agreed to do it. That is work that our colleagues in the Foreign Office are hard at work on. I hope that we can win the argument, because it feels like a sanction that Russia would properly take up and sit up and take notice of.
To Luke Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Much is rightly made of Russia's role in this, but also, obviously Belarus is playing a part as a staging post. What sanctions and steps will we take to make sure Belarus feel the pain for what they're doing? But also, second, he talks about miscalculations. May I ask what assessment he has made about the accidental fire potentially going into other countries, because that is a big concern to my constituents. We inadvertently find ourselves in a war footing without meaning to be.
Sir?
Mr. Speaker, the Belarusian ambassador has been summoned to the Foreign Office today to have the views of Her Majesty's Government shared with them. Belarus has also been included in the sanctions regime. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are acutely aware of the very grave risk of miscalculation. As I said in response to the initial question around a no-fly zone, things that are happening at Mach 2 and where border incursions can last for just seconds. Often it isn't heads of government who get to make the decision about whether a trigger on an anti-aircraft missile system is pulled, and we are working hard within NATO to make sure that all of those risks are clearly understood and the risk of miscalculation is minimised. But we need to be clear, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's absolutely no way in a situation as kinetic and dynamic as this that it can be removed altogether. And I'm certain, I'm afraid, that there will be moments of miscalculation. There was a Turkish ship yesterday that was apparently hit by one side or the other as it was leaving Odessa. Cool heads will be required if any such event were to happen.
Thank you, Mr.
Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his update and place on record the thoughts and prayers of everyone in my constituency of Pontypridd of the people of Ukraine. I, like members across the House, am already being contacted by worried constituents who have friends and family in Ukraine who are desperate to access safe routes out of the country. So can I reiterate the question posed by my good friend, the Shadow Secretary of State, and ask the Minister, will the 1,000 UK troops that he has placed on standby to help with the humanitarian crisis now be urgently deployed?
Mr. Speaker, just to be very clear, because I think, unless I don't want to do the Honourable Lady this service, but I think I might have understood a question to be, will the 1,000 troops go into Ukraine as they did into Kabul in the summer to facilitate the egress of Ukrainians? I'm afraid the Honourable Lady will be disappointed. That's just simply not something that could be realistically done. This is a highly kinetic combat situation, and the probability of NATO troops being caught up in combat with Russian armed forces is far too high and would lead to huge escalation. The 1,000 troops that are on standby are there to support Hungary, Slovakia, Romania and Poland with the expected humanitarian challenges that they will face as people make their way out of Ukraine. They're at very high readiness. We'll get them forward as quickly as we can. But as we warned when we changed the travel advice, and my right honourable friend, the Minister for Europe, and I were on TV pulling no punches in the gravity of the situation, we were telling people to leave urgently, precisely because there would be no opportunity to do as we did in Kabul in the summer.
Richard Holden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister and the whole government for their leadership they're showing on an international level at the moment. In winter 2015, I went to Ukraine with the former Defence Secretary as a special advisor to see Operation Orbital as it was being deployed. As part of that, we laid wreaths for the fallen Ukrainian soldiers. I, as a special advisor, was given a single carnation to put down, but felt slightly embarrassed in doing so because I didn't feel that we were doing as much as we possibly could be doing to help the Ukrainians. We weren't doing that because although we were giving lots of support and lots of sanctions, we were also hamstrung by the fact that we couldn't get agreement by as many of our European allies as we wanted to for everything that we would want to bring to bear. Reports in the New York Times yesterday suggested that Germany, Austria and Italy were refusing to cooperate on SWIFT payment. But Belgium was trying to get opt-out for its diamond markets. Italy was trying to get opt-out for luxury handbags as part of European Union sanctions. Can I ask the Minister to ensure that all our diplomatic efforts are brought to bear on our European allies to ensure that they are not dragging their feet as we in this House and our American allies are really pushing forwards to try and do everything possible to help the people of Ukraine?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank the Honourable Gentleman for his question. He'll appreciate, I mean, first of all diplomatic effort is being focused on this. It is definitely Her Majesty's Government's top foreign policy priority. I'd probably argue it's probably the top priority across government full stop at the moment, to make sure that the response is completely cross Whitehall and is robust enough to have an impact on President Putin. But I'm sure the Honourable Gentleman will appreciate that this is not a moment, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in which to think that a response must be provided within 24 hours or by the weekend or even by the end of next month. This is about making sure that the Western Alliance does not fracture, that we bring the whole of the free world with us in its condemnation of Russia, that Russia as a consequence is completely isolated. That is the way that the cost is imposed on Putin over time sufficient to ensure that not only does he fail in his ambitions to take and hold Ukraine, but he fails in his ability to remain as Russian president. He fails in his ability to anoint a successor of his choosing when the time comes. It is absolutely essential that the diplomatic effort, even if it requires a bit of patience, brings with us the whole of the Western Alliance, because if Putin wants one thing more
All right, everybody, it does appear that we just lost that feed from inside of the House of Commons in the United Kingdom. As you heard, they were talking about the latest news surrounding the Russian invasion of Ukraine, saying that they have nearly 1,000 troops on standby to be deployed. They also have several troops on standby for humanitarian efforts to help on the ground in Ukraine as the number of casualties has climbed. We learned that 137 people were killed yesterday. So we wanted to bring you that feed live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. It does look like we may have the potential to get it back for you. We're going to work on that. But in the meantime, we're going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, I actually do want to show you some video of a topic that was being referenced in the House of Commons meeting. Yesterday, we did see more than 1,700 people get arrested in Russia for anti-war protests breaking out across more than 50 cities in the country. So we'll get to that information plus more on President Biden's sanctions that he is issuing on Russia. That was a major announcement he made yesterday. We'll have that all for you here when you come back. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. We have been bringing you the latest developments and full coverage as day 2 of the Russian invasion into Ukraine is well underway. Troops are closing in on the capital of Kiev in the Ukraine. And in just a couple of minutes, we are going to be speaking live with Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins as he has followed every new development in this story. And he'll be bringing us the latest from overseas, as well as what we can expect from President Biden today. Yesterday, he did address the nation and issue new sanctions against Russian elites and others. We saw several world leaders issue sanctions on Russia yesterday and respond to the official full-scale attack. So we'll bring you the latest here on that in just a moment. But as promised, I do want to bring you to Russia this morning as we have gotten this video into our Live Now from Fox desk. Russian police officers detaining anti-war protesters demonstrating in multiple cities, including Moscow just yesterday. More protests took place in other cities in Russia, including St. Petersburg and Novosibirsk, to express opposition to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We learned that more than 1,700 protesters in 58 cities across Russia were detained by authorities. That's according to human rights organizations. These videos taken by Current Time TV show protests and ensuing police crackdowns in Moscow and the city of Perm as well. We actually do have some more video with some really wild audio. I want to raise the volume for you just a moment here.
Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне! Нет войне!
So as you can see, things getting pretty heated out in Russia. Anti-war protests happening out there. Also happening here in the United States in just a little bit. We'll bring you to cities and states across the country that were rallying in support of Ukraine throughout the entire day yesterday. So be sure to stick around for some of those reports. This exact information was mentioned in the United Kingdom's House of Commons session that is still happening live right now. We were just listening in before that quick 2-minute commercial break. We had lost that feed, but it looks like we got it back for you. So I do want to continue listening in live, raw, and unfiltered. Again, we are just minutes away from speaking with Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins as well.
Once again, that this is action that the UK government does support, and can he outline what steps are being taken to encourage our international partners to join us in calling for this action?
Mr. Speaker, there are lots of discussions ongoing over SWIFT, and I've said in earlier answers that the view of the government is clear, but obviously it's not something that we can do unilaterally, nor either multilaterally with those who agree thus far. It needs to be something that everybody agrees with before that action is taken. Can I pick up, Mr. Speaker, on a point that the Honourable Lady made about the importance of information manoeuvre? And that is something that all of us in this House and all the journalists that report on our work have a role in. Firstly, colleagues, I hope will reflect that it's never helpful to share and promote anything that appears to show Ukrainian force movements. But similarly, there is huge power in our hands as Western legislators to communicate to the Russian public our values and our belief that brave men and women from Russia are being sacrificed in the name of Putin's hubris.
Margaret Ferrier.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And the thoughts and prayers of myself and the constituents of Rutherglen and Hamilton West are with all of those in Ukraine today. What assessment has the government made of the risk level posed by Russia to Ukraine should Putin attempt to retaliate for sanctions, and what form would those risks take?
Minister. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady won't be surprised to know that everybody in the government is acutely aware of the risk of escalation through miscalculation. I think that the risks of retaliation to sanctions measures are probably likely to be financial. I think we've seen today that there's a tit for tat. As we've banned Aeroflot, so too has Russia, I think, sought to ban British Airways and Virgin. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's an epoch change in Euro-Atlantic security that has happened over the last 48 hours. Our entire perception of the threat under which we now live is completely different to the one that we were living under just 6 weeks ago. We should give ourselves some time as a House, as a government, as a United Kingdom to consider what that means.
Nikki Aiken.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As I said goodbye to my own children this morning and wished them a good day in school, my thoughts turned to the mums in Ukraine who now fear for the future of their own children. And as we saw in the newspaper today, and I was taken by the photos in the Daily Mail of children, primary school children, taking shelter in bomb shelters. If President Putin has failed to listen to the major international diplomatic efforts, if he has failed to listen to NATO, to the UN and the Ukrainian people, does my right honourable friend think he may listen to the Russian mothers of the soldiers who are now undertaking his aggression?
Minister. I hope so, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I fear that he's not the sort of man that does, and that's why we need to do everything we can to empower those people with all the information we can get them about the complete disregard that President Putin has for the lives of their boys and girls. I was struck enormously by the information that we were able to release to the media yesterday around the Russian use of mobile crematoria to follow their front lines. I sent a number of friends and colleagues back from Iraq and Afghanistan in flag-draped coffins where they were buried with full military honours. Nothing gives their family back the lives of their loved one, but at least the nation marked that sacrifice. Putin just sends around a mobile crematorium and burns them.
Nick Smith. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Could I thank the Minister for his statement and say, like him, walking up Whitehall last night, whilst I heard concerns, of course, from the demonstrators there, I also saw courage and resilience, and it was really quite powerful. Cyber attack, falsehoods and disinformation are the tools of trade for President Putin. So how can we support the Ukrainians to deal with Putin's propaganda?
Mr Speaker, we're doing everything that we can, and I think there's an awful lot of things that we need to dust down from the playbook of the 70s and 80s. My right honourable friend, the member for Tunbridge and Malling, the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, has rightly pointed to the important work that the BBC did during the Cold War in promoting the voice of freedom. We do need to give the Ukrainian public hope. We need to remind them of what it is that they are fighting for, that freedom matters, Mr Speaker, and we take it too much for granted in the West, but this is a timely reminder that it isn't free, and the more that we can embolden them to stand their ground and fight, the better. The more that we can help Russians to understand that there is a better way of living than under President Putin, the better.
Anthony Brown.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I first visited Ukraine when it was a part of the authoritarian communist dictatorship of the Soviet Union, and I completely understand why the Ukrainians want to breathe free. I revisited and met civil society groups trying to rebuild democracy in Ukraine after it left the Soviet Union. I met the then President, Viktor Yushchenko, shortly after he was poisoned by Putin for the crime of wanting what we take for granted in Western Europe. And I'm very glad that the military progress in Ukraine that Putin is undertaking is going more slowly than he wished, but it's clearly going to be a long and bloody battle. Will my right honourable friend the Minister agree that we should be in this for the long haul, and that our support for the Ukrainian people and their quest for democracy should not stop when the fighting stops?
Minister. Absolutely, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is no time for gotcha style. You said you'd do this on Monday and you've not done it by Wednesday. This is about making the right decisions to restore Ukrainian sovereignty as quickly as possible, whilst ensuring that President Putin fails and the kleptocracy around him fails. This is behaviour that cannot be tolerated. As the Prime Minister has rightly said, this is behaviour that will be watched with great interest by other authoritarian regimes around the world. It's right that the West pauses, makes good, sound, strategic decisions as the Western Alliance, and does the right thing to put down a line in the sand that we still believe in a rules-based international system and liberal free democracies.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his update this morning? Can I also just express the solidarity of the people of Hull with the people of Ukraine at this appalling time, and also the utter condemnation of the dictator Putin in his imperialist actions. I wanted just to press the Minister a little bit more on war crimes. I'm very pleased to hear that they are being recorded and monitored. I wondered in particular if the Minister could just say something about the use of sexual violence in warfare and how his government will be recording that, and then what exactly will happen next, just so I understand what the process will be. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, thank the Honourable Lady for a very important question. It's no consolation to the people of Ukraine, but within the British Armed Forces we've given a huge amount of thought to how we must operate in future conflict, very mindful of women, peace and security and the challenges that far too many women and children face in conflict broadly pursued between men. I'm not sure, I'm afraid, that there is that much regard for that being given by the Russians, but I would come back to it if I have any information to the contrary. I think that what we said to the Russian defense attaché yesterday is the work that has been done so far. We will continue to speak to him to make very clear our expectations that all parts of humanitarian law.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, non-stop news. We are currently listening in live as members of the House of Commons in the United Kingdom are speaking on the sanctions that they imposed on Russia earlier this week and when they first initiated that full-scale attack on the Ukraine. But then we're learning this morning that Russia plans to impose retaliatory sanctions on these Western nations. So they're talking a little bit about how they plan to combat that when they see it. I do want to head back out to the United States here for just a moment. Here's a live now look at the White House in our nation's capital. As you know, yesterday President Biden addressed the nation talking about the sanctions that we as the United States plan to impose on Russia's elite and other businesses and financial sectors. Then today we know that President Biden is going to meet with NATO leaders in what they are calling basically an emergency summit to speak on the latest strategy on Russia. So to continue this conversation, I do want to welcome into the conversation Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins. He has been following every development in the story. Griff, good morning to you. I do want to start off with this meeting that President Biden is expected to attend. Is he doing so right now? When can we plan on getting some of the information from that gathering?
Well, we have to wait and see. Good morning, Regina. And things are very fluid here in Washington. Obviously, the president meeting yesterday with the G7 leaders, today with NATO leaders, and the Secretary General of NATO, Stoltenberg, Jens Stoltenberg, said in the initial invasion of 24 hours ago, he called it a brutal act of war. He knows the stakes are high. And of course, they will be discussing whether or not this latest round of sanctions will do the trick. The president himself, Biden, announcing or admitting yesterday, really, that A, they never intended or expected the original sanctions to prevent or deter Putin from the invasion. And now B, this latest round may take time, as much as a month, to see an impact, as Putin clearly is pushing as aggressive as he possibly can. And, you know, we're learning now that Russian forces are beginning or about to enter the capital city of Kiev. It could fall in coming days, if not hours. And so this latest round of sanctions will be a matter of discussion, I think, amongst the NATO leaders because of the rapid pace of which Putin is moving his forces. He's attacking still from the north, from the south, and from the east by land, air, and sea. And this latest round of sanctions simply goes after access to Russia's largest banks, targets the oligarchs and their families, and it tries to place export controls to stop Russia from getting things that they need desperately for their high-tech industry, like computer chips for semiconductors. But it doesn't target Putin directly, which is what many had hoped for, and it doesn't kick Russia out of the international banking system known as SWIFT. Our viewers may have heard of this SWIFT system. What is that? Well, that's the main banking system internationally that Russia does business with the rest of the world. And the reason why that hasn't been enacted yet is because not all European countries are on board. They are dependent for their economies, in part, on doing some business with Russia. So it's a very complicated puzzle to figure out, and it's quite unclear that these sanctions will do anything to to put the tiger back in the cage, if you will, because Putin is simply unleashing right now, as his intentions appear to be to, in the Pentagon's words, decapitate the Zelensky government and put in place a pro-Moscow government in place of it.
Yeah, and I was watching the update myself, Griff, yesterday. Lots of questions from the media and from the nation and world at this point. Clearly these sanctions haven't stopped Putin, and now we're learning about Russia imposing retaliatory sanctions on Western nations. So what do you think that could look like for us and our NATO allies?
Well, I can tell you with certainty that Americans are going to start feeling it in their pocketbooks, and they're going to feel pain at the pump. Already, we have soaring inflation, gas prices up $1. It's going to go much higher. For the first time yesterday, we saw oil exceed $100. It could go $120 a barrel. The reason why is because Russia exports 12% of the world's oil and 17% of the world's natural gas. And Putin knows, and as he has calculated, that one of his retaliatory options is to go after the oil and gas and energy sectors to try and make more discomfort for us here at home.
Yeah, and Griff, when we talk about here at home, we do know that they are deploying, I believe, 7,000 more U.S. troops to help our NATO allies. My question to you is, with these sanctions clearly not stopping Putin, is there anything else the United States can do to maybe attempt to de-escalate this situation over there?
It appears, Regina, unfortunately, there isn't. Now, we may learn more from the president, but certainly from a military standpoint, there is nothing. The president has made it very clear from the beginning he will not unilaterally intervene militarily. And NATO is not under attack. Under Article 5 of their constitution, an attack on one is an attack on all. Ukraine is not a NATO member. However, the fear of where Putin is going with all of this, as the president announced and explained yesterday, that Putin's designs are much larger than just the separatist, Russian-backed separatist eastern Ukrainian region, but rather he wants to reconstitute the old Soviet Union, is quite troubling and quite different than the annexation of Crimea that we saw when he went in there in 2014. Because this time, if he were to take all of Ukraine, he would then border with several NATO countries like Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and of course would be next to Poland. And so if he were to try, Putin that is, were to try to go and get some of those Baltic states back that were also part of the original Soviet Union, then you would be attacking a NATO country, and the stakes at that point become very, very high for a global conflict that would impact the entire world.
And Griff, I do want to take our viewers out to a vantage point we have of Kiev right now. We've seen some wild video coming into our desk overnight, explosions. You've got people hiding in the subway systems. When you say that there's a potential that Kiev could fall as soon as this weekend, what does that necessarily mean?
That means that Russian forces, as we see them beginning to enter the capital, they will try and take the government down and defeat the Ukrainian army there. But what our viewers need to be prepared for are more difficult images to see, because this conflict could get incredibly bloody and violent, because as the Ukrainian president has indicated, Ukrainians will fight for their country and they'll fight for their capital city. And so while we're seeing thousands upon thousands fleeing for good cause, we know that many will dig in, particularly Ukrainian forces, and try and fight back. And they'll fight with some of the images you're seeing the reported Russian helicopter downed. They have American weapons like the Javelin missile, which is an anti-tank, anti-helicopter weapon. So this is going to get very tough in the very near future.
Yeah, and something interesting that we learned overnight, we've been hearing from Ukrainian President Zelensky almost on an hourly basis. He's been updating the entire world on the situation. This morning, we learned that he has officially banned men ages 18 to 60 from leaving the country. So what does that say about his call upon everyday civilians to fight and, really the size of their military compared to Russia's?
Well, it really speaks, Regina, to his defiance and his determination to hold on to his country. And I think by and large, we're seeing the Ukrainian people responding to that national unity. And we heard from Zelensky here just in the last 24 hours, he says he is target number one. He and his family to be killed. So it's remarkable courage, remarkable bravery to stand and not only issue tough edicts like the call for men 18 to 60 to fight, but also for him to stay so visible and to stay out there to lead his country, well knowing he's facing an overwhelming force.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Griff Jenkins, we really thank you for bringing our viewers all up to speed on this situation. Obviously, new developments continuing to come in. So we'll be chatting with you again soon, and we hope that you have a good weekend. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Regina. Have a great weekend.
You as well. All right, everybody. Speaking of Zelensky, I do want to bring you this tweet from his administration that we have just gotten into our Live Now from Fox desk to kind of break down the information that you are seeing. President Zelensky has basically said that entrances to 3 more cities have experienced attacks. More people have died, so the number of casualties continuing to grow. Yesterday, we know that 137 people were killed. Mostly soldiers and armed guards. We also know that 316 people, including civilians, were injured. Now, he was set to speak with Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi. The Prime Minister came out about 45 minutes ago with a bit of criticism towards the president of Ukraine, saying, quote, President Zelensky told us that he is hiding somewhere and that Ukraine has no more time, meaning no time to meet with him. President Zelensky explaining here that he is dealing with war, a dig back at the Italian Prime Minister, very tense times, basically saying that he doesn't have time for anything else than to worry about his country. Again, we do have that one vantage point coming in from Maidan Square in Kiev. I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to bring you the nuts and bolts of what we heard from President Biden yesterday about the United States sanctions on Russia. We're also moments away from being joined by a former counterintelligence officer to talk about the latest developments that we have seen overnight and sort of continue the conversation that we just had with Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins. So stay with us. All that coming up after this quick break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. Continuing to bring you this shot of a Maidan Square in Kiev in the Ukraine. Russian forces closing in on the country's capital. And we did just speak with Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins. We also did have a tweet from Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, who said more people have died. Yesterday, we learned that 137 people were killed on the first day of Russia's full-force invasion into Ukraine. So as we get more numbers, more developments, we'll continue to bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to bring you the latest when it comes to President Biden and the United States' response to this invasion. We know that today he's going to meet with NATO leaders, and the president is managing expectations on the U.S. and its allies not going all the way to punish Putin. That's been a lot of the feedback that he and his administration have gotten, saying that sanctions aren't enough. They haven't been enough, that he still decided to invade. And will these sanctions be enough to try and de-escalate that situation? We do know that yesterday he said the sanctions will target Russian banks, oligarchs, state-controlled companies, and high-tech sectors, saying Putin, quote, chose this war and had exhibited a sinister view of the world in which nations take what they want. I do want to bring you the latest from Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork. He's kind of bringing us the nuts and bolts of what we heard from President Biden and what we can expect today.
At a time when Americans are facing increasing economic pressure from high fuel costs, inflation overall, you can imagine that there were plenty of furrowed brows around the country when the president suggested, as he did in the East Room, that Americans would now have to pay a cost for the efforts by our government to try to thwart Vladimir Putin and his efforts in Ukraine. That said, the president went on to say at the White House that, yes, his administration was going to collaborate with G7 powers to bring about the most severe sanctions possible.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences. Today, I'm authorizing additional strong sanctions. We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia and to minimize the impact on the United States and our allies.
Biden said the U.S. would block assets of large Russian banks, also impose export controls aimed at the nation's high-tech needs, and sanction Russia's business oligarchs. Meanwhile, reporters peppered the president in the East Room with plenty of questions about his handling of the crisis. Among them, our own Peter Ducey wondered if the president had, in fact, underestimated Vladimir Putin. He said he hadn't. Another question by Peter Alexander of NBC wondered if the president had, say, more sanction arrows in his quiver. Why not use them all now? In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Meanwhile, as we've continued to bring you full coverage of this invasion, we here at Live Now from Fox have been speaking with our own guests regarding every possible angle. So our very own Andrew Kraft did speak with an expert about these sanctions and about the ongoing situation in the Ukraine. We are also just minutes away from bringing on our own national security expert. But for now, I do want to bring you this latest conversation by our very own Andrew Kraft. It's about 5 minutes.
Discuss this topic even further is financial expert John Milikowski. John, thanks for being with us here on this very busy Thursday night. Before we get into American impacts here at home, I want to just go over what happened to the Russian economy today. It was already in pretty bad shape, but today was quite historic. Russian assets nosedived, wiping out almost $200 billion in stock market value. The ruble sank to a record low. The cost of insuring Russian debt against default soared to the highest it's been since 2009, and stocks ended the main trading session down 33%, their biggest ever retreat. And that was just on day one. What do you think is going to happen to the Russian economy? Will anyone be able to do business with Russia?
Well, that's a good question. So a lot of the transactions that run through New York that are international So when those transactions that are involved Russian entities are coming through the U.S., those assets can be seized. There's 2 banks that have now been prohibited from doing business in the United States. So this is only further going to exacerbate the problem in Russia and obviously have a tremendous effect on their economy, their stock market, the buying power of the people. Overall, things are going to cost more for the Russian people.
Definitely, and we've seen widespread protests in Russia as well. We'll see if they continue. One of the other points of data that jumped out to me, oil prices today. Brent crude oil rising above $105 a barrel, the first time since 2014 that has happened. Now, that is no doubt going to impact gas prices here at home, but how much?
Well, I mean, gas prices have almost increased by $1, in the last year. So it's really hard to tell. But an increase, they estimate that an increase above $100 a barrel could have a negative effect on the GDP by decreasing by 1%.
Oh, wow. Going forward, and especially with the stock market here, we've heard from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki when the administration announced more sanctions today that they want to impact and make them very, very draconian, on Russian assets, but they don't want that to trickle back to the American economy. What did you make of that? They're being very, very careful that these don't have any unintended consequences on the American economy, but how long could that last? Are we supposed to weather these alongside everyone else?
Well, that's the billion-dollar question, right? Yeah. It depends how long the conflict is going to last, and the longer it lasts, the stronger the sanctions are going to get, and it definitely will impact the U.S. economy. So Russia is one of the largest producers of wheat and certain metals that are used in cell phones and electric cars and buses and things like that. So it definitely affects. It also supplies a lot of raw materials to factories around the world. So when you start looking at what part Russia plays in the world economy, it does have a significant outreach. It might not be a large player, but it has a lot of different, it does affect a lot of different industries. So over time, it actually will have a significant impact. And I think the one thing that you're mentioning is that the U.S. came short of barring the Russian banks from SWIFT, right? So SWIFT is the international community of banking where transactions can be passed from one bank to another, allowing the Russians to do business with the world. So they came short of that, but by doing that, that actually would hurt Russia's trading partners, which is Europe, is one of the largest trading partners, and also the U.S. They produce, Russia produces a large amount of natural gas and oil to the world, so it will have an impact.
What else have you been looking at today following this crisis, economically speaking, and going into the next several weeks? Are you looking at anything specifically?
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about, for instance, people who are retired and have a portfolio and the value of those portfolios going down, and some people rely upon that for monthly income, I see that the common, the people who are the retirees are going to have a harder time making ends meet, right? And so anything to do with the stock market, anyone who has invested in the stock market, retirement accounts, pension accounts, a lot of those people will be impacted.
All right. John Milikowski, we appreciate your time. We'll definitely be speaking again as we continue to follow all the economic impacts of the war in Ukraine. John, thanks so much.
Very informative you there by our very own Andrew Kraft. We've definitely already seen the economic impacts happening over the last several days, the price of oil skyrocketing. We also saw some twists and turns with stock markets, not only here in the United States, but across the nation as well. You are taking a live now look over Maidan Square in Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. We do know that Russian troops have officially made their way in and around the city, and overnight we have gotten some video in of explosions, a residential building being damaged, some civilians hurt. We did just get a tweet from President Zelensky as well, talking about the really just tragic events that we have seen. We actually do have a tweet to bring you from his administration. I want to do that really quickly. Here is a look saying the horrific Russian rocket strikes on Kiev. Last time our capital experienced anything like this was in 1941 when it was attacked by Nazi Germany. Ukraine defeated that evil and will defeat this one. Stop Putin, isolate Russia, sever all ties, kick Russia out of everywhere. So as we continue to follow these developments here on Live Now from Fox, we also do have this tweet coming in today at 10:30 a.m. at the entrance of Chernihiv Hostemel. And it does look like we just lost that tweet right there. I think we're going to try to pull it back up for you. He did say that there was heavy fighting, that people died. Next time they're going to try to move the war schedule to talk to Mario Draghi at a specific time. Meanwhile, Ukraine continues to fight for its people. Basically, what they're saying is that President Zelensky was supposed to meet with the Italian leader, and he basically got on Zelensky for canceling that meeting. Zelensky basically said, I have other things to worry about. There is war happening in my country. So this is almost a little bit of a dig at him. So as we continue to follow these developments, I do want to welcome on a former counterintelligence officer and national security expert. He's been joining us throughout this entire situation, and he is here with us this morning, Michael Pregin. Michael, thank you so much for joining us once again. How are you doing?
Thanks for having me. I'm doing well, thank you.
Absolutely. So, Michael, we have been following so many developments over the last couple of days. Right off the bat, what do you make of what we saw on the official first 24 hours of the Russian invasion into Ukraine? 137 people confirmed dead just in that span of time.
Yeah, it's not going the way Putin thought it would go initially, and we're seeing that. We were hearing reports of upwards of 800 Russian soldiers killed. That's the largest loss of Russian life probably since Chechnya. But this is in 24 hours. The Americans did not lose 500, 800, or 100 Americans since 1990. I mean, post 1990. So this is a significant loss. Putin didn't expect to have a battalion-sized plus of Russian soldiers killed. And we're seeing Russian equipment in disrepair. We're seeing the soldiers there. The majority of them look like conscripts. It doesn't look like the elite commandos. We do expect the elite commandos to be able to conduct special operations, missions to seize airfields and do things like that. And a friend of mine who has a good source network on the ground has said that that's exactly what they plan to do in Kiev with the airfields, use special operations to seize the airfield to have follow-on forces come in on larger aircraft. And, that's something that the Ukrainian military can stop. It's as easy as somebody with a heavy machine gun just, firing at that airfield as those aircraft come in. But that's a heavy loss of life. Putin is losing more than he thought he would lose, especially within this first 24 to 48 hours.
Yeah, and going off of that, Michael, we have heard from Ukrainian President Zelensky saying that the Ukraine and their forces are defending themselves, which with those numbers definitely shows. And I do want to mention a major angle that we broke yesterday on Live Now from Fox. The Chernobyl nuclear power plant. It was invaded by Russian forces and taken over, so to speak. So really, what was the significance of that? I know that this was actually the site of the worst nuclear disaster that area has ever seen back in the 1980s.
Yeah, it's the area itself is key because that's where the majority of the industrial sector is. Seizing the nuclear plant, I think, is more symbolic than actually of use by the Russians. But listen to General Keane yesterday talk about this. It is something. It's right there on the border anyway. So it wasn't like it was a hard thing to go and get. But the Ukrainian forces did fight. They did eventually end up losing control of the area where Chernobyl is, and the Russians have it now. But we've seen the fiercest fighting on those airfields and on those routes into the city, where the Ukrainian forces expect to fight. They're trying to blow up bridges. They're trying to stop the armored columns that will be coming from the north on two avenues of approach coming into Kabul. So they've fallen back and they've chosen to fight, to defend key terrain. And I don't think they thought the reactor was key terrain necessarily.
And Michael, we also learned that Ukrainian forces had actually taken a number of Russian soldiers prisoner. So really, my question to you is, what is the purpose of that?
Well, if you look at who they're capturing, they don't look like a professional seasoned force. Most of these soldiers that are being captured look like one-year conscripts, like they've been in the military for about a year. They don't have a lot of training, and they don't really want to be there. So that serves it's a propaganda event, but I think in a good way. It shows that the morale of the Russian soldier isn't there. It shows that the quality of the Russian soldier isn't there. And it shows that Putin may have simply miscalculated, Regina, on bringing this force in and expecting a cakewalk.
Yeah, and I do want to bring our viewers out to Kiev in the Ukraine right now, the capital. We learned overnight that this is where forces have basically honed in, and we've already seen damage to residential buildings. So what do you anticipate Kiev will continue to see as we move into the weekend? Some are saying that it could fall very fast.
Yeah, so the next goal is to have more of those elite forces go in and conduct, sabotage operations, attack the electrical grid, shut down communications, and pave the way for a conventional force to fly into the airfields the airport closest to Kiev, and be able to move out from there. So that's the next level of operation. Now that force is skilled, that force is qualified, that's going to be doing those types of operations. But it's the conventional force that we've seen so far that has been bloodied by the Ukrainian resistance.
And I want to go back out to Russia for a moment, because actually just, within the last 24 hours, more than 1,700 protesters have been arrested in more than 50 cities across the country. So my question to you is Vladimir Putin facing backlash from his own people? Obviously, many out there don't agree with this full-scale attack.
Absolutely, and this is something we talked about, yesterday. There are a lot of Russians inside that are against this. Anytime a charismatic leader speaks ill of Putin, he or she gathers a crowd, and then Putin, puts them in jail, exiles them, or attempts to poison them. But yesterday we saw these protesters being rounded up, and then they were threatened with treason for protesting the invasion of Ukraine. Now that's a big deal. The international community should not only be condemning what Putin's doing in Ukraine, but condemning this action to basically put people in jail and threaten them with treason for saying that this aggression is wrong, that this aggression violates international law, and that this aggression is against a neighbor, that many of these Russians have relatives in that country.
And, when it comes to Russia, obviously just yesterday we saw President Biden here, as well as other world leaders, continue to impose sanctions now that they have officially invaded. And we're learning this morning that now Russia is planning to retaliate those sanctions to Western nations and NATO countries. So what could that potentially look like?
Well, the biggest lever that Russia has is shutting off oil and gas. Not being able to go to Moscow and buy something is not really on the bucket list for many Americans and our European allies at this moment. What concerns me is Russia trying to insulate itself from U.S. and Western European sanctions by partnering with China to establish bypass mechanisms to keep the oil flowing, even if it's illicit black market oil. I think the sanctions that we heard yesterday coming from the United States didn't go far enough. We're hearing the foreign minister of Ukraine say that. We're hearing Zelensky say that. And we're even hearing Boris Johnson say that. The president needs to deny Putin access to the international banking system. He needs to deny access to SWIFT. And Russia knows that if that happens, that is a big deal. That's why they need China so much. So then we should do something about China. The international community has plenty of reasons to go after China with sanctions, from COVID to the Uyghurs to supporting Putin, and Putin's relying on China. Without China, Putin can't do any of this.
And, when it comes to the sanctions, Michael, we heard reporters yesterday in the briefing from President Biden say, why didn't you issue these sooner? But the Biden administration has said that issuing these sanctions wouldn't have done anything, that it could have triggered him. So, where is the argument there?
Well, the argument's actually between Jake Sullivan and President Biden. Because 2 weeks ago, Jake Sullivan said that the sanctions are designed to deter Putin from invading Ukraine. And the president yesterday said the sanctions were never meant to prevent Putin from invading Ukraine. And then the president went on to congratulate himself on his national security advisors telling the world that Putin was going to invade, as though that was some sort of victory, knowing that Putin was going to do this. Well, if you know he's going to do it, what did you do to prevent it? What did you do to deter it? And sanctions didn't deter it. And our sanction policy now at this point is we basically heard yesterday the president say Putin has another 30 days to continue his operation in Ukraine before the next tranche of American sanctions comes out. And when Putin hears that, Putin says, I've got 30 days. Let me see what I can do with this. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's looking at Georgia, Moldova, ahead of the Baltic states.
And that's the story, Michael, is the fact that it's clear that sanctions, not just from here in the United States, but from across other, nations as well, they're not stopping Putin. So we do know that President Biden is meeting with NATO leaders this morning. What could be some, strategies that come out of that meeting?
Well, SWIFT has to be on the board. Yesterday, we heard the president say, what we've done is stronger than SWIFT. Well, if that's the case, then deny SWIFT. If what you've done is stronger than SWIFT, then why not just simply deny SWIFT to Putin? What needs to happen in that conversation is talk about the effectiveness of the Russian forces so far moving into Ukraine. There are a lot of vulnerabilities. There are a lot of weaknesses there that can be exploited. We've seen the Javelin anti-tank rockets work. We've seen British equivalents of those anti-armor shoulder-fired weapons work. Russian tanks are being decimated. And then if you look at the tanks that are going in, we're seeing T-72s. Now, 72 is tied to the year when that tank came out. T-72s. The T-80s are from the 80s. We're not seeing quality armor going into Ukraine. And that says a lot about, how hollow is the Russian military. Sure, it has a lot of soldiers. There's a lot of vulnerabilities there. Its strengths are air, rockets, missiles, and Putin, unfortunately, because he's a wild card. We don't know what he's going to do. But there are ways to pressure Russia right now. Putin cannot sustain this logistically. He cannot sustain a crippling sanctions regime on Russia. There are things we need to do to wait him out, but punish him while we're waiting him out, and continue to provide a lethal capability to the Ukrainian military and the resistance in shoulder-fired weapons, whether they be anti-aircraft weapons or anti-armor weapons.
Now, I actually did just get a feed in to our desk, Michael. I want to take our viewers back out to Kiev. This is live right now of some of the damage already seen as troops are making their way in. We've seen people hiding in subways, traffic built up to try and get out of the area. Also, something interesting to mention, President Zelensky saying that he is officially banning men ages 18 to the ages of 60 from leaving the country, and saying that they need to fight. So, I know we've been talking about the Russian military compared to Ukraine's. How do they continue to put up the fight? I know we said that, 800 soldiers lost their lives yesterday. So what do you expect for us to see moving forward?
Well, what's interesting about what you just showed, those are bridges being blown up. We don't know whether the Ukrainians are doing that as part of a defensive strategy to keep those armored columns from coming into the capital, or the Russians took them out so the Ukrainians couldn't be resupplied. I would assess that it's the Ukrainians blowing these up so that the Russians can't advance. As far as nationalism and telling your military-age males that they need to stay and fight, I agree with that. They need to fight. When you see grandmas and old men and women and even young kids want to volunteer to fight, you should expect the military-age males from 18 to 45 to fight. So I have no problem with Zelensky doing that.
And my last question to you as we get more information, Michael, we're learning that this is about 40 miles from outside of Kiev. Like I said earlier, we already saw a residential building down. So how long before Kiev falls? Will it fall?
Well, I don't, if you're Zelensky, you're sitting inside of Kiev and you're hearing the West tell you to get out. You're hearing the president tell you you need to leave with your cabinet and become a government in exile. And as I said yesterday, not many governments in exile get to come back. And once you do that, it's almost a surrender. So if they stay and fight and we put more media on the ground and we see what's happening, the international community can put a hell of a lot more pressure on Putin. But it looks like that's the goal, is to collapse Kiev, to install a puppet government, and to basically use Ukraine as leverage as Putin eyes Georgia and Moldova, Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania.
Yeah, and what do you make of the fact, going off of what you just said, that President Zelensky in an address said that I believe that I am the number 1 target and my family is number 2?
Well, it's true. And if he is targeted, if he does die, then he will be the one leader that actually, in recent memory, that stayed and went down with the ship, so to speak. I think he's showing immense courage. I like that he's still there. He was advised to leave. He chose not to. And Putin should be charged with war crimes if Zelensky is killed or his family is killed. And I think we heard that from Boris Johnson yesterday, that if Zelensky's killed or the family's killed, then Putin should be charged with war crimes. And I don't like using words like should be. It should be automatic. We shouldn't debate it. It should be an automatic, position that the international community takes.
Yeah, well, we'll definitely continue to follow this situation over there as it develops, especially into the weekend. Michael Prejean, former counterintelligence officer, thank you so much for joining us, not only today, but throughout the week, to keep our viewers up to speed on all of the latest developments. We'll be talking to you soon, and we hope you have a great weekend.
Thanks, Regina. Thanks. Anytime.
All right, everybody. Again, this is some of the live feeds coming from Kiev, actually 40 miles outside of Kiev. Now, Prejean just made a very good point that this bridge that has been blown up, as you can see, we don't know if this was the Ukrainians trying to detour access to the capital from Russian forces, or if this was Russian forces. So we are learning with you here on Live Now from Fox. We've been getting more information by the minute. We did get another tweet here from Zelensky's administration that I do want to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. It is saying that another focused call with my Turkish friend and counterpart on practical steps to strengthen Ukraine's defense capabilities. I highly appreciate Turkey's solidarity with Ukraine at this critical time. So obviously Zelensky calling on other nations to support Ukraine as they defend their country. Again, we did learn overnight that he is officially banning men ages 18 to 60 from leaving, calling on civilians to fight and defend the Ukraine. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with some more full coverage of the full-scale Russian invasion into the Ukraine. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news, continuing coverage on the full-scale Russian invasion into the Ukraine, now going on more than 24 hours. We're continuing to bring you updates throughout the morning, and this is coming on Twitter from the Ukraine's foreign minister, talking about the fact that troops have officially honed in on the capital of the Ukraine, which is Kiev, saying horrific Russian rocket strikes on Kiev. Last time our capital experienced anything like this was in 1941 when it was attacked by Nazi Germany. Ukraine defeated that evil and will defeat this one, stop Putin, isolate Russia, sever all ties, and kick Russia out of everywhere. Now, we actually do have a camera, a crew out there in Kiev, about 40 miles outside of the capital, I should say. They're walking around a bit here, showing the damage that has already been done. And just moments ago, we were able to bring you a live look at a bridge that we're learning Ukraine forces actually blew up about 30 miles north of Kiev just yesterday in order to deter Russian tanks from coming into the capital city. So this is a look. You could see that bridge out there in the distance, the camera kind of zooming in. The nation's airborne assault troops targeted the bridge, which crosses the Teteriv River at Ivankiv, helping ground forces stop a Russian tank convoy. And that is according to Ukraine's defense military. So again, this is specifically in Ivankiv, so about 30 miles outside of Kiev. Sorry, we are continuing to learn the geography out there a little more as we follow this situation. But Russia has been stepping up its advance on Kiev with forces approaching from the east. We actually all morning long have been bringing you some of the damage that we have already seen. This is a look at a residential building that was destroyed overnight after reports of a military aircraft exploded over the building. We do know that multiple civilians were injured. Yesterday, we learned that 137 people were killed, 316 people injured. But we are learning that that number has since risen. We don't have official numbers just yet as of this morning, but we'll continue to keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox. Throughout the entire nation of the Ukraine, here is some of the video that we've gotten in over the last 24 hours of the damage already seen. You can see buildings, terraces gone, people displaced. We do know that so many people were trying to cross the borders out of all neighboring countries to try and get to safety. Speaking of Kiev, also, we have video coming in from underneath the subway systems. Once they heard the alarms in Maidan Square across the capital, they took shelter, obviously underground being one of the safest places that you could be in the event of possible explosions, possible gunfire, and both were reported in the capital within the last 12 hours. So this is something that we are going to continue following for you here on Live Now from Fox. And as we learn that more people have been injured, we know that President Zelensky is calling on civilians, people to donate blood for their soldiers. Our very own Daytona Everett actually did catch up with a doctor who has been on the ground helping amid the full-scale invasion that just happened at this point more than 24 hours ago. Very interesting details, especially to hear from someone who has been boots on the ground himself. So I do want to bring you that full segment here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in.
Who is the co-founder of Just Point, a medical malpractice company with 50 different doctors out in Ukraine right now. And Alexander, I know that you've been in constant communication with many of these doctors. First of all, thanks for joining us here on the stream. I know that it's probably been a very exhausting day for you. You're from Ukraine. How are you feeling at this time?
I think just like most of the other Ukrainians, I'm feeling surprised because we saw what Russia is capable of in 2014, but frankly, I think no one expected such a degree of cowardness, right? They've been repeating for a month or two before attacking Ukraine that they're absolutely not going to attack Ukraine, right? So it is confusion, it is anger. But most of all, again, I care for all the people who are there in Ukraine now. There are my relatives there. There are our employees there. There are all the people of Ukraine. We are trying to figure out ways to help them to the extent that we can.
So just walk me through what many of their days have looked like, what they've described to you, what they've seen, what they've heard through the hours, through the past day.
Yeah, I heard from many people, and actually many of the Ukrainian cities were bombarded. Russia started the day with missile attacks to the critical objects of Ukrainian infrastructure. And many people wrote us that they woke to the sounds of explosions. And then some of the cities were not attacked yet. So people, at least in the morning before they understood what is going on the global scale, they were still feeling relatively safe. But some of the people thought about evacuating right away. We have, I think, around 10 of the doctors who are working with us in Ukraine moving towards the western regions of Ukraine. But at the same time, we have some of our employees who are volunteering currently in the hospitals. So obviously someone chooses to stay and help the military, help to rescue the wounded people. Overall, the situation is very chaotic in Ukraine right now, but in fact, the more organized we are, the better we can resist these Russian attacks, obviously.
So, Alexander, we're taking a look at video of evacuations from earlier today. You said some of the doctors are evacuating, that you know, some are sticking around. The ones who are sticking around, what do they have to say? Is it escalating even more? Do they anticipate many more fatalities?
Yeah, I think that within the next few days there will be many more fatalities from both sides. I know that this morning some of the hospitals in Ukraine started asking, the locals started asking people to donate their blood. So everyone is trying to get ready, because I think it is a matter of time when things get even more serious than they are now.
What is the need right now for people who are probably watching across the United States and viewers around the globe as well? How can anyone help out during this? To my knowledge, the National Bank of Ukraine opened the account to which people can donate money to help Ukraine to protect themselves. And in addition to this, the countries neighboring of Ukraine are ready to accept refugees, which helps a lot. Obviously, there is no question of, direct intervention of any other country, but to the extent that you can support Ukraine with donations for the individuals or with defensive weapons for the other countries, I think we needed to save the peace in the world, right? Because I don't think that at this point anyone believes that Putin is going to stop after, or if he succeeds in Ukraine. He will go further. It is a matter of time. There are ex-Soviet countries which he doesn't consider to be countries, just like Ukraine. There are other countries of the former Eastern Bloc, like Poland, for example. So I think that if Putin succeeds in Ukraine, then no one will be feeling safe. And it is important to emphasize that I don't say
I'm saying Putin will succeed in Ukraine, not Russians, because I know that there are lots of protests in Russia right now against the war. In fact, I am myself half Ukrainian and half Russian, so I don't think that this is a question of nationality. It is a question of the choice, maybe not even the choice. It is this terrible, delusional dictator and the people brainwashed by him against the whole civilized humanity.
Describe what it's like when you're in conversation with these doctors. What is the tone of their voice? What is their plea right now? And do they still have pride in Ukraine amid all of this?
Yeah, I think everyone does their best to help to protect Ukraine. At the same time, I feel that many of those people are confused. The most scary thing is probably uncertainty right now. Everyone knows that terrible things can come because, again, we've witnessed the actions of Russia and the way the Russians approach the ethical side of the work in Syria, for example. Right? They are not. They don't care about the civilians. They don't care about people in general, and both Russian people and the people whom they are attacking. So I think it is confusion, first of all, but then people are supporting each other a lot. I know that people are helping their neighbors if someone requires transportation to the safe place, if someone wants their wives and kids to be safe, then people are helping with that. And I know that people in the neighboring countries, including Poland and Hungary, and the Baltic countries, are ready to accept Ukrainian refugees. And many people in the whole Europe now, there are protests near Russian embassies and consulates. So people are not just, sitting idle. They are trying to do whatever they can.
And we do, looks like we had something pop up on our feeds here. President Zelensky speaking out right now, the Ukrainian president who has maintained the want and the need for Ukrainian people to feel peace and unity at this time. Your response to President Zelensky through the past couple of days, through the weeks, with his communication to the Ukrainian people?
I think that it is really important for the Ukrainian people to have the figure to gather around, right? I know that the last presidential elections in Ukraine were somewhat divisive for the country, but currently that we saw the reaction of the president towards the threat, I think that it is a worthy man, to lead the defense of the country. And it is important to have a leader. It is important to have the reliable source of information. And I think that currently the Ukrainian governmental institutions are doing an excellent job of providing reliable information to the people of Ukraine and to the people in the whole world. Because let's not forget that one of the ways that Russia wages war is the information war, right? They have been pumping the world with lies for years. And it is very important for every one of us to develop critical thinking, to to validate the messages from the media, to understand what is true, what is not. Again, for example, the claims of Russians that in Ukraine the Russian-speaking people were oppressed. It is absolutely false. I know many people who speak Russian and who will defend Ukraine with arms in their hands. I myself, I mean, my first language long time ago was Russian. I'm speaking Ukrainian within my family with my wife and kids, but I'm thinking in Russian. And I can absolutely guarantee that no one, neither in the east of Ukraine nor in the west of Ukraine, is oppressed for using Russian language.
Yeah, the pride in both of these countries has been definitely a major playing point for this, and we just want to report to everyone in those statements from President Zelensky. He said they want to destroy Ukraine politically by destroying the head of state. We have information that enemy sabotage groups have entered Kiev. He says that he will remain in the capital despite these imminent attacks. He says the enemy sabotage forces have entered the capital. Me and my family are remaining. Your response?
Yeah, again, I think partially I'm proud that currently in this time we have this president who is willing to fight back. I'm not sure how many families and children of Russian politicians are currently in Russia, for example. And yeah, I think again it is worth uniting, and if we want to have a chance to defend ourselves, and by ourselves I don't only mean Ukraine, I mean again all the democratic world, unity is our own choice.
Yep. Unity is definitely the choice of all the people who are having no choice at this point with the invasion underway. Any last thoughts as this continues here? Any message to the people who maybe have never been to Ukraine or getting first introduced to this conflict underway with Russia and Ukraine? Last thoughts here.
Yeah, I think that historically, Ukraine has been a very peaceful country. Ukrainians are really friendly people. And those who were in Ukraine, I think they can all confirm that. And we are now in a situation that we have to protect ourselves. I think it is important to emphasize that the sentiment of Ukrainians towards Russia before 2014 was very, very positive. And the claims that you sometimes hear from Russians that it is Ukraine that is the source of this war. This is absolutely not true. In fact, the Ukrainian government and the presidents of Ukraine, both Poroshenko and Zelensky, have been using every available means to peacefully resolve the conflict, even though the essence of the conflict is that Russia invaded Ukraine. But currently we are in a situation that we have to defend ourselves. And I think that here in defending ourselves, we really defend all the world against Russia, because they will not stop at it. So I would ask everyone who can help, either with, again, donating money to protect Ukraine, or with sending help. I know that Germany was going to send the field hospitals, etc.
Right.
Any kind of help would be useful, would be appreciated. And again, by protecting Ukraine now, you're protecting the well, maybe even our civilization in the long run, because obviously Putin doesn't imagine the consequences, the long-term consequences of what he's doing. Apparently, he's currently delusional, and this attack is an indication of that.
Alexander Zakarchuk, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you. We'll be thinking about all of those doctors that are out on the ground in Ukraine, helping the people and trying to stay safe themselves.
Thank you.
A really great interview there by our very own Daytona Everett, as doctors just like her guest are working to help civilians and soldiers that were injured, calling on people out there to donate blood. And we will continue to bring you guests just like him throughout our day here on Live Now from Fox. We've been speaking with financial experts, with history experts, talking about how we got here, also talking with people on the ground out there, just like Daytona did. So stay tuned for more interviews as we continue our coverage of this full-scale attack into the Ukraine by Russian troops. We do have an update for you when it comes to their raid on Kiev. This is a tweet coming from Ukraine's foreign minister. We are officially confirming that there was a Russian attack on a kindergarten and an orphanage. He's saying that these are war crimes and violations of the Rome Statute. He said, together with the General Prosecutor's Office, we are collecting this and other facts, which we will immediately send to the Hague. Responsibility is inevitable. And he is also going on to say Sweden provides military, technical, and humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. Grateful to Swedish Prime Minister for her effective support, building an anti-Putin coalition together. And that is coming from the president himself. We did also have a tweet earlier. He was supposed to meet with the Italian president, and he said today at 10:30 at the entrances of Chernihiv, Hostomel, and Melitopol, there were heavy fighting. People died. And this is kind of a dig at the Italian leader, saying next time I'll try to move the war schedule to talk to Mario Draghi at a specific time. Basically, Draghi was kind of taking a dig at Zelensky for canceling the meeting that they had scheduled. Zelensky saying that I'm hiding myself, that there is a war going on in our country. And when we talk about Kiev and how Russian troops are honing in, we did get this update from the foreign minister earlier, saying horrific Russian rocket strikes on Kiev. Last time our capital experienced anything like this was in 1941 when it was attacked by Nazi Germany. Ukraine defeated that evil and will defeat this one. Stop Putin, isolate Russia, sever all ties, kick Russia out of everywhere. This is a Live Now look we have of Kiev in the Ukraine. I do believe earlier when we brought you this shot, you were able to hear some explosions, some gunfire. It does appear that things are silent right now, but we are going to continue bringing you out to all of the vantage points we have across the Ukraine and at its borders here on Live Now from Fox throughout the day. I do know that around 9 a.m. Eastern time, we should be hearing from Jens Stoltenberg and the rest of our NATO allies. We also do know that out here in the United States, President Biden is expected to meet virtually with NATO allies to talk more strategy responding to the Russian invasion into Ukraine. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to bring you that full address from President Biden yesterday as he talked about more sanctions that we are imposing as a nation on the Russian elites and their banking system. So stay with us for that full update here after this break.
Good afternoon. The Russian military has begun a brutal assault on the people of Ukraine. Without provocation, without justification, without necessity, this is a premeditated attack. Vladimir Putin has been planning this for months, as we've been saying all along. He moved more than 175,000 troops, military equipment, and positions along the Ukrainian border. He moved blood supplies into position and built a field hospital, which tells you all you need to know about his intentions all along. He rejected every good faith effort the United States and our allies and partners made to address our mutual security concerns through dialogue, to avoid needless conflict and avert human suffering. For weeks, we have been warning that this would happen. And now it's unfolding largely as we predicted. In the past week, we've seen shelling increase in the Donbass, a region in eastern Ukraine controlled by Russian-backed separatists. The Russian government has perpetrated cyber attacks against Ukraine. We saw a staged political theater in Moscow, outlandish and baseless claims that Ukraine was about to invade and launch a war against Russia, that Ukraine was prepared to use chemical weapons, that Ukraine committed a genocide. Without any evidence, we saw a flagrant violation of international law in attempting to unilaterally create two new so-called republics on sovereign Ukrainian territory. And at the very moment that the United Nations Security Council was meeting to stand up for Ukraine's sovereignty, to stave off invasion, Putin declared his war. Within moments, missile strikes began to fall on historic cities across Ukraine. Then came the air raids, followed by tanks and troops rolling in. We've been transparent with the world. We've shared declassified evidence about Russia's plans and cyber attacks and false pretexts so that there could be no confusion or cover-up about what Putin was doing. Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences. Today, I'm authorizing additional strong sanctions and new limitations on what can be exported to Russia. This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time. We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia and to minimize the impact on the United States and our allies. I want to be clear. The United States is not doing this alone. For months, we've been building a coalition of partners representing well more than half the global economy. 27 members of the European Union, including France, Germany, Italy, as well as the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and many others, to amplify the joint impact of our response. I just spoke with the G7 leaders this morning, and we're in full and total agreement. We will limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen to be part of the global economy. We'll limit their ability to do that. We're going to stunt the ability to finance and grow the Russian military. We're going to impose and we're going to impair their ability to compete in high-tech 21st century economy. We've already seen the impact of our actions on Russia's currency and the ruble, which early today hit its weakest level ever in history. The Russia stock market plunged today. The Russian government borrowing rate spiked by over 15%. In today's actions, we've now sanctioned Russian banks that together hold around $1 trillion in assets. We've cut off Russia's largest bank, a bank that holds more than 1/3 of Russia's banking assets by itself, cut it off from the U.S. financial system. And today, we're also blocking 4 more major banks. That means every asset they have in America will be frozen. This includes VTB, the second largest bank in Russia, which has $250 billion in assets. As promised, we're also adding the names to the list of Russian elites and their family members that we're sanctioning as well. As I said on Tuesday, these are people who personally gain from the Kremlin's policies, and they should share in the pain. We will keep up this drumbeat of those designations against corrupt billionaires in the days ahead. On Tuesday, we stopped the Russian government from raising money from U.S. or European investors. Now we're going to apply the same restrictions to Russia's largest state-owned enterprises, companies with assets that exceed $1.4 trillion. Some of the most powerful impacts of our actions will come over time as we squeeze Russia's access to finances and technology for strategic sectors of its economy and degrade its industrial capacity for years to come. Between our actions and those of our allies and partners, we estimate that we'll cut off more than half of Russia's high-tech imports. It'll strike a blow to their ability to continue to modernize their military. It'll degrade their aerospace industry, including their space program. It'll hurt their ability to build ships, reducing their ability to compete economically. And it will be a major hit to Putin's long-term strategic ambitions. And we're preparing to do more. In addition to the economic penalties we're imposing, we're also taking steps to defend our NATO allies, particularly in the East. Tomorrow, NATO will convene a summit. We'll be there to bring together the leaders of 30 allied nations and close partners to affirm our solidarity and to map out the next steps we will take to further strengthen all aspects of our NATO alliance. Although we provided over $650 million in defensive assistance to Ukraine just this last year, let me say it again. Our forces are not and will not be engaged in the conflict with Russia in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight in Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies and reassure those allies in the East. As I made crystal clear, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory with the full force of American power. And the good news is, NATO is more united and more determined than ever. There is no doubt that the United States and every NATO ally will meet our Article 5 commitments, which says that an attack on one is an attack on all. Over the past few weeks, I ordered thousands of additional forces to Germany and Poland as part of our commitment to NATO. On Tuesday, in response to Russia's aggressive action, including its troop presence in Belarus and the Black Sea, I've authorized the deployment of ground and air forces already stationed in Europe to NATO's eastern flank allies, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Romania. Our allies have also been stepping up, adding the other allies, the rest of NATO, adding their own forces and capabilities to ensure collective defense. And today, within hours of Russia's unleashing its assault, NATO came together and authorized and activated an activation of response plans. This will enable NATO's high readiness forces to deploy and when and where they are needed to protect our NATO allies on the eastern boundaries of Europe. And now I'm authorizing additional U.S. force capabilities to deploy to Germany as part of NATO's response, including some of the U.S.-based forces that the Department of Defense placed on standby weeks ago. I've also spoken with Defense Secretary Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, about preparations for additional moves should they become necessary to protect our NATO allies and support the greatest military alliance in the history of the world, NATO. As we respond, my administration is using the tools, every tool at its disposal, to protect American families and businesses from rising prices at the gas pump. You know, we're taking active steps to bring down the cost, and American oil and gas companies should not exploit this moment to hike their prices to raise profits. You know, in our sanctions package, we specifically designed to allow energy payments to continue. We are closely monitoring energy supplies for any disruption. We've been coordinating with major oil producing and consuming countries toward our common interest to secure global energy supplies. We are actively working with countries around the world to elevate collective release from the strategic petroleum reserves of major energy consuming countries. And the United States will release additional barrels of oil as conditions warrant. I know this is hard and that Americans are already hurting. I will do everything in my power to limit the pain the American people are feeling at the gas pump. This is critical to me. But this aggression cannot go unanswered. If it did, the consequences for America would be much worse. America stands up to bullies. We stand up for freedom. This is who we are. Let me also repeat the warning I made last week. If Russia pursues cyber attacks against our companies, our critical infrastructure, we are prepared to respond. For months, we've been working closely with the private sector to harden our cyber defenses, sharpen our ability to respond to Russian cyber attacks as well. I spoke last night to President Zelensky of Ukraine, and I assured him that the United States, together with our allies and partners in Europe, will support the Ukrainian people as they defend their country. We'll provide humanitarian relief to ease their suffering. And in the early days of this conflict, Russia propaganda outlets will keep trying to hide the truth and claim success for its military operation against a made-up threat. But history has shown, time and again, how swift gains in territory eventually give way to grinding occupations, acts of mass civil disobedience, and strategic dead ends. The next few weeks and months will be hard on the people of Ukraine. Putin has unleashed a great pain on them. But the Ukrainian people have known 30 years of independence. They have repeatedly shown that they will not tolerate anyone who tries to take their country backwards. This is a dangerous moment for all of Europe, for the freedom around the world. Putin has committed an assault on the very principles that uphold the global peace. But now, the entire world sees clearly what Putin and his Kremlin allies are really all about. This was never about a genuine security concerns on their part. It was always about naked aggression, about Putin's desire for empire by any means necessary, by bullying Russia's neighbors through coercion and corruption, by changing borders by force, and ultimately by choosing a war without a cause. Putin's actions betray his sinister vision for the future of our world, one where nations take what they want by force. But it is a vision that the United States and freedom-loving nations everywhere will oppose with every tool of our considerable power. The United States and our allies and partners will emerge from this stronger, more united, more determined, and more purposeful. And Putin's aggression against Ukraine will end up costing Russia dearly, economically and strategically. We will make sure of that. Putin will be a pariah on the international stage. Any nation that countenances Russia's naked aggression against Ukraine will be stained by association. When the history of this era is written, Putin's choice to make a totally unjustifiable war on Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. Liberty, democracy, human dignity, these are the forces far more powerful than fear and oppression. They cannot be extinguished by tyrants like Putin and his armies. They cannot be erased by from people's hearts and hopes by any amount of violence and intimidation. They endure. In the contest between democracy and autocracy, between sovereignty and subjugation, make no mistake, freedom will prevail. God bless the people of a free and democratic Ukraine. May God protect our troops. Associated Press, Zeke.
Do you have any plans to speak with President Putin at this point? And what interactions have you had with the Russian government?
I heard the first part. Do I have any plans to speak with Putin at this point, and what?
What communications have you had with the Kremlin as far as military operations in Ukraine and making sure this does not spiral into a larger conflict?
Well, it's a large conflict already. The way we're going to ensure it's not going to aspire to a larger conflict is by providing all the forces needed in the Eastern European nations that are members of NATO. NATO is more united than it's ever been, and I have no plans to talk with Putin. Wall Street Journal, Tarina.
Mr. President, you didn't mention SWIFT in your sanctions that you announced. Is there a reason why the U.S. Isn't doing that? Is there a disagreement among allies regarding SWIFT and whether Russia should be allowed to be a part of it?
The sanctions that we proposed on all their banks have of equal consequence, maybe more consequence than SWIFT, number one. Number two, it is always an option, but right now that's not the position that the rest of Europe wishes to take. Cecilia Vega, ABC.
Sir, sanctions clearly have not been enough to deter Vladimir Putin to this point. What is going to stop him? How and when does this end? And do you see him trying to go beyond Ukraine? And a second question I'll just give to you now. This statement that he gave last night, the threat that he gave, the West will face consequences greater than any you have faced in history. Is he threatening a nuclear strike?
I have no idea what he's threatening. I know what he has done, number one. And number two, no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening. It has to show, this is going to take time, and we have to show resolve so he knows what's coming. And so the people of Russia know what he's brought on them. That's what this is all about. This is going to take time. It's not going to occur. He's going to say, oh my God, these sanctions are coming, I'm going to stand down. He's going to test the resolve of the West to see if we stay together, and we will. We will, and it will impose significant costs on him.
Will he go beyond Ukraine, sir? Do you see him going?
Yes.
Thank you. Two topics, just really quick. First, markets are down and gas prices are up. I know you always stress the difference between Wall Street and Main Street, but everybody seems to be in for some economic pain. How economically painful is it going to get for people in this country? And I do have one more question.
First of all, there's no doubt that when a major nuclear power attacks and invades another country, that the world is going to respond, and markets can respond all over the world. So there's no doubt about that, number one. Number two, the notion that this is going to last for a long time is highly unlikely as long as we continue to stay resolved in imposing the sanctions we're going to impose on Russia, period. What's the next question? I'm sorry.
The next question is, did you underestimate Putin, and would you still describe him the way that you did in the summer as a worthy adversary?
At the time, he was, I made it clear, as an adversary, and I said he was worthy. I didn't underestimate him. And I've read most of everything he's written. Did you read it? I shouldn't, I'm not a wise guy. You heard the speech he made, almost an hour's worth of speeches, why he was going into Ukraine. He has much larger ambitions in Ukraine. He wants to, in fact, reestablish the former Soviet Union. That's what this is about. And I think that his ambitions are completely contrary to the place where the rest of the
All right, guys, just after 8:15 a.m. here on the East Coast, thank you all so much for streaming live now from Fox, listening into the most recent remarks from President Biden. Now, make sure that you are staying tuned into our programming all day, because later on today, an emergency summit will be held where President Biden and NATO allies will discuss next steps against Russia. In the meantime, let's stay on this topic, but I do want to have a live conversation with our colleagues over in New York. Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti joins us. Good morning, Briella. We are seeing support for Ukrainians pour in from across the globe. Tell us about a few rallies and protests.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning to you, Rain. And if you didn't already know, New York City is home to more than 150,000 Ukrainians. That is the largest Ukrainian population in the entire country. Today, they stand together praying for peace and solace. Hundreds of emotional demonstrators are descending upon New York City streets in a sea of blue and yellow, rallying in solidarity with Ukraine amid a devastating Russian invasion. Anti-war protests reaching just about every corner of Manhattan, from the United Nations to the Russian consulate on the Upper East Side, even to the crossroads of the world.
They brutally attacked our Ukraine overnight. They literally attacking from every point, like from south, from north, from from everywhere.
The war casting an especially somber shadow over Brighton Beach, Brooklyn, home to one of the city's largest Ukrainian populations. Ola Livitenko is one of many Ukrainian immigrants desperately trying to keep in touch with her family and friends.
She was, she was saying that they're very afraid. They don't know what's going to be in the future, what's tomorrow be like.
The shock of this unprovoked attack and support for the Ukrainian people are echoing across the world. Here's video of a protest in London where demonstrators can be seen holding signs and proudly waving Ukrainian flags. And in Moscow, hundreds of people were arrested for protesting the Ukraine attack. At the end of the day, though, Russians overseas and here at home are pleading for peace.
Whatever he's doing, the Russians not agree. We're against the war, and we're just worried about families in Ukraine.
Please, help us.
Ukrainians out here in New York are just clinging on to any hope they have left, hoping that their independence doesn't disappear after 31 years of freedom reign.
Really very interesting. I was unaware that there was such a large Ukrainian population there in the city. What's taking place today? Any new developments?
Yeah, Rain, that's a good question. So there obviously are going to be some protests later today. Right now, all is quiet here outside the UN, other than this morning traffic making its way behind me. I do want to read off, though, a couple of things that some New York State leaders had to say. Governor Kathy Hochul saying that her heart goes out to all of the people under siege right now, and Mayor Eric Adams calling this attack an assault on freedom. So definitely a lot of support here in New York for the Ukrainian community. We'll send it back inside to you.
Fox 5 New York's Briella Almosetti, thank you so much for joining us. Day 2 of the Russian invasion against Ukraine, and we are bringing you every angle right here on Live Now from Fox Reaction, not just from our colleagues in New York City, but across the globe. 8:20 a.m. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because right on the other side, we will bring you all more information on just how this Russian invasion is impacting Americans here at home. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. My name is Rain Augustine, continuing to bring you all top stories and breaking news internationally this morning as we continue to bring you all coverage of Russia invading Ukraine. We are entering day 2 of the full-scale invasion, and experts are predicting that Kiev could possibly fall anytime this weekend. Let's go ahead and take a Live Now look, as we like to call it. Russia continuing its air and ground campaign against Ukraine. It's now again the second day of war in Eastern Europe. The capital of Kiev under attack and there's growing concern that the city would fall again within days. Bringing us more on this very topic is Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan.
Day 2 of the Russian invasion, and Ukraine maintains control of its capital, something a lot of people doubted would happen. President Zelensky remains here in Kiev, and he says he expects to be a target soon of Russian forces. Here's the president.
According to our information, the enemy has listed me as target number 1 and my family as target number 2. They want to destroy the country politically, terminating the head of state.
Overnight, U.S. officials said they expected the Russian forces were just about 20 miles outside of the capital here. As the day has gone on and the sun has come up, you can actually hear those forces move closer and closer. The weapons that you hear have changed too, from missiles earlier on. Now we're hearing smaller arms fire, artillery, tanks, and even rifle fire for the first time. So that battle is moving closer. Still a decision to be made, or one to be seen how it plays out, whether it's an encirclement of this capital and then sending forces in, or whether we could see street-by-street fighting.
All right, a huge thank you
Day
to
2 of the Russian invasion.
For that report. Here at home, the Biden administration is releasing even more sanctions. Later on this morning, we do expect President Biden to meet with NATO to discuss a strategy on Russia. Bringing us more on that topic is Fox News correspondent Kevin Quirk.
At a time when Americans are facing increasing economic pressure from high fuel costs, inflation overall, you can imagine that there were plenty of furrowed brows around the country when the president suggested, as he did in the East Room, that Americans would now have to pay a cost for the efforts by our government to try to thwart Vladimir Putin and his efforts in Ukraine. That said, the president went on to say at the White House that, yes, his administration was going to collaborate with G7 powers to bring about the most severe sanctions possible.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences. Today, I'm authorizing additional strong sanctions. We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia and to minimize the impact on the United States and our allies.
Biden said the U.S. would block assets of large Russian banks, also impose export controls aimed at the nation's high-tech needs, and sanction Russia's business oligarchs. Meanwhile, reporters peppered the president in the East Room with plenty of questions about his handling of the crisis. Among them, our own Peter Ducey wondered if the president had, in fact, underestimated Vladimir Putin. He said he hadn't. Another question by Peter Alexander of NBC wondered if the president had, say, more sanction arrows in his quiver. Why not use them all now? In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Continuing to bring you all more on how the Russia-Ukraine situation is impacting us here at home. This time, let's talk about investments and retirement accounts. People are saying to stay calm. However, investors, and particularly those close to retirement, are now watching the markets with anxiety. And financial experts say some investments like stocks will tumble soon. And oil and commodity prices are expected to rise. Strategists say hold on, don't shift the money that's invested long term. It's best not to sell into a falling market, and stocks tend to rebound quickly after turmoil. If you are closer to retirement, financial experts say put your money in less risky assets. Here's more on how oil prices are continuing to rise, expected to rise.
Defending freedom will have cost for us as well, and here at home.
Global markets plummeting Thursday as Russian President Vladimir Putin launches a full-scale invasion on Ukraine. As markets drop around the globe and here in the U.S., crude oil is now surging above $100 a barrel for the first time since 2014. President Biden facing an accelerating energy crisis, saying he will try to lessen the impact of rising prices.
My administration is using every tool at our disposal to protect American businesses and consumers from rising prices at the pump.
The price of gas, a big concern for Americans as they watch this conflict unfold. The national average now sitting right around $3.50 a gallon, but that's expected to rise. Some areas of the country seeing prices soar up to $6 a gallon already.
At some point, they'll come back down. When exactly that happens and how high they'll go before that happens, it is a question that's nearly impossible to answer at this point.
There's nothing we can do about it. It's pretty scary. I wonder what it's going to be like in about 2 months.
Some experts saying Russia could cut off natural gas exports in response to sanctions by the U.S. and European Union.
I'm going to take robust action to make sure the pain of our sanctions is targeted at the Russian economy, not ours. We're executing a plan in coordination with major oil-producing consumers and producers toward a collective investment to secure stability in global energy supplies.
Russia is the world's second largest producer of oil, behind the United States. In Los Angeles, Kelly O'Grady for Fox Business.
And here's more on how to protect your assets. With cyber attacks hitting some Ukrainian banks and institutions, could Russian cyber attacks hit American personal accounts? Well, cybersecurity expert and attorney Lisa Garber says Americans do need to be proactive in protecting their assets from attacks. Now, here are a few tips for maximizing asset protection. If your accounts have internet access, which most of ours do, you may want to change your passwords and use best practices such as a multi-factor authentication. Watch what websites you're on and what emails you click. That's good advice for any time, but especially now. And Amazon, Google, and others are also a part of a joint cyber defense collaborative that will help to thwart attacks in this case scenario. Let's go ahead and check in with our very own Live Now from Fox's Mike Page, who actually had the opportunity to catch up with a cybersecurity expert on this very topic.
As we're learning these cyber attacks could happen not only to Ukraine, we've seen it in the past this week, but also right here in the U.S. as we're worried about our banking systems as well as our energy grid. So we want to get a little bit more insight on all of that right now. We have a special guest joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you, cybersecurity expert Joseph Steinberg, joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for coming on what is shaping up to be a busy day, unfortunately, for other parts of the world. And Joseph, can you hear us? Right, it looks like you might be still muted. There you go.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. Do you hear me now?
Yeah, I got you good.
Perfect.
All right, so let's talk about, unfortunately, cyber security threats. We've seen it already, what happened in Ukraine. But what about right here in the U.S.? What are some of those moments that we could be looking for?
So first of all, my hope is that the Russian government will be smart enough not to launch cyber attacks against the United States. There's little doubt that the Russians could do damage. It's very easy to launch lots of attacks.
All right, Joseph, I got to stop you there for just a moment. It looks like you're having maybe some signal issues there. Let's try that one more time. It looked like it was getting a little bit choppy on our end, and we just wanted to make sure that we're able to hear you. So if you could maybe speak that again.
Sure. So I'm hoping that the Russians will be smart enough not to launch cyber attacks against the United States. It's true that the Russians have the capability to disrupt us in many ways, but we have a lot more capabilities to disrupt them. And I think they would be wise to avoid starting up with the U.S. That said, we will only know after the fact if that is the case.
Very, very true. And can you just give us a little bit of updates just on what are some of the measures that we have done already here in the U.S., not only to thwart just Russia, but really hackers from around the world?
Well, I can tell you that over the last few weeks, there's been a lot of preparation done specifically by utilities, banks, and others in coordination with the government, some of which were exercises to practice what would happen if there were attacks launched. A lot of the fear is about denial of service attacks. So these would be attacks to shut down services rather than to penetrate and steal data or otherwise. And there's a lot of practice going on. But we have tremendous cybersecurity capabilities in the U.S. But the thing to remember is that we have, as defenders, would have to block 100% of attacks. The attackers only have to get 1 or 2 through. So the odds are always in favor of the attacker, and that's the concern, that even if the Russians are not quite as powerful as we are, or not nearly as cyber powerful as we are, they could still inflict damage.
That is such a good point you make there. I mean, they only got to be right one time, and it could cause a lot of issues. So let's just go for example. Say if they go for some of our banking systems, I mean, would it be, would that mean all the apps would be down? You couldn't access any type of deposits or withdrawals?
So again, in theory, that may be possible. I think from a practical perspective, they wouldn't do that because the repercussions would be so severe. And again, we have the capabilities to inflict a lot more pain than they do, and they know that. That's number one. Number two, that wouldn't be in their interest necessarily, because stopping the U.S. economy doesn't help anything in the world. It would cause oil prices to plummet, which would harm them too. So I don't think that that would likely be the scenario. But again, we never know with an attacker what they're going to do until after the fact. But I think that they would be more likely to target things that would not have as much of a direct impact on the economy. But that said, hopefully they'll be smart enough not to mess with the United States. It's not a smart thing.
No, it's not. And what would the say there was an attack, or even maybe a try for an attack? What would the response be from the U.S. side to Russia on that?
I mean, that's something that national security folks would have to discuss internally, and they're not going to share that with the public. But they may have communicated some threats to the Russian government that, you know, only they would know. But the reality is we could inflict a lot more pain, both from a cyber perspective and from a physical perspective, if, you know, physical capabilities are necessary. Right now, we're not actually in Ukraine, and we're not actually involved in that conflict. We could be if we needed to be. We could be involved in other things, and we could launch cyber attacks that would make whatever they would do look trivial. So I don't think that they will. I hope that they'll be smart enough not to mess with the U.S., certainly not on any level that would actually inflict real damage.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as we continue to really just talk about the big invasion news and what's to come from that, in Ukraine, were you a little bit surprised that they maybe didn't knock out their internet or TV services right away? Or is that maybe on purpose to show that, hey, we are here and we are coming?
I can't tell you what the Russian strategy is based on. I can just tell you that I'm sure they've thought through these decisions many times. They're balancing, you know, both military factors as well as political factors, as well as factors related to the Ukrainian people. Remember, they don't want to be dealing with an insurgency when they get in there either. So, you know, we'll leave their strategy to them, but from our perspective, from the perspective of Americans, we can hope for the best, but we do need to prepare in case there are cyber attacks that disrupt systems that we're used to using. It's unlikely that the disruptions would be long-term, but we should be prepared in case that happens. There could be disruptions, as you said, to banking systems, credit card systems, et cetera, but they probably wouldn't last very long.
And what are some things that we could do right now to sort of prepare for that? I mean, I was even hearing some people when I was driving into work today that on the radio, they were even just maybe printing off their latest bank statements. Is that something that people should be doing on a regular basis now?
I mean, it doesn't hurt to do that as long as you protect the printed out copies. I don't think there's going to be corruption of bank accounts. Again, I think the worst case scenario is denial of service attacks where you can't get in or can't use an ATM card. Not that they start moving money around, et cetera. And even if they did, I'm sure there'd be ways to reverse it. As opposed to cryptocurrency, by the way, if they somehow did mess with people's phones or whatever devices are being used for crypto, that money could be lost. So I would be extra cautious there. But I do think the bigger likelihood is disruption. So that would mean keep some cash around just in case. But again, the U.S. government is not going to allow a situation where the banking system is disrupted to last very long. So I'm not terribly worried about it. I think there's a lot more fear than there is reality here. And I'm hopeful that the Russians understand why that should be the case as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like as much as there's a physical war with Russia and Ukraine, it seems like it's even more of a psychological war as well.
Yes, and one thing I think should be clear is it's a very bad idea generally to start up with the U.S. I mean, psychologically, it's one thing with this fear of hacking, but to actually carry it out, I mean, think about countries that have attacked the U.S. It doesn't usually work out well for them. So I think, especially at this point in time when we're highly reliant on technology, I think a lot of this is psychological, inflicting the fear that they could do something, not that they're actually going to do it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, Joseph, thanks so much for coming on and really giving us some insight on some of the possibilities that could happen and what we could all do right now just to be safe. We appreciate it, Joseph.
Sure. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
You too. You too.
Thank you to Mike Page bringing us that very good interview on how we can all protect our assets as we have a cybersecurity threat as the Russia and Ukraine situation continues to unfold. Remember, guys, that later on this morning, President Biden is expected to meet with other NATO leaders to discuss a new strategy against Russia as he continues to impose sanctions against Russia. But President Biden is not the only person that is imposing these sanctions. Let's go ahead out to Kiev as we take a live now look, as we like to call it. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced that new measures will target 58 individuals and entities, including members of the Russian elite and their family members, as well as parliamentary organizations known as the Wagner Group and Russian banks. Now, the new sanctions were announced after Trudeau met with the leaders of a group of 7 allies. During his remarks, Trudeau also said that the federal government will be prioritizing immigration implications for Ukrainians who want to enter Canada. Now, a lot of people are asking exactly what are these sanctions that are being imposed against Russia. So right after this break, we'll bring you all more details on that very subject. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox 841 AM, everyone. My name is Rain Augustine. Thank you all for joining us as we continue to cover the ongoing full-scale invasion of Ukraine. I do want to play for you all a very insightful interview. I actually had the chance to catch up with an expert on intercultural relations, and she's going to break down exactly why Russia feels justified in this invasion and the exact international laws that Russia is violating. And she's also going to explain some of these sanctions that we are seeing other NATO leaders and world leaders impose on Russia.
At St. Thomas University College of Law, and she's also an expert on intercultural human rights. Dr. Rosa Patti, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you very much for having me.
So for people who are maybe just waking up to the news, can you give us a recap First and foremost, let's start with why exactly Russia feels justified to declare war on Ukraine.
Well, definitely Russia's invasion on Ukraine is absolutely outrageous and is a flagrant violation of international law as we know it, particularly since the Second World War with the formation of the United Nations, whose purpose and main goal was to prevent wars like and interventions, invasions like the one that we are talking about. Now, Russia has its reasons, quote unquote, or if I want to phrase it, there are de facto reasons and de jure reasons that they want. Now, de facto, of course, we know that Putin has never been happy with the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and particularly when it comes to Ukraine and Belarus and the Baltic countries and probably a few more regions around, he would have rather had them part of Russia. So having a larger territory for Mother Russia. So really, what we are talking about here is expansion of territories, complete violation of the territorial integrity of countries, in this case of Ukraine. Whereas the jure reasons, or claro, the justifications that he would actually give would be as if Ukraine was violating rights, human rights, of the population in the two areas known as the Donbas area, where according to Russia, the overwhelming majority are of Russian origin. And in fact, Russia itself has been giving nationality, passports, conferred nationality to close to 1 million, so over 800,000 people giving such nationality. And of course, Russia has been very loosely using the term genocide as if genocide is going on in the Donbas area and as if the perpetrator is Ukraine. It can't be further than the truth, because as we all know, in 2014, Russia actually annexed Crimea, that was part of the territory of Ukraine. And there was a Minsk agreement, so clearly that it was to be worked for peace between the Donbas area as well on the eastern Ukraine. These are the part of Ukraine where the conflict is basic now, though we almost we have an almost full-fledged all-around shelling from Russia in various parts and the other parts of Ukraine as well. But his justification is principally that trying to maintain peace in the Donbas area. Actually, he went even further, because just a couple of days ago, he also recognized the so-called recognition of republics for the two areas in Donbass. And recognition would mean as if they are independent. So you are talking about a separatist movement that has been in existence for quite a long time, that now all of a sudden turns into republics, meaning nation states on their own, and a country like Russia is offering recognition as if they are independent. We all know quite well what that means, because exactly that happened with Crimea. They also declared independence. They also, the Crimeans, of course, with so much help from the Russian tanks and soldiers and so on, but they declared independence, and then they had a referendum that they said, we join Russia. So the scenario is pretty much very well noted. And I think Putin has really calibrated this quite well, and it has been wide open. We all have been seeing for quite a long time now. We have months of knowing what is going on and how Putin has planned things out. So I wouldn't say that we are surprised at what happened. Disappointed, definitely. But of course, this threat of peace for partisan interest, it can't be more outrageous and appalling in the 20th century that we are in.
So you mentioned that Putin is violating international law. Exactly what law? Could you elaborate?
Yes, of course. Well, in international law, there is a strict violation if anyone interferes in the political independence and the border integrity, territorial integrity of any nation. Aggression is prohibited in international law. And it's very clear, you can't use force against the nation state. This is Article 2.4 of the United Nations Charter. No country can, should, is allowed to interfere with the political independence and the territorial integrity of another nation state. And this is a strict prohibition, which means is also an extreme violation on the part of Putin. Additionally, when you have forces, that military forces, jammed up, collected, moved to the borders of another country, and also associated with that belligerent talk that has been going on for quite some time on the part of Russia and Putin, you can see that there is an imminent threat there for a use of force, which now ultimately we can actually see. So all of these are technically prohibited. And actually, you would say that Ukraine would have the right to self-defense, has the right to self-defense, but they have been extremely prudent not to give any weapon at all to Putin for a justification for a provocation supposedly coming on the part of Ukraine. It is extraordinary the stance that Ukraine has had, but of course, with the bad players like Russia and particularly Putin, the inconceivable becomes reality.
Now, you mentioned that Ukraine has every right to defend itself. We've actually seen video of Ukrainian citizens training with the military there in preparation to perhaps defend themselves. Can you speak to this, this situation of regular civilians training in preparation for an attack?
Well, may I say that, of course, every country and every citizen of a country has the right to defend themselves. They have the right to defend the freedom, the liberty of their country, the independence, the territorial integrity, their own rights, the sovereignty of their own country. They have the right to live in freedom. They all have human rights and fundamental freedoms that they and a right to self-determination, how they live their life within their
party.
Yes.
I'm sorry, we froze. Can I ask you that question again?
Okay.
Okay, what did I say? Oh, so you mentioned Ukrainians have every right to defend themselves. I've seen something that was a little bit unusual to me as an American, which is regular Ukrainian civilians training in preparation for an attack with the Ukrainian military. Can you speak to this?
Well, every nation and every citizen of a nation has the right to defend themselves, their own freedom, their own independence, their own territorial integrity. So I would not be surprised that Ukrainians feel that now they have to defend themselves because they have been shelled, they have been bombed, they have been attacked. They are within their own territories, doing no harm, living their right. Living within their territory and within their own right. But when you are attacked, then a right to self-defense in principle would be in. So I wouldn't be astonished to see that civilians offer themselves to defend their country. It is extremely unfortunate that in the day and times that we live in, individuals will have to think about war because war it doesn't bring anything good. That would really cause a lot of destruction. Human suffering is unimaginable. So while UN, as we said, was created to prevent war, and we haven't had, by the grace of God as well, not a full-fledged Third World War. But as Pope Francis mentioned back in 2014, there is a kind of a piecemeal, if you will, Third World War with so many conflicts that are everywhere around the world. There is a lot of unnecessary human suffering and destruction that comes with civil unrest, with war and so on. But Russia on Ukraine is of a very particular nature. And again, that is a complete invasion of a sovereign country and unacceptable. And of course, there is a right to self-defense, whether it is a unilateral individual self-defense, meaning the country itself. And there is also a right to collective self-defense, because when you think about so much turmoil that will happen in the region. Right now, we have refugees that are leaving out. People are leaving. So they are trying to get their children, the women, the elderly out of the country, while the younger say we're going to stay and defend our country. But these people living, crossing borders, they are also at risk. They are going to the borders of other countries, which also brings the other responsibility now of countries like Poland and others, where the refugees will be fleeing in, to open their borders and their hearts and also treat them with humanity and generosity.
So staying on the topic of Ukrainians preparing to possibly defend themselves, what does this say about the Ukrainian military? And maybe in comparison to the Russian military, we've already gotten some reports that the Ukrainian military has successfully shot down some Russian helicopters, I should say. But can you maybe draw a comparison between the two forces?
Well, I am not a military expert, so I can only just only say that we have seen that particularly in the last decade or so, or even more, Putin, Russia have been working very hard to really foster a very good military. So that we know. So I cannot say that, again, to my absolute limited knowledge, and I apologize if that would be inaccurate to others, but I cannot necessarily see Ukrainian military and army to be a match for a Russian army. So that's why I also mentioned a right to self-defense individually, but also collectively as well. Because Ukraine was aspiring peace, was forging peace, was trying to bring peace. What is actually needed? Putin was only trying to keep up the pressure with the goal, ultimate goal, to basically annex, as they did with Crimea, the Donbas region. And of course, they have prepared themselves militarily to a lot of extremes. Now, I was listening to the news and there is some all kinds of information. So as you said, Ukrainian military have been successful at certain instances, but then you hear, depends where you read from, of course, then you hear how the Russians have been targeting military points throughout Ukraine and damaging and so on. It's unfortunate that we have to talk about now operations, military operations, and so on. My focus would really like to be more on the so much human suffering that is going on, and call the world community to come to its senses and do a little bit more from what has been done. I know that G7 will be, met, and we'll hear soon what the decisions are and so on. We always talk about sanctions, and I do understand that economic sanctions are absolutely important. They work at times when they are smart sanctions that are targeting properly and targeting the elite as well, because sometimes depends what kinds of sanctions are given. Those who are hurt are also people. And of course, the international community, the Ukrainian people, have nothing against the Russian people. So they are all brothers and sisters. We are really one common human family, but the elites at the top are looking for something else. And that's what it's extremely unfortunate with what is going on.
So can you elaborate on that topic, the sanctions, because we do expect President Biden to address the nation later on this afternoon. Can we expect him to issue out even more sanctions? And if so, what kind of sanctions could we see?
Well, honestly, I would have liked to have seen action, reaction earlier, because again, just like US and the Western Europe have identified acts and actions, perhaps of Putin and Russia on the world stage for quite a long time, we were not knowing what is going on. Okay, so ideally, it would be to deter a war, to prevent a war. Now it has started. So a preventive action is always much better than a reactive one. However, Having said that, so I would have liked to have seen something different. Let's put it this way. I would have liked to have reacted better. I would have liked the United Nations have reacted earlier. The G7 have reacted stronger, earlier, and so on. However, we are at the point where we are. Now, what will be the strength and the magnitude of these sanctions? This will matter because there is a lot of talk that sanctions can be sweeping all over and crippling the economy and so on, so that not let Putin have a war that is not going to be costly for him and so on. But again, we are talking about war. We are talking about the destruction that goes in a country where people are living. So experts in economics, and I am not one of them, are talking about sweeping sanctions that would hurt the economy, banking systems, and so on and so forth. And we just have to wait and see. But what the result is going to be of them, will that actually have Putin stop? I don't know that. I think we still need to come to the table and keep up the stream of diplomacy and of talk and of conversation. Now, let's say you can't talk with bad actors. Well, that is true as well, but you cannot ever give up on discourse. And again, because those who are suffering are people. We cannot get into a utilitarian prism and say, look at how many victims are there. It's not about counting victims. It doesn't matter what the number. Even a person that lost his life, for that person, that's it, life is over. For that family, the consequences are terrible. So it's not about counting the numbers. It's about putting an end to a completely irrational, unnecessary war. And I think the international community, I still have some confidence in international community that they can do that. And this is in the heart of Europe. Our European partners, I think, should also take it much more seriously. That, in my view, they have so far.
So if sanctions are not successful, what, if anything, could stop Putin from advancing?
Well, again, I'm never for war and military actions at full scale, because again, once we talk war, when we talk military action, you are talking about killing each other. That's it. It doesn't have any other name, and the destruction of a country and of people. So I never give up on diplomacy. Let's call it diplomacy. It's one of my students, because we have been keeping abreast with this, one of the students talked about diplomatic dance. And I said, I don't like the word dance, because in dancing is steps forward and step backward, and then mostly, and then ultimately you have you are dancing in the same area. And the idea here is to move forward and be successful in what we're doing. However, discussing and employing diplomacy and those actors, good actors, that have the predisposition to end war, to bring rationality, and to keep that responsibility, political responsibility, because they are in leadership, and leadership is about those that they lead, I think is still important. Having said that, I understand that each country has the right to self-defense, and that does not exclude use of force in response to an attack, an invasion of the territory integrity and political independence of the country. No country should ever be allowed to annex another country as if nothing has happened.
Many experts are drawing comparisons between the situation in World War II.
Well, yes, but the times that we live are just so different. There are so many more conditioning factors that are drastically different, I would say, from the time that we live in the Second World War. And needless to say, the kinds of weapons of mass destruction that are there in the hands of so many bad actors are something that needs to be taken under consideration. And also a unity that exists among forces forces of good is of extreme importance to be maintained at a level that there are no cracks of sorts. Now, if you're listening to if one was listening to the UN Security Council and so on, when you think about it, in a situation like that, UN Security Council has the right to act under Chapter 7, to intervene and to put an end to senseless wars like that. But in the UN Security Council, you have veto powers, and Russia is a veto power. So, of course, we are never going to get that. By analogy, in the late 1990s, you had in the Balkans the case of Kosovo and Serbia and the NATO bombing to put an end to ethnic cleansing, and some would also say genocide, that was going on. But again, the circumstances now are different, and the players that are here are also different. And again, I think that the world community should not give up on diplomacy. And this has to be taken extremely seriously. And I think Putin is actually looking for that. We heard what he is looking for and what he would like that it happen. But at the same time, I think that we are seeing that by bringing the situation that he brought up in Ukraine is leaving a very tense situation for repeats if it were in the future. So it has to be dealt with extremely seriously. And again, one economic sanction here, one economic sanction there, it's just not going to do that. I don't think so. And of course, players are also split now. Overwhelming majority are sticking together and condemning forcefully the invasion of Russia and the intervention of Russia in Ukraine. And of course, then you have other players like China and Iran and so on that have their own stances and sides and refrain from using the right terminology and accepting that actually it is a violation of international law, which is happening, a flagrant violation as such.
Ukrainian's president is still calling for more action from world leaders. Just a few moments ago, he actually tweeted out that Russian forces are trying to take over the Chernobyl nuclear power plant in Ukraine. Now, we all know this site has a lot of history behind it. Is there any symbolism behind this act?
Well, I think that's I mean, I didn't read that, but of course, when you're talking about that, you are talking about having that gateway into Kiev, and that is of extreme importance as well, because now, with what you're saying, we're not just talking about an area that is in the eastern Ukraine, but you are talking about impacting overall the country, including the capital, and of course, extremely dangerous and escalated to ever more extreme. And I think it's the response has to be really clear, swift, and sharp enough. And I don't think that we have heard that yet, at least not enough. And again, this is being escalated by the hour, you know, just you hear something and then in the middle of the conversation, something else comes up and something that you say, probably this is not going to happen, but it all of a sudden it happens. And Putin is using it right in the open, I guess, even for more impact, and that's so that he be considered.
Is this a worst case scenario, you think?
Well, I don't even want to think about worst case scenarios, because really there are so many scenarios that, put it this way, all time as everything moved along, there were always the doubt, but he won't do that. And then we say, no, but he wouldn't do that. But Putin is extremely creative. He always comes up with something that one might say that might not necessarily do. But on the other hand, while recently the West, including the United States, we are saying, here's what Putin is going to do next. And then it happened. I think we do have enough intelligence to know now that there are numerous scenarios, and we just don't know what can be called a worst scenario, because again, the situations are to be judged at the moment when it is going on. And for us alluding into something, I don't even want to allude what would be a really worst case scenario. And but for those Ukrainians that are on the ground, for people in the Donbas area that are seeing their country shelled, and for others that are having to wrap up in a suitcase whatever belongings they have and leave everything behind, for them, that is a worst case scenario for now. And for those people, you know, somewhere I was reading about like 40 or so, but I don't know who counted them yet, and so on. For them, that is a worst case scenario. And for the international community, there are so many worst case scenarios that can happen. And again, I prefer to just refrain from even mentioning, because the worst has no end. And the evil has no end, and unfortunately. But I think that's why the forces of good should get together and react well, and very seriously consider the player that is ahead. And Russia and Putin are definitely to be considered very seriously in whatever measures. In this case, it's not measures to prevent. In this case, is the response after the invasion of Ukraine that happened overnight.
Wow, Dr. Patty, any final thoughts? This seems like an escalating conflict, but anything that you would like our viewers to take away from this conversation? You have called me from St. Thomas University College of Law, so we are a Catholic institution, and we believe in peace as the only real solution for everyone. And we believe in solidarity and fraternity of nations. And also, I would ask everyone, as Pope Francis also asked, that we all pray for peace, believing in the power of prayer, and also pray for the enlightening the minds of our leaders.
All right, a huge thank you to international cultural expert, as she likes to refer to herself, Dr. Patty Rosa, bringing us in-depth information when it comes to the ongoing, ever-escalating situation as Russia continues to invade Ukraine for day 2. Now, we are getting some live images that I want to share with you all here at Live Now from Fox. This coming from Brussels, Belgium. As you can see here, any moment now, opening statements from NATO's Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg will be held as NATO convenes its Special Leaders Summit. We know that just moments ago, Europe foreign ministers were meeting in Brussels, officially endorsing sanctions agreed to overnight against Russia. Now, this is the exact meeting that we do expect President Joe Biden to attend virtually from the White House. So you can bet as soon as this begins, we will bring it to you all live, raw, and unfiltered. However, I do want to bring you all another image that we are getting from the capital of Kiev, because we are getting some pretty interesting reports. Now, according to reports, the Kremlin said earlier this morning via a Russian state-run news agency that Russian President Vladimir Putin is prepared to send a delegation to negotiate with Ukrainian officials over the country's, quote, neutral status. Now, this message actually came in response to a message from Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, who said in a video posted to his Telegram channel that he was not afraid to engage in talks with Russia if he could halt the Russian invasion of Ukraine that began on Wednesday. He said, quote, "We heard from Moscow today that they want to talk about the neutral status of Ukraine. We are not afraid of Russia. We are not afraid of engaging in talks with Russia. We are not afraid of discussing anything such as security guarantees for our state. We are not afraid of talking about neutral status. Fighting is ongoing over Ukraine," he went on to say. "Let's sit at a table for negotiations to stop people from dying." Again, getting reports that Russian President Vladimir Putin is prepared to negotiate. So, of course, as we continue to get all of these developments to our desk here at Live Now from Fox, we will report it to you raw and unfiltered. That is what we are all about here. I do want to switch gears momentarily and bring you all a bit of news that we are seeing from home, from Washington, D.C. to be exact. We've been waiting for this announcement for some time now, and we are officially getting reports that President Biden's pick for the high courts is in. According to reports, President Joe Biden today will officially nominate federal appeals court judge Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court. Now, this is actually according to a person very familiar with the matter, making her actually the first black woman selected to serve on a court that once declared her race unworthy of citizenship and endorsed segregation. So definitely a historic move there from President Joe Biden. Now, Biden delivers on a campaign promise to make the historic appointment and to further diversify a court that was made up entirely of white men for almost 2 centuries. He has chosen the attorney who would be the High Court's first former public defender, though she also possesses the elite legal background of other justices. Jackson would also be the current court's second black justice in general. Justice Clarence Thomas, who is a conservative, is the other. He's also a male, and he is just the third in history. So a lot of new developments coming to our desk this morning. If you're just now joining us, good morning, everyone. I'm Rain Augustine, continuing to bring you all top stories and breaking news situations, not only in our country, but across the globe this morning. We are slowly approaching the 9:15 mark. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. And when we return, we will head back out to Brussels, Belgium, as we await NATO to begin that special meeting discussing the ongoing situation as Russia continues to invade Ukraine. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. 9:16 a.m. here on the East Coast. However, we are bringing you all these live images from Brussels, Belgium. We've been waiting for this meeting to begin for the past 15 minutes or so, but any moment now we do expect opening remarks from NATO's Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg as NATO convenes a special summit as they continue to talk on the ongoing Ukraine-Russia situation. And we also expect President Biden to join this very meeting virtually from the White House. So again, as soon as it gets underway, we will stream it for you all live, raw and unfiltered. We know that about an hour or so ago, EU foreign ministers also met in Brussels, officially endorsing sanctions agreed to overnight by leaders. So it's definitely a developing situation that we are continuing to bring you all as the full-scale invasion of Ukraine enters day 2. Now, just to paint a picture for you all, let's revisit some images that we have been seeing coming to our desk of the aftermath of that very invasion. Now, as fears continue to grow over a potential collapse of Kiev, we're actually getting reports that the collapse could happen in the coming days, perhaps this weekend. Now, we're actually taking a look at damage to residential buildings in Kiev after explosions were seen in the capital. This is courtesy of State Emergency Service of Ukraine via Storyful. Now, the damage was caused after a military aircraft was actually impacted with the building. Kiev's mayor said the damage was caused by rocket fragments and that 3 people were critically injured. We're also seeing videos circulating on social media coming to our desk early this morning that showed a large explosion over Kiev. Now, the cause of this explosion was not immediately clear, but as you can see, the damage, the devastation is very clear. Now, Ukraine's national news agency reported that a Russian military aircraft was shot down by Ukrainian air defenses and crashed in the city's district, while other reports said that a Ukrainian aircraft was also shot down. So definitely dramatic images that we're getting of the devastation as the invasion continues to unfold. Now, as you know, LiveNOW from Fox is powered by our Fox owned and operated television stations across the country, and we are all doing our part to make sure that you stay up to speed as developments continue to unfold. So let's go ahead and check in with our colleagues over at Fox 11 Los Angeles. They're bringing us more on this very situation.
Special report.
A lot of breaking news tonight. Good evening. Welcome to Fox 11 News Special Report. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. A brutal and deadly 24 hours for Ukrainians. Tonight, Ukraine is under attack as Russia launches a war in Europe with a full-scale invasion of its neighbor by land and air after months of military buildup at its border.
The sound of explosions happening in the capital city of Kiev, as well as the cities of Kharkiv and Odessa. While attacks from the air continue, troops keep moving in from Russia and eastern Ukraine, Belarus to the north, and then Crimea to the south.
This right here is a sound people woke up to. Air raid sirens for several minutes, sending people into a panic. President Biden has warned Vladimir Putin he will pay a price for this invasion. He was also very clear about the role of our troops in Europe.
Our forces are not and will not be engaged in the conflict with Russia in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight in Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies and reassure those allies in the East. As I made crystal clear, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory with the full force of American power.
Let's now bring in Democratic Congressman Ted Lieu from Torrance. He's a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee and a veteran of the Air Force. Congressman, thank you for being with us. Let's start with your overall reaction to what you are seeing today in Ukraine.
Thank you, Alex, for your question. Let me first say my heart goes out to the people of Ukraine, and I am praying for them and their leadership. They're experiencing an unprovoked attack by Russia, and this is completely against international law, and is something that the U.S. and our allies are going to support Ukraine on. And we've imposed tough economic sanctions today, and we're going to continue imposing tough economic sanctions on Russia.
Are those tough economic sanctions enough? We heard President Biden call them severe sanctions today. By his own admission, he says he knows this isn't going to stop Vladimir Putin and the attacks and this all-out invasion. He knows that These won't be felt by Putin for a month out. Should we be doing more?
Well, let me tell you what we have done. The U.S. has targeted Russia's 10 largest financial institutions, accounting for about 80% of Russia's banking assets. The U.S. has also targeted a list of oligarchs who are supporting Putin, and we've cut off all technological imports to Russia. These are strong sanctions. And keep in mind, the Soviet Union collapsed not for a lack of military might, but because of their economy. Russia has a weak economy. Its GDP is less than half of California's. So this action by Putin is only going to further weaken his government and Russia's economy.
Why do you think Vladimir Putin is doing this?
We know from various articles published last year that the Russia economy had continued to go downhill. His approval rating started to wane. And I think he did this, number one, as a distraction. And number two, he's always wanted to bring Ukraine back into his view that somehow it belonged with Russia. Ukrainians don't believe that, and they have a democracy. And this really is an unprovoked attack on a sovereign nation and on democracy and on peace itself.
But does it end with Ukraine? I mean, the fear is that this could only be the start if he gets Ukraine, and he may do this with other countries nearby, including potentially even some NATO countries, and then all of a sudden the U.S. is involved in a war, potentially World War III.
You make a very good point. So Ukraine is not part of NATO. There's one reason that Putin has not attacked NATO countries, because under NATO, if a country is attacked, then all the other NATO countries will come in and defend that country. What we do know is that the Ukrainian forces are fighting the Russians in heavy conflict, and it appears that they're getting some victories, the Ukrainian forces. We'll see how long this conflict continues. But the people of Ukraine also have very strong resolve. And if there is a prolonged insurgency resisting Putin, I'm not sure that Russia comes out of this better, because it is one thing to use the military and take over a country. It's another thing to run that country. And we've seen time and time again that militaries are not equipped to do that.
Alex just brought up the prospect of World War III. That makes all of us shudder. We've been hearing that today. How likely do you think that that will actually come to fruition? I mean, there must be conversations happening in Washington about that reality.
President Biden was very clear that U.S. forces are not being sent to Europe to engage with the Russians.
We're currently listening into a special report from our colleagues over at Fox 11 Los Angeles. However, it does look like that emergency NATO summit is beginning. Again, President Biden slated to speak virtually as the Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg begins to make his opening remarks. And there is President Biden. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Despite all our efforts to find a diplomatic solution, Moscow bears sole responsibility for the deliberate, cold-blooded and long-planned invasion. We condemn Russia's aggressions in the strongest possible terms and call on Russia to immediately cease its military action. We stand with the brave people of Ukraine. We fully support Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, its right of self-defense, and its right to choose its own path. And this ends the public part of the meeting, so then I ask the media to leave the room, and we continue in just a second.
All right, guys, that's a live TV for you all. It looks as though we did lose that feed again any moment now. We do expect President Biden to join this very summit virtually as we continue to bring you on the ongoing situation as Russia invades Ukraine for the second day straight. Now, just before we brought you all these live images, we were playing a special for you from our colleagues over at Fox 11 Los Angeles. They were detailing the possibility, the very real possibility of a World War III situation. So let's go ahead and revisit that conversation.
How likely You think that that will actually come to fruition? I mean, there must be conversations happening in Washington about that reality.
President Biden was very clear that U.S. forces are not being sent to Europe to engage with the Russians in the Ukrainian conflict. We know that Russia not only has nuclear weapons, but in fact, they have more than half of the world's nuclear weapons. So President Biden is very clear that these U.S. forces are there not to engage in the Ukrainian conflict. At the same time, we are supporting the Ukrainian people. We're also going to provide them as much military assistance as we can. And we, again, pray for Ukrainian people to resist. And we're going to see what happens. Time will tell with these sanctions, but these are strong sanctions that the U.S. and our allies impose today.
Some Republicans in the House, including Mike Garcia from Santa Clarita, is saying that some of this is because President Biden has been weak on the world stage. They point to his weakness pulling out of Afghanistan. They're suggesting that this wouldn't have happened if President Trump was still in power. We know President Trump has suggested that Russian President Vladimir Putin was a genius for some of the moves that he made recently on this. What is your take and your response to Republicans who say that President Biden has been too weak and President Trump was stronger?
It is outrageous for the former president to continue to lavish praise on Vladimir Putin, who is a murderer and an autocrat. And it is outrageous that the former president continues to fawn over Putin. At the same time, with President Biden, he has showed strength in withdrawing from Afghanistan. That was absolutely the right thing to do. We have been in Afghanistan for over 20 years. If we stayed another 20 years, nothing would have changed. If you can't win a war in 20 years, you're not going to win it staying 40 years. President Biden did absolutely the right thing, and it was a show of strength to withdraw from Afghanistan. And I know people now are not thinking we should be back in Afghanistan. Not even Republicans think that.
Of course, we're thinking of the Ukrainian people, the innocent people who are impacted. We have plenty of Ukrainian people within Southern California, of Russian descent as well. What do you want to say to them tonight as they're extremely frightened?
That there is bipartisan support to support Ukraine, that we have resolved that we're going to continue to impose strong and tough economic and diplomatic sanctions on Russia. And it's not just the U.S., it really is the entire world. You see Canada, you see Japan, you see the European Union all standing in solidarity to push back against Vladimir Putin. And with a combination of strong sanctions and diplomatic sanctions, as well as the will of the Ukrainian people to fight, we'll see if Putin has miscalculated. I think he may very well have miscalculated.
And just lastly, real quickly, I know you're really inspired by the people in Ukraine that are fighting back.
Not only are we seeing a tremendous resolve from the Ukrainian people as well as their military, we're also seeing tremendous resolve from a number of folks in Russia who have come out and protest in Moscow and St. Petersburg at great risk to their own lives. And we're seeing a lot of demonstrations. So this is happening on both sides, both in Ukraine as well as in Russia. And I think Putin may very well have not expected to see this amount of pushback on his unprovoked invasion of a democracy.
Congressman Ted Lieu out of Torrance, we thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Marla.
All right, now we do want to go live to Ukraine in Kiev, and you see him right there. Fox News correspondent Trey Yangst on the ground. He joined us now live. It's just after 5 a.m. Trey, thank you so much for being with us tonight. Sort of paint a picture of what has transpired on the ground in the last 24 hours.
Alex, Marla, good afternoon. What we've seen over the past 24 hours is really a major Russian invasion into Ukraine. And even over the past hour, we continue to see escalation here on the ground. There were two large explosions in the capital of Kiev. Initial reports indicate, according to an advisor to the interior minister here, that a Russian aircraft was shot down. This is a big indicator that Ukrainian air defense systems may still be working, despite claims by the Russian military that they took them out in the early stages of this operation. What happened, though, was there was a military incursion into this country, and it came from a lot of different directions. In the south, from an area of land called Crimea that Russia annexed back in 2014, and also from Russian territory and from territory in Belarus. So this was a multi-pronged approach that included a ground operation and also an air campaign targeting major cities. Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, Kharkiv, the second largest Ukrainian city, and there were even sirens blaring in the western city of Lviv. So this was an attack that targeted all of Ukraine, and it sent many people fleeing for the Polish border, others underground this evening because they're concerned about further air operations taking place by the Russian military. But the major concern tonight and into tomorrow has to do with the ability of the Russians to surround the Ukrainian capital. Western intelligence officials believe that is the goal of Russian President Putin, and if he is successful, he will likely try to overthrow the government here, and we could see an entirely different battlefield that includes urban warfare and almost a guerrilla type warfare taking place here in the Ukrainian capital as the Ukrainians try to push back against this Russian offensive. Back to you.
Trey, your reporting really has been remarkable. I think you've stood out among everybody doing great work for the network. I think you have had the most sort of extraordinary reporting. Just as a guy, what's it like being in that city right now? What's it?
9:33 a.m. currently listening in as Fox 11 Los Angeles has this conversation with our international correspondent Trey Yinks reporting for Fox News. However, we are getting a live press conference on the Russia-Ukraine situation that I would like to share with you all. Let's head out to France. Right now we have French Finance Minister Bruno Le Maire. He is holding a news conference on the economy and how the Russian invasion of Ukraine is affecting the economy. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Obviously, to consider how to mitigate its impact. Russia's invasion has already jolted financial markets. The conflict adds a great deal of uncertainty to already complicated economic situation and other challenges we are facing. This crisis once again demonstrates why Europe must remain united and resilient, and why we need to stick to our policies. It is thanks to our policies and to our economic policy response during the crisis that our economic fundamentals are strong. But we will need to stay vigilant and adjust policies if needed, because it's clear that EU economy is going through a period of profound challenges. Investment needs are high for the green and digital transitions, and we will need to and in the afternoon's sessions, we will be discussing topics on EU's economic policy for a strong and resilient growth, for a strong financial sector, for a progress to be made on the banking union and a capital markets union, because it's clear that we also need to strengthen our economy to ensure that we have a strong and sustained economic growth. Thank you.
Merci. Tout de suite la parole au président de l'Eurogroupe, Pascal, et je te remercie d'avoir accepté de bouleverser l'agenda de l'Eurogroupe pour que nous puissions nous concentrer exclusivement ce matin sur la crise ukrainienne et sur les conséquences économiques. Pascal.
Bruno, thank you. It is in these darkest of hours, in these darkest of moments, that our thoughts are with Ukraine and with the Ukrainian people as they face this unprovoked attack, and they fear, as we speak, for their lives. We will do all that we can, all that is necessary to support them in these tragic circumstances. This is not only an attack on Ukraine. It is an attack on the values of a free and democratic world, values that are at the core of the European Union. Therefore, the Union stands strongly united in protecting our common values, our freedoms, and the rule of law. Our leaders last night took decisive and collective action to hold Russia accountable. This is one further step in our response. There is more to come. But our first priority now is to implement those sanctions, and finance ministers will be acting urgently to do this. We know there will be consequences for standing up for our European values and freedoms. We know there will be economic costs. But it is these very values and freedoms that are fundamental to the success of our union and fundamental to our societies and to our economies. These costs will emerge. They will emerge over the coming weeks and months, and we know that the impact will be different for different member states. But our discussion here today, led by Bruno, illustrated to me, it demonstrated that we will maintain the unity of purpose that we have demonstrated over the past 2 years. While we have started to consider the consequences of the last few days' events, we do so with an economy that is already strong, one that is already resilient, thanks to the policy decisions that we have taken in recent years. Only in December, the Eurogroup collectively agreed to maintain a moderately supportive budgetary stance for our economies, and in doing so, complementing the monetary policy of our central bank to give our governments the ability to respond to the challenges of then and now the challenges of today. But in 3 weeks' time, the Eurogroup will again review this issue. We will discuss the coordination of our budgetary policies. And this discussion will come at the right time. Between now and then, it will allow us to revisit, to review our strategies to ensure that we can support our economies and our citizens at this moment of greatest challenge. But we will do this that with an economy that, due to its recovery, will allow us to respond to this test. The Eurogroup and the Euro area is united with our institutions as we respond to this grave test. Before I hand over to the President of the European Central Bank, one further matter that is important from our Eurogroup discussion today is that our Greek Finance Minister, colleague Minister Stokouris, updated us on the early repayment of IMF and Greek loan facility loans, a very important achievement by him and his government, but a further statement will issue on that later. Christine.
Merci beaucoup Bruno et merci Pascal. D'abord, permettez-moi devant vous de remercier la présidence française, de remercier en particulier Bruno Le Maire et toutes ses équipes pour une organisation magistrale et j'allais dire une réorganisation quasi instantanée de l'ordre du jour et de l'ensemble de nos débats dans les circonstances que nous connaissons. Après 2 ans d'incertitude et de difficultés liées au Covid, je crois que bien peu d'entre nous, dans ces réunions de l'Eurogroupe et de l'Ecofin ce matin, auraient imaginé que l'incertitude reviendrait par la porte de la guerre que l'on espérait fermer pour toujours. Et c'est dans ces conditions, évidemment, que l'ensemble des membres du Governing Council de la Banque centrale européenne, hier et par ma voix maintenant, souhaitent exprimer à la fois toutes ses condoléances et tout son soutien au peuple ukrainien. I will switch back to English for those of you who put your headphones on. I just want to tell you that the ECB is closely monitoring the evolving situation. It will conduct a comprehensive assessment of the economic outlook, which will include all the latest development, and which will form the basis of our policy meeting, which will be a monetary policy governing council meeting on the 10th and 11th of March. The ECB and all national central banks in the euro system will implement decisively and rigorously all the sanctions decided by the EU and the European governments. To give you an example, that will apply to supervision, that will apply with cutting off liquidity access for the targeted banks, with a view to essentially freeze assets and starve access to finance. Additionally, the ECB stands ready to take whatever action is necessary within its responsibilities to ensure price stability and financial stability in the euro area. I would like to mention one inscription that any visitor to the ECB will read, because it is on the walls of the Visitors' Centre, and it is a quote by Jean Monnet, who said, "It is better to fight around the negotiation table than on the battlefield." Never more than today has this been true. I would like to add on the economic and financial impact that some of you might be interested in, that we discuss the implications of the military aggression against Ukraine. It is at this point in time premature to assess exactly the economic impact of the current conflict, because the situation is evolving by the hour. What we know is that the two main channels through which the euro area economy will be affected will be through energy prices and through the confidence or uncertainty channel, not so much through trade, which is limited between Russia and the euro area. On energy, gas and oil prices soared a year ago, and oil prices 54% higher than 1 year ago. Uncertainty is already reflected in financial markets, where sentiment did deteriorate, but with no disorderly disruption. We are currently updating our projection for growth and inflation, which will be published on the 10th of March at our next Governor Council meeting. Any number that are floating around are, as I said, premature, simply because it is evolving constantly as we speak, and they will be refined and fine-tuned for March the 10th. On inflation, we will evaluate the impact of rising energy prices, which are likely, in the short term, to increase inflation numbers. Persistent uncertainty, though, will probably be a drag on consumption and investment and will impede growth. And given the current uncertainty that I have mentioned, it is more than ever critically important to be guided by the two principles of optionality and flexibility. Those are the two of the four principles that will guide us. As I said, we operate within our mandate: price stability, financial stability. We are data dependent. We will move gradually, but in any event, we will be guided by speed in case of emergency. We have done it at the time of COVID. We will be guided by the need to maintain confidence. Liquidity will be available. We will make sure that that is the case. Payment system will work properly. And 3, cash will be available. And the other two principles I have just mentioned: optionality in order to adjust to the changing circumstances, and flexibility in order to have full capacity to respond to these times of crisis. Thank you.
Colomb de Le Figaro. Monsieur le ministre, vous avez parlé de la détermination des Européens dans le dispositif de sanctions que vous avez imposé, et pourtant on entend beaucoup de dissensions entre différents membres de l'Union européenne sur le package, le détail des mesures qui a été décidé, notamment sur SWIFT. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous parler nous dire quel est le niveau des débats sur SWIFT et quelle est la position française sur SWIFT, ainsi que sur l'industrie du luxe? Madame Lagarde, est-ce que, dans quelle mesure la nouvelle situation et le risque inflationniste qui persiste va peser sur les décisions de politique monétaire et le resserrement monétaire qui était engagé par le Conseil de politique monétaire? Merci.
Alors, s'agissant des sanctions contre la Russie, il y a une unité totale des 27 États membres de la Commission européenne sur le paquet de sanctions qui a été décidé hier à Bruxelles. Et ces sanctions, vous le savez, sont des sanctions massives. Elles touchent des secteurs stratégiques, elles touchent 70% du marché bancaire russe et elles touchent des centaines de personnalités économiques et politiques russes. Nous voulons affaiblir le cœur du système politique et économique de la Russie. Et nous y parviendrons avec ces sanctions, mais je veux redire l'unité totale des 27 États membres sur ce paquet de sanctions. Cette unité, elle est rappelée avec beaucoup de force dans le communiqué qui vous sera transmis dans quelques instants, communiqué de l'ensemble des ministres des Finances de l'Union européenne. Reste la question de SWIFT. SWIFT, c'est l'arme nucléaire financière. SWIFT, c'est ce qui permet de bloquer l'accès des institutions financières russes à tout établissement financier dans le monde, ce qui empêche tout paiement de quelque bien que ce soit venu de la Russie ou à destination de la Russie. Nous avons eu ce matin la discussion sur le sujet. Et vous verrez dans le communiqué que nous disons très clairement que toutes les options sont sur la table. Il reste que, quand on a une arme nucléaire financière entre les mains, on réfléchit avant de l'utiliser. Certains États membres ont fait part de réserves. Nous en tenons compte. La France ne fait pas partie de ces États. Je tiens à le dire avec beaucoup de clarté. Mais la France a la présidence de l'Union européenne, donc elle tient compte des réserves qui peuvent être formulées ici ou là. Nous allons évaluer avec la Banque centrale européenne, avec la Commission européenne, les conséquences de l'utilisation de cette arme nucléaire financière. Et je tiens à dire que cette évaluation ne va pas être faite dans les jours, dans les semaines qui viennent. Elle va être faite dans les heures qui viennent. Je crois que c'est aussi la preuve de notre totale détermination à frapper au cœur le pouvoir de Vladimir Poutine.
Sur votre question, monsieur, la Banque centrale européenne a un mandat qui est très clair. Stabilité des prix, stabilité financière. Dans ce cadre-là, on a arrêté une stratégie qui est claire aussi, objectif d'inflation 2% symétrique, moyen terme. Donc, le mois de mars, puis au mois de juin, puis au mois de septembre, puis au mois de décembre, chaque fois nous allons examiner les projections qui nous sont fournies par le staff, prendre en compte l'ensemble des développements géopolitiques aussi, et ensuite ajuster notre politique monétaire afin de nous conformer à notre mandat dans le cadre des données qui nous seront remontées. On avait engagé un processus de normalisation qui se poursuit puisqu'on a réduit les actifs, les achats d'actifs nets, puisqu'on a prévu d'arrêter le plan d'achat d'actifs en urgence, le PEP, au mois de mars. Donc on réexaminera à ce moment-là ce que nous faisons par la suite. Merci.
Madame Lagarde, you were just talking about normalization just now. Has the current situation and the sanctions actually changed the path of this ECB normalization? Could it be possibly delayed from the second quarter to later this year? And does that mean that a possible rate hike become less likely this year? Thank you.
But the response to your question would be entirely premature and inappropriate, because as I just said, we have a 2% symmetric medium-term objective. We are data dependent, and we are going to look at data very carefully. We will include in that the geopolitical development, which clearly will have a bearing, but we are driven by our mandate, which is price stability and financial stability, and we will make those decisions comes the next monetary policy meeting, and then subsequently June, September, December. That will be the case, I can assure you, on the basis of data and the good judgment of the Governing Council.
J'aurais une question concernant les sanctions. Je sais que vous m'entendez? Oui, super. Concernant la liste des sanctions, est-ce que pourriez-vous, s'il vous plaît, commenter si Sberbank et VTB Bank seront sur cette liste, comme c'est le cas aux États-Unis et sur la liste de sanctions des Britanniques? Et sinon, pourquoi pas? Merci beaucoup.
Well, the decisions taken by leaders last night are currently being finalized, and the full list of sanctions is going to be published in coming hours. However, I'm not in a position to do pre-announcements before the official announcement, so we'll have to wait for official announcement.
I just have first question just to the minister. You mentioned that cutting Russia out of SWIFT is the nuclear option, the last resort. I'm just wondering, what else does Russia have to do for us to arrive at that point? A question to the Commissioner, EVP, if I can. I'm just wondering if you can help me understand the sort of moral quandary in this. If Europe, if Russia is so important to Europe for gas, and we don't want to cut Russia out of SWIFT, doesn't that raise a moral question when Europe is still paying Russia for that gas and keeping it within the system? And then very finally to the Eurogroup President, I realized you didn't want to talk about the digital euro today for obvious reasons. It is a subject that I'm a little bit nerdy about, but I'm just curious, to what extent do you think that on the topic of cryptocurrencies, that Russia could use cryptocurrencies to evade some of these sanctions? Thank you.
Je vais être très clair avec vous, nous n'attendons pas de pas supplémentaires de la Russie. La Russie a déjà dépassé toutes les limites depuis très longtemps. Les chars russes, je l'ai dit au début de mon intervention, sont dans Kiev. Les troupes russes ont envahi un État souverain. Et les propos de M. Poutine sont marqués par une agressivité permanente à l'endroit de l'Ukraine et des alliés de l'Ukraine. Donc nous avons parfaitement conscience de où nous sommes, où nous en sommes du point de vue du conflit en Ukraine. Simplement, la France, je le redis, exerce la présidence de l'Union européenne. Et chacun mesure que le déclenchement de SWIFT peut aussi avoir des répercussions sur un certain nombre d'États européens. Ils ont marqué leur réticence. Notre responsabilité avec le président de la République, c'est de tenir compte de ces réticences, de les évaluer et de poursuivre le travail d'évaluation. La position de la France, elle est connue. Nous n'avons pas de réticence à utiliser toutes les armes financières nécessaires, sans exception, contre la Russie de Vladimir Poutine. Mais il faut qu'il y ait un consensus européen. C'est une affaire d'heures, de travail, de temps. Nous y travaillons et nous verrons ce qu'il en sera dans les prochaines heures. Pour le moment, nous avons déjà demandé, ce qui me paraît la sagesse, que la Banque centrale européenne, la Commission européenne, dans les heures qui viennent, nous fasse une évaluation plus précise des conséquences du déclenchement de SWIFT sur les intérêts économiques européens.
And this is exactly why there is now such unity of purpose inside the European Union for the implementation of the sanction package that we have agreed today. We stand here, the President of ECOFIN, the President of our Central Bank, Executive Vice President of our Commission, and myself as President of the Eurogroup are now focused on how we implement the package of measures that was agreed last night by our leaders in such a way to mitigate any possibility of their avoidance. We will also be issuing later on a full statement in relation to our deliberations today on the digital euro. I can handle any questions on that at a later point. But overall, the message continues to be of one of unity, not just for considering the future, but an absolute determination upon all of us to implement comprehensively the measures that were agreed last night.
Since both questions are related, well, as regards SWIFT, as it has been very clear, all the options are on table. Given the potentially far-reaching implications of cutting off Russia from SWIFT, of course, this option had to be presented to member states also with an assessment on exact implications so that member states can take informed choice about this option. But it's clearly that all options are on table, including SWIFT. Second question on Russia's gas supplies and EU's dependency on Russia's gas supplies. It's clear that we cannot change our energy systems, energy architecture in a matter of days. So it's clear that we have to learn lessons. We have to reduce our dependency from Russia's supply. We need to diversify. Already, when we were faced with a price hike of energy, which was primarily driven by high prices of natural gas, European Commission put on table proposals on organizing a joint natural gas procurement, organizing a strategic natural gas reserve, in order to be more immune against possible manipulations, energy market manipulations by Russia. As you know, the European Commission is now actually investigating whether the current practices of Gazprom does not amount to the market manipulation, because demand is there, prices are very high, but supplies are not following. Clearly, there are question marks whether that follows market practices. So we are also assessing the question of natural gas from the opposite angle. What happens, for example, if Russia decides to cut off gas supplies as a retaliatory action, for example? And our assessment is that not without problems, but we will be able to manage. There had been a number of steps which had been taken in recent months and weeks to allow this situation. Well, this week, the Prime Minister of Norway and the CEO of the largest Norwegian energy company, Equinor, were in Brussels. We were discussing those topics. They were saying that they are currently supplying more than 100% of what they can supply, so they're doing everything to help us at this moment. So we will need to look also on diversification of supplies. So clearly this is one of the lessons we have to learn. Thank you.
The crypto question that you had. As you know, whenever there is a ban, a prohibition, or a mechanism in place to boycott or prohibit, there are always criminal ways that will try to circumvent the prohibition or the ban, which is why it is so critically important.
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. It is 10 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, and you are tuning in to a live feed that we are getting from France. We know the French finance minister and Germany finance ministers are meeting in this joint news conference today, talking about the economy and, of course, the situation between Russia and Ukraine as Russia continues to wage war on that country. Again, you are watching Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we'll have another update on this situation when we come right back.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mackenzie Stasko. It is just past 10 o'clock here on the East Coast, and we, of course, are following the war between Russia and Ukraine. We want to take you out to Kiev, Ukraine, a live look at Ukraine's capital city here right now. Again, we know that Russia is continuing to wage a full-scale war in Ukraine, the Russian military targeting a number of locations, including the capital city of Kiev, as you see here, the second largest city of Ukraine, Kharkiv, and of course, Russia also launching troops north from Crimea. Now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that 137 heroes, including 10 military officers, have been killed on day one while fighting against Russian forces that, again, have decided to invade Ukraine. We want to take you out to this video that we have here coming in to our desk with the situation going on in Ukraine. Let's see if we can get that video to you. It looks like it is frozen at the moment. We will take you back out to this shot of Kiev, Ukraine. Again, a situation that we are monitoring is that we are now in day 2 of Russia deciding to invade Ukraine. We're trying to get you this new video coming into our desk. It looks like it is not wanting to work at the moment, so we are going to reset, and we will of course reset and bring you this updated information about the situation between Russia and Ukraine right after this 2-minute break. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It is just past 10 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. You are taking a live look at Kiev, Ukraine. We want to bring you up to speed with everything that we have learned overnight. Russia is continuing to wage a full-scale war in Ukraine. Now, the Russian military targeting a number of locations, including the capital of Kiev, the second largest city of Kharkiv, and launching troops north from Crimea. Now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that 137, quote, heroes, including 10 military officers, had been killed just one day while fighting against Russian forces that, again, have decided to invade his country. We want to take you out to this video that we have into our desk overnight of the situation between Russia and Ukraine. Let's see if this video will play for you. It looks like this video is frozen at the moment. We're going to try and figure out this situation as to why this video is not playing for you. But again, we want to bring you up to speed with everything that is going on. Let's see if we can get this going while we work to get this video going. We want to let you know that Ukrainian president, again, says that at least 137 troops have been killed, including 10 military officers. That is just on day one of this war with Russia that Russian President Vladimir Putin has decided to start. Now, in addition to that, we do know that at least 316 people have been wounded, again, just on day one alone. One of Zelensky's advisors said around 400 Russian troops had been killed. However, Russia has not provided an official tally on the casualty toll to Russian troops. So again, we are working to get some of this video playing for you. Let's see if it'll go. Okay, well, it looks like we are not able to play this video, but again, we are going to reset, try and get this technology working for you on this Friday morning. So we are going to take a quick 2-minute break and we'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look at Kiev, Ukraine this morning, where we know that Russian forces continue to advance and wage war across Ukraine. Now, the Russian military is targeting a number of locations, including the capital of Kiev, as you see there, the second largest city in Ukraine of Kharkiv, and also launching troops north from Crimea. Now, Ukrainian's president says that at least 137 quote, heroes, including 10 military officers, had been killed on day one while fighting against Russian forces, which again have invaded Ukraine. Now, in addition to that, we do know that at least 316 other people have been wounded. We want to take you out to this video that has been coming into our desk, trying to, again, bring you the latest video that we have. Again, we do know that at least 316 people have been wounded just on day one of this war. One of the president's advisors also said that around 400 Russian troops have been injured. Again, however, Russia has not provided an official toll on that. Now, because Russia's military does outnumber Ukraine's, we do know that the Ukrainian president is now banning all men ages 18 and 60 years old from leaving the country and asking them to fight back against Russian forces. Now, Ukraine's president himself announced that he and his family are staying in Ukraine. That decision comes despite information that Russian troops are targeting the leader and his family. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
The head of state. Політично знищивши главу держави. За наявною у нас інформацією. According to our information, the enemy has listed me as target number 1 and my family as target number 2. They want to destroy the country politically, terminating the head of state. Політично знищивши главу держави.
And we also want to get you this other video that we have taking you to the scene of where Russia, again, is invading Ukraine. We know that the capital city of Kiev this morning, many people there woken up to explosions and gunfire, again, that were seen and heard in the Ukrainian capital city of Kiev. Now, while Russia continues to attack Ukraine from land, sea, and air, we have learned that the Kremlin says that Russia is actually ready to begin talks with Ukraine. Now, we do know that the Kremlin says Russia, again, is ready to send a delegation to Belarus for talks with Ukrainian officials. Ukraine's president said he is willing to discuss a non-aligned status for Ukraine. Moscow has demanded Ukraine drop its bid to join NATO and adopt a neutral status. As soon as we get more information on if that delegation does in fact happen, we will of course bring that to you live, raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Now, meantime, residents of a scar in northeastern Ukraine woke up early to the sound of Russian strikes and the sight of smoke rising from the city of Kharkiv. The bombing was about 6 miles from where the woman who captured this video on her cell phone was taken. Russia's military said yesterday that it has used precision weapons to target sites across Ukraine after Russian President Vladimir Putin declared the start of Operation simply war in Ukraine. And we also want to show you this new satellite imagery which captured fires burning at a Ukrainian airbase in Chuhuiv, southeast of Kharkiv, after the Russian military reportedly launched strikes targeting the installation. Now, the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine has confirmed that Russian forces have attacked a number of airports and air bases, including this one. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said Kyiv could well be under siege. There's concern that it could be taken over the weekend, again, in what U.S. officials believe is a brazen attempt by Russian President Vladimir Putin to install his own regime. And we also have this new video coming into our desk as Russia continues to advance farther into Ukraine. You are taking a look at some of the Ukrainian refugees who have had to flee their country. Now, again, this is video of refugees crossing the border into Hungary today. The country has extended legal protection to citizens and nationals fleeing the violence caused by Russia. The refugees are being met by Hungarian armed forces who are assisting them, thankfully, in securing food, shelter, and other care. While thousands of people and Ukrainians flee to nearby countries, there are thousands of others who have chosen to stay. This is video taken in Kiev. You can see some people went deep underground as night fell in Kiev, the capital city, jamming the city's subway stations. Of course, everybody trying to seek shelter as we showed you in those videos. Loud explosions heard overnight again as Russian troops move into the city. And this invasion now amounts to the largest ground war in Europe since World War II. And now to a story that we first broke to you here on Live Now from Fox yesterday. Russian troops have also seized control of the former Chernobyl nuclear power plant. This was the site of the world's biggest nuclear disaster of all time. Now, a nuclear reactor at the plant, just for some background for some of you watching at home. Now, the nuclear reactor at the plant, which is located about 80 miles north of Kiev, it exploded in April of 1986, sending a radioactive cloud across Europe, which exposed millions to dangerous levels of radiation. Now, the exploded reactor was covered by a protective shield several years ago to prevent any sort of radiation leaks. The areas around the plant now remain completely uninhabitable. Staffers, though, at the decommissioned plant are allegedly being held hostage by invading Russian soldiers. Our Fox team is taking a look at this site and why Ukraine's president called the invasion and takeover of the former nuclear plant a, quote, declaration of war on all of Europe.
Russian forces and tanks surrounded one of the most radioactive places on Earth Thursday and took control. It was described as a fierce battle as Ukrainian National Guards attempted to protect the former nuclear plant where radioactivity is still leaking from an explosion 36 years ago.
It's obviously worrying.
The decommissioned Chernobyl nuclear power plant was the scene of a 1986 explosion after one of its reactors caught fire, shattering the building and spewing radioactive material into the night sky. Ukrainian forces set up the Chernobyl exclusion zone, a 1,000 square mile zone of forest surrounding the shuttered plant, which lies between the Belarus-Ukraine border and the Ukrainian capital, Kiev, in order to prevent a repeat of what happened in '86. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said officers did everything they could to defend it, but lost the battle.
So this might be a way for them to pull Ukrainian forces away from protecting those roads. And there are reports that there have been Ukrainians have destroyed Russian tanks up in that area.
The worry here is that any attack on the waste repository could send radioactive dust over not only Ukrainian territories, but Belarus, as well as other countries in Europe. But experts say the likelihood of something like that happening is slim.
So this is the world's largest metal structure that has actually that's clearly ever been built. And it's been said to be able to withstand a tornado.
All right, thank you for that report. And in the meantime, President Joe Biden is meeting with NATO leaders today to discuss their strategy on Russia. But the U.S. and its allies are not going to punish Putin all of the way. Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins explains why in this report from Washington.
No letting up on day 2 as Putin continues pounding Ukrainian targets and Russian forces begin to enter the capital city. The city of Kiev could fall in days or even hours as Ukrainian troops face an overwhelming force. The U.S. announcing a new round of sanctions. President Biden going after oligarchs and top Russian banks, plus export controls aimed at Russia's high-tech needs.
We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia.
But the president stopped short of sanctioning Putin directly, and he did not kick Russia out of the major international banking system known as SWIFT.
I think you will see those kicking him out of SWIFT very much be in the game in the next few days, but it's a heck of a lot easier to do that if we bring the Europeans along.
Biden also says it could take time for these new sanctions to work.
Let's have a conversation in another month or so to see if they're working.
But Ukraine doesn't have time. Many residents seeking cover underground, in subway stations, uncertain about what comes next. Meanwhile, protesters are taken to the streets in Russia, speaking out against the Kremlin. While here at home, pro-Ukraine rallies are popping up coast to coast.
I'm a Ukrainian. I need to be with my people. I couldn't stay home alone and doing nothing.
As for how President Biden is handling the conflict, a majority of voters say he's not being tough enough on Putin. In Washington, Griff Jenkins, Fox News.
All right, Griff, thank you for that report. In the meantime, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson also vowing to completely cut Russia off from the UK's financial markets. This as he announces a fresh set of sanctions against Moscow, which includes freezing the assets of all major Russian banks, including the nation's largest bank. Let's listen in to what the Prime Minister had to say.
In fact, he is hurling the might of his military machine against a free and peaceful neighbour in breach of his own explicit pledge and every principle of civilized behaviour between states, spurning the best efforts of this country and our allies to avoid bloodshed. For this, Putin will stand condemned in the eyes of the world and of history. He will never be able to cleanse the blood of Ukraine from his hands. And although the UK and our allies tried every avenue for diplomacy until the final hour, I'm driven to conclude that Putin was always determined to attack his neighbour, no matter what we did. Now we see him for what he is, a blood-stained aggressor who believes in imperial conquest. Now we have a clear mission, diplomatically, politically, economically, and eventually militarily. This hideous and barbarous venture of Vladimir Putin must end in failure. At the G7 meeting this afternoon, we agreed to work in unity to maximise the economic price that Putin will pay for his aggression. And this must include ending Europe's collective dependence on Russian oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, countries that together comprise about half the world economy are now engaged in maximising pressure, economic pressure, on one that makes up a mere 2%. For our part today, the UK is announcing the largest and most severe package of economic sanctions that Russia has ever seen. With new financial measures, we're taking new powers to target Russian finance, in addition to the banks we've already sanctioned this week. Today, in concert with the United States, we are imposing a full asset freeze on VTB. More broadly, these powers will enable us totally to exclude Russian banks from the UK financial system, which is, of course, by far the largest in Europe, stopping them from accessing sterling and clearing payments through the UK.
And again, that was UK British Prime Minister Boris Johnson announcing major sanctions on Russia. You're taking a look at some new video coming into our desk today, illustrating the damage done to Ukraine and its capital city of Kiev, again, as those Russian forces continue to infiltrate the city and country. This in particular is an apartment building on the outskirts of the city of Kiev. Reports say that the building was initially damaged after shelling from the Russian military. Now, Ukrainian forces reportedly downed the Russian aircraft, causing it to crash into the building. Kiev's mayor says the damage was caused by rocket fragments and that at least 3 people had been critically injured. Now, there's also other video circulating on social media showing large explosions over Kiev. Ukraine's national news agency reported that a Russian military aircraft was shot down by the Ukrainian air defenses and then crashed into the city of Donetsk, while other reports said a Ukrainian air flight radar. We do know that civilian flights into and out of Ukraine were halted as Russia launched that invasion the other day. This animation shows the flight radar over Europe as Ukraine closed its airspace on Thursday. We do know Russian forces have captured an airport, which we reported to you earlier. Now, Moldova similarly closed its airspace to civilian flights on Thursday as the conflict escalated. And we do know that the country of Poland is currently working to prohibit any Russian flights, again, over the country of Poland. Some other new video coming into our desk as Russia continues its war in Ukraine. You're taking a look at a woman throwing her arms into the sky and taking a moment to pray to the saints that are painted on this monastery mural in the capital city of Kiev. The Ukrainian ambassador to the United States has condemned Russia's actions during a press conference yesterday. Let's listen in to what she had to say.
Dear friends, today at 5 a.m. Kiev time, the armed forces of Russian Federation launched a war against Ukraine. For the past 13 hours, my country is fighting simultaneous attacks from the east, south, north, and from the air. The Russian armed forces began to bomb the infrastructure on the territory of Ukraine, our airports, warehouses, facilities, and also civilian infrastructure. According to the latest data, they also attacked some of the hospitals. That was just the information that was out from the Minister of Health. And they also made an attempt to seize the Chernobyl nuclear power station. And the fight is going right there with Ukrainian National Guard protecting the Chernobyl station from the attack. The future of the world order depends on this. So what we ask all of our partners and friends to do now, first, massive sanctions for what Russia did to us in 2014, did to us for the past 8 years, and does now as they waged a full-scale war against Ukraine. Second, all the help our friends and allies can provide us with regard to the defensive capabilities. Our military and every Ukrainian is ready to defend our country. We need help in order to be able to defend our country. Ukraine is defending our home. We will defend our home, and it's time for all free and democratic nations who value the principles and the territorial integrity and the right of any country for peace to stand together with us, but not only stand together with us, act together with us to stop the war in Europe. Thank you very much, and I would be happy to answer questions.
All right, again, that was the United States Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S. We want to show you this video coming in of Russian police arresting close to 2,000 Russian citizens for protesting Russian President Vladimir Putin's decision to invade and start a war in Ukraine. Now, half of these protesters were arrested in Moscow. Demonstrations were held in the capital city as well as St. Petersburg. A report from NPR shows that local human rights advocates have started a petition demanding that troops withdraw. We do know that that petition has garnered at least 330,000 signatures in just one day. Now, along with citizens who were arrested protesting this war in Ukraine, we do know that several Russian celebrities and public figures are also speaking out against the attack. We also know that a director with a state-funded Moscow theater has reportedly quit her job, saying, quote, "It is impossible to work for a killer and get paid by him." Now, the invasion is impacting a number of global events this morning. Sources say that the championship soccer game for the Champions League will be played in Paris this year instead of St. Petersburg. So on top of those global sanctions, we are starting to see some organizations and businesses pull out of events planned in Russia. Now, on top of that championship soccer game being moved to Paris, we know that Ukrainian officials have also asked that all Russian clubs to be banned from international competitions. Meanwhile, organizers of the Eurovision Song Contest are facing backlash this morning after announcing Russia will still be allowed to compete despite the invasion. Now, moving on to other news pertaining to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The price of crude oil is going up as gas price averages are surging due to this war. We know prices at gas pumps are going up across the country about 20 to 30 cents a gallon. Again, a result of Russia invading Ukraine, and that is according to the president of Lipo Oil Associates. And that means the national average of gas could climb toward to $4 a gallon and possibly reach up to $5 a gallon at some time soon in California. Buyers of oil shying away from Russian crude oil because of possible sanctions on it. The Biden administration is watching supplies for disruptions and hoarding issues. Now, as the price of crude oil surges, as we just mentioned, many Americans are choosing to stock up on gas and heating oil, fearing that if they don't fill up now, it could cost them more in the future. Fox's John Monahan has this story.
Paquette Fuel is busy. Mike Paquette says people are trying to fill up their oil tanks before prices go up again.
They'll order 100 gallons, but most will want to fill up because they know it's going up.
Oil is now $95 a barrel. That's $3.50 a gallon.
Somebody gets 200, 220 gallons, and you're talking $800-900 for a fill up.
Mike's been in the oil business for 2 decades. He's never seen prices this high.
No, not like this. Not like this. In the last 2 to 3 weeks, oil's been up 40 cents. It's crazy right now.
People are doing what they can to cope. And you have oil heat at home?
Oil heat at home.
How's that hitting you?
Not too bad, because the pellet stove saves me.
Nathan DeFonzica says he sees it at the pump, too. What's it costing you to fill your truck up?
This is about $140.
And what was it last year?
Probably about 70, 75.
He, like many, frustrated by the ever-increasing prices to fuel his truck and his house.
To be honest with you, they're both horrible.
And with cyber attacks hitting some Ukrainian banks and institutions, how could Russian cyber attacks hit American personal accounts? Well, cybersecurity experts say Americans do need to be proactive in protecting their assets from cyber attacks. They were reminding us for maximizing asset protection. So if your accounts have any internet access, you may want to change your passwords and, of course, use best practices such as multi-factor authentication, and watch what websites you're on and what emails you click. Amazon, Google, and others are part of a joint cyber defense collaborative to try and help and thwart those attacks. Now, switching gears, we do want to move to some political news that we are getting into our desk this morning. You are taking a live look at the Supreme Court. We do know President Joe Biden today will be nominating Federal Appeals Court Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court. This will make her the first black woman selected to serve on a court that once declared her race unworthy of citizenship and actually endorsed segregation. Now, Jackson would be the current court's second black justice. Justice Clarence Thomas, currently on right now, is a conservative. He is the other and just the third in history. Now, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we'll have much more and a few more top stories coming up in just 2 minutes. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We just want to give you a recap on some breaking news that came into our desk here today. We do again know that President Joe Biden today will be nominating Federal Appeals Court Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson to the United States Supreme Court. Now, this is going to make her the first black woman selected to serve on a court that once declared her race unworthy of citizenship and endorsed segregation. Jackson is going to be the current court's second black justice. Justice Clarence Thomas, a conservative, is the other and just the third in history. Now, we also want to bring you up to speed with the situation going on in Ukraine. You're taking a live look at Kiev, Ukraine, of course, the country's capital city. Again, we do know that Russian troops are moving forward and pushing forward on day 2 of this war that Russian President Vladimir Putin has launched in Ukraine. Now, we do know that the Ukrainian president has said that at least 137 troops, including 10 military officers, have been killed. Again, that was just on day 1 of fighting against Russian forces that are invading their country. In addition to that, we do know that at least 316 people have been wounded. One of the president's advisors said around 400 Russian troops have been killed. However, Russia has not provided an official casualty toll on that. Now, because Russia's military is outnumbering Ukraine's troops, we also know that Ukraine's president is banning all Ukrainian men between the ages of 18 and 60 years old from leaving the country and asking them to fight back against Russian forces. Now, as we reported to you yesterday, President Joe Biden announced a new package of serious sanctions against Russian President Vladimir Putin and Russia as a whole. We do know that most of these sanctions are financially related. Some they will begin to see the impact in the short term and also the long term. So again, we want to listen into what President Joe Biden had to say about the sanctions he is issuing on Russia following their invasion of Ukraine. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon. The Russian military has begun a brutal assault on the people of Ukraine. Without provocation, without justification, without necessity, this is a premeditated attack. Vladimir Putin has been planning this for months, as we've been saying all along. He moved more than 175,000 troops, military equipment and positions along the Ukrainian border. He moved blood supplies into position and built a field hospital, which tells you all you need to know about his intentions all along. He rejected every good faith effort the United States and our allies and partners made to address our mutual security concerns through dialogue to avoid needless conflict and avert human suffering. For weeks, we have been warning that this would happen. And now it's unfolding largely as we predicted. In the past week, we've seen shelling increase in the Donbass, a region in eastern Ukraine controlled by Russian-backed separatists. The Russian government has perpetrated cyber attacks against Ukraine. We saw a staged political theater in Moscow, outlandish and baseless claims that Ukraine was about to invade and launch a war against Russia, that Ukraine was prepared to use chemical weapons, that Ukraine committed a genocide. Without any evidence, we saw a flagrant violation of international law in attempting to unilaterally create 2 new so-called republics on sovereign Ukrainian territory. And at the very moment that the United Nations Security Council was meeting to stand up for Ukraine's sovereignty, to stave off invasion, Putin declared his war. Within moments, missile strikes began to fall on historic cities across Ukraine. Then came the air raids, followed by tanks and troops rolling in. We've been transparent with the world. We've shared declassified evidence about Russia's plans and cyber attacks and false pretexts so that there could be no confusion or cover-up about what Putin was doing. Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war. And now he and his country will bear the consequences. Today, I'm authorizing additional strong sanctions and new limitations on what can be exported to Russia. This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time. We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia and to minimize the impact on the United States and our allies. I want to be clear, the United States is not doing this alone. For months, we've been building a coalition of partners representing well more than half the global economy. 27 members of the European Union, including France, Germany, Italy, as well as the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and many others, to amplify the joint impact of our response. I just spoke with the G7 leaders this morning, and we're in full and total agreement. We will limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen to be part of the global economy. We'll limit their ability to do that. We're going to stunt the ability to finance and grow the Russian military. We're going to impose and we're going to impair their ability to compete in high-tech 21st century economy. We've already seen the impact of our actions on Russia's currency and the ruble, which early today hit its weakest level ever in history. The Russian stock market plunged today. The Russian government borrowing rate spiked by over 15%. In today's actions, we've now sanctioned Russian banks that together hold around $1 trillion in assets. We've cut off Russia's largest bank, a bank that holds more than 1/3 of Russia's banking assets by itself, cut it off from the U.S. financial system. And today, we're also blocking 4 more major banks. That means every asset they have in America will be frozen. This includes VTB, the second largest bank in Russia, which has $250 billion in assets. As promised, we're also adding the names to the list of Russian elites and their family members that we're sanctioning as well. As I said on Tuesday, these are people who personally gained from the Kremlin's policies, and they should share in the pain. We will keep up this drumbeat of those designations against corrupt billionaires in the days ahead. On Tuesday, we stopped the Russian government from raising money from U.S. or European investors. Now we're going to apply the same restrictions to Russia's largest state-owned enterprises, companies with assets that exceed $1.4 trillion. Some of the most powerful impacts of our actions will come over time as we squeeze Russia's access to finances and technology for strategic sectors of its economy and degrade its industrial capacity for years to come. Between our actions and those of our allies and partners, we estimate that we'll cut off more than half of Russia's high-tech imports. It'll strike a blow to their ability to continue to modernize their military. It'll degrade their aerospace industry, including their space program. It'll hurt their ability to build ships, reducing their ability to compete economically. And it will be a major hit to Putin's long-term strategic ambitions. And we're preparing to do more. In addition to the economic penalties we're imposing, we're also taking steps to defend our NATO allies, particularly in the East. Tomorrow, NATO will convene a summit. We'll be there to bring together the leaders of 30 allied nations and close partners to affirm our solidarity and to map out the next steps we will take to further strengthen all aspects of our NATO alliance. Although we provided over $650 million in defensive assistance to Ukraine just this last year, let me say it again. Our forces are not and will not be engaged in the conflict with Russia in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight in Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies and reassure those allies in the East. As I made crystal clear, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory with the full force of American power. And the good news is, NATO is more united and more determined than ever. There is no doubt that the United States and every NATO ally will meet our Article 5 commitments, which says an attack on one is an attack on all. Over the past few weeks, I ordered thousands of additional forces to Germany and Poland as part of our commitment to NATO. On Tuesday, in response to Russia's aggressive action, including its troop presence in Belarus and the Black Sea, I've authorized the deployment of ground and air forces already stationed in Europe to NATO's eastern flank allies, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Romania. Our allies have also been stepping up, adding the other allies, the rest of NATO, adding their own forces and capabilities to ensure collective defense. And today, within hours of Russia's unleashing its assault, NATO came together and authorized and activated an activation of response plans. This will enable NATO's high readiness forces to deploy and when and where they are needed to protect our NATO allies on the eastern boundaries of Europe. And now I'm authorizing additional U.S. force capabilities to deploy to Germany as part of NATO's response, including some of the U.S.-based forces that the Department of Defense placed on standby weeks ago. I've also spoken with Defense Secretary Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, about preparations for additional moves should they become necessary to protect our NATO allies and support the greatest military alliance in the history of the world, NATO. As we respond, my administration is using the tools, every tool at its disposal, to protect American families and businesses from rising prices at the gas pump. You know, we're taking active steps to bring down the cost, and American oil and gas companies should not exploit this moment to hike their prices to raise profits. You know, in our sanctions package, we specifically designed to allow energy payments to continue. We are closely monitoring energy supplies for any disruption. We've been coordinating with major oil producing and consuming countries toward our common interest to secure global energy supplies. We are actively working with countries around the world to elevate collective release from the strategic petroleum reserves of major energy consuming countries. And the United States will release additional barrels of oil as conditions warrant. I know this is hard and that Americans are already hurting. I will do everything in my power to limit the pain the American people are feeling at the gas pump. This is critical to me. But this aggression cannot go unanswered. If it did, the consequences for America would be much worse. America stands up to bullies. We stand up for freedom. This is who we are. Let me also repeat the warning I made last week. If Russia pursues cyber attacks against our companies, our critical infrastructure, we are prepared to respond. For months, we've been working closely with the private sector to harden our cyber defenses, sharpen our ability to respond to Russian cyber attacks as well. I spoke last night to President Zelensky of Ukraine, and I assured him that the United States, together with our allies and partners in Europe, will support the Ukrainian people as they defend their country. We'll provide humanitarian relief to ease their suffering. And in the early days of this conflict, Russia propaganda outlets will keep trying to hide the truth and claim success for its military operation against a made-up threat.
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. It is just before 11 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. You were just listening in to President Joe Biden's announcement from yesterday, announcing new sanctions on Russia over its multi-front war on Ukraine. Again, this is coming into our desk. President Biden, again, announcing several sanctions on Russia, but he did stop short of sanctioning Russian President Vladimir Putin himself and did not announce a ban on Russia from the SWIFT banking system, saying that Europe is not on board with such a move. Now, the sanctions that Biden issued to Russia would target more major Russian banks. He says that the sanctions will make it harder for Russia to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen, and said that there will be new limitations on what can be exported to Russia. In addition to that, the sanctions will also be targeting Russia's elitists as well. So again, that is coming from President Joe Biden amid Russia invading and starting a war in Ukraine. You can see on the right-hand corner of your screen, that is a live shot of Kiev, Ukraine, the country's capital city. We do know that Russian troops are continuing to advance in the city. And on the bottom right hand of your screen, we do know that President Joe Biden is expected to officially announce his pick for the Supreme Court of the United States. We have learned who that pick is going to be. It is expected to be Federal Appeals Court Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. This will make her the first black woman selected to serve on the Supreme Court. She is going to be the current court's second black justice. Justice Clarence Thomas, who is currently on the court, a conservative, is the other, and just the third in history. Again, it is 11 o'clock here on the East Coast. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, our Live Now Fox team from in Phoenix, Arizona, Christy Larson, she is going to be taking over our coverage. Again, we'll be back in just 2 minutes.
Good morning and welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Live look right now in Kiev as we continue to see Russian forces pushing their way through. There has been reports that they have gained ground and continue to surround the capital here, where officials are warning residents and others that it could fall within a matter of days. We've been keeping you up to date with always the latest news and information here as, again, Ukraine's capital under the threat as Russia continues to press forward with their invasion. This is, again, a live picture. What we want to do is continue with our live content. That's what we're known here for on Live Now from Fox. So whether it's happening around the world or right here across the United States, we always look for those top latest press conferences that are coming to us. And we do actually have one happening at this time. So what I want to do is jump into a press conference that's happening now. This is coming out of Illinois. We do have Senator Dick Durbin, who is talking with community members about this Russian invasion. He's already started his meeting. So what we want to do is, of course, jump in live, bring you this latest coverage. Let's go ahead, listen in to what's being said as he's explaining the Russian invasion and how we move on and help our Ukrainian refugees.
Partisan congressional delegation ever to attend from the United States, and the reason was obvious. It was Ukraine. And across this conference, NATO allies and friends made it clear that we are opposed to the hostilities that Vladimir Putin has created. We also were surprised to have President Zelensky on Saturday come and speak to us last Saturday in Munich. Many people said he was risking his life to do it, and I believe he was. I think you should know, if you don't already, that the United States was providing protection and security for him for that trip so that he could make an appeal, personal appeal, to the people of the world in light of what he was facing. From the Munich Security Conference, I went to Poland, in Warsaw, meeting with the President of Poland and their leaders to discuss their concerns about what this can mean to that country. Of course, you in this room know the map of Europe better than most Americans, and you realize that Belarus borders on Poland, Lithuania, and Latvia, and the fact that they are gathering some 30,000 troops or more, Russian troops in Belarus, for what they call an exercise, is creating fear in those countries as well. Then we went from a land which is very personal to me, Lithuania, where my mother was born, and met with the leaders of their government too. 2 days ago, I had lunch in a camp in Lithuania for NATO troops, and I sat at a table with 3 Illinois soldiers, 2 men and a young woman. They were from areas of our state which you may or may not be familiar with. One was from Montgomery, Illinois, which is near Aurora. Another was from Kankakee, and the third was from Latham, which is down in central Illinois. They are soldiers assigned ordinarily to Fort Riley, Kansas, but for 5 months they have been in Lithuania, training Lithuanian troops involved in exercises so that Lithuania will be ready to play its role, do its part if necessary, to stand up for NATO. The same thing is happening in Poland. I know we have representatives of the German government here, and I want to thank them for the contributions they have made through NATO, and the other nations, the Canadians, the British, and so many others who are putting their troops on the line, on this line of defense against Putin. At this point, we don't know where this is moving to, but we know that we have to respond forcefully. We have to put sanctions on Vladimir Putin, the likes of which he's never seen in his life. Russia has to understand there's a price to be paid, not just in terms of the token resistance of the world, but the real resistance that translates into an impact on the lifestyle of people living in Russia. I am heartened by the fact that demonstrators in Russia are coming out in the streets and being arrested by the hundreds because of their courage to defy Putin. Think about that. We talk about freedom of speech. They don't have it. They have a dictator who is making life miserable for anyone who disagrees with him publicly. So we need to impose sanctions which will hit the I keep saying Soviet Union, hit Russia for what they are, murderous invaders in an innocent country. We also have to go after the frat boys, I call them, the oligarchs, those who are supporting Vladimir Putin. It is inconceivable to me that the West can condemn what they are doing in Russia and then give them shopping holidays in New York or lavish luxury apartments in London or yachts off of some place in South America or Spain. We have to put all of these people on notice that they are no longer acceptable and invited to be part of our lives. They need to take their kids out of college. They need to sell off their vacation homes. They need to retreat back to Moscow or wherever they want, but not in the freedom-loving world, as long as Putin is on the march. What is good news is that we have unity in Washington on this issue, Republicans and Democrats. Our trip was equally, both parties represented, and feel strongly that we need to stand together to send this message out across the world. For those in Chicagoland area who say, well, I'm from a different part of the world, this doesn't affect me, it does. What is at stake here is really very basic. As you travel across Europe, you run across cemeteries of the soldiers, the fallen soldiers from the United States, the men and women who went overseas to fight the battle against the Nazis, against the communists over the years, and gave their lives in doing it. They were standing up for principles and values which are still as viable today as they were 75 years ago. If we are going to have a peaceful world, we need a world order. And someone like Putin cannot defy that world order and set out to destroy an innocent nation like Ukraine. I'm sorry to say that there are some politicians in the United States and in other countries who are making excuses for Putin. I'm not one of them, I never will be. This notion that he is entitled to some, quote, sphere of influence just enrages me. That sphere of influence would be at the mercy of the poor people in Ukraine and other countries. And frankly, that is an unacceptable outcome in this situation. We need to stand together as a world against this kind of aggression. Ukraine is today's victim. There could be another tomorrow. But I want to say this for the people of Ukraine, we are all part of the same family in standing together against this aggression. Let me at this point open it up to any questions or comments.
Thank you very much. We will take questions. I would like to just say that we are heartened by the unity of support for Ukraine. And I'd like to point out the fact that just yesterday and today, the city of Chicago, the mayor of Chicago and the city council passed a resolution in support of Ukraine. Also today we have a resolution or proposed at the state level in the legislature with unanimous support for Ukraine from the Illinois legislature. We are heartened by the support. Also, Governor Pritzker expressed his support in a formal statement. So we are here in Illinois really together supporting Ukraine. I also would like to mention two other things before we go ahead. One is the fact that we should not really fall for the current Russian propaganda of providing videos for our press of all the bombings and all the fires, because we are not seeing on the general media presentations and on TV the fact that Ukrainians are fighting. They are actually bringing down Russian planes. They are using anti-missile technology to bring down these missiles that are being thrown. And we need more of that from the United States. We need real support for realistic, real weapons for Ukraine, because Ukrainians are fighting. I had calls all night from people in Kiev saying that people are not panicking, Ukrainians are fighting, and they want the world to know it, because the way it's being presented, it looks like Russia is just coming in and they have no opposition. There is a lot of opposition from the Ukrainian army and Ukrainian people. So we want to make that clear.
Can I say one other thing? His daughter came to this morning and gave me a copy of a book, the story of Julian Koulis, who over the years has been my right hand when it comes to issues involving Ukraine. Unfortunately, he's ill and cannot join us this morning, but I know he's here in spirit, and I just wanted to mention his name.
So we have questions. Paul, please go ahead. Very
Hello.
brief, please.
Senator Durbin, great to see you. Thank you for coming here. We appreciate the strong ties you've had with our Ukrainian community. Let me move over here.
Yeah.
Senator Durbin.
I'm going to try to give you an opportunity to use this.
The microphone is our friend, right, Senator?
Well, we'll see.
This is strictly for the press.
It's okay. To je to press.
Yeah.
Senator Durbin, like many people here, my wife and I have very, very close family in Ukraine. Is the war substantially advanced the other night? And I say advanced because we all know the war has been going on for 8 years now. We started calling our relatives to see how they were holding up. One of the first calls was to my niece Diana, a wife and a mother of 2 young children. And we wanted to see how she was holding up and how they were doing. She was in tears. She described and told us how terrified her 2 children were because they were hearing the bombing and the shelling that was happening close by. They live in western Ukraine, not very far from the Polish border. And yet the airfield that was near them was obliterated by the Russian bombing. And that was done so that the Russians would prevent the West from sending in humanitarian aid. We know that all of the airfields that they hit with bombs and rockets right on the first initial attacks. She said they're in fear for their lives, but they're not going to flee. My wife Olya tried to console her by letting her know that Uncle Pavlo would be meeting with you, one of the most powerful people in Washington, someone very close to President Biden today. And she said, please, tell Senator Biden to help Ukraine more now than ever. Get the hardest sanctions on Ukraine now before more Ukrainian blood is spilled. Get Russia out of the SWIFT system. Get an Iron Dome system in Ukraine, like Israel has to protect against missile and rocket attacks. Declare Russia a state sponsor of terrorism. This is a very, very important designation, and we need to see that happen sooner rather than later. And please, 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 she pleaded, don't force Ukraine to capitulate, because the Ukrainian people have chosen to live like we do in the West. They know what it's like to live under Russian occupation. Ukrainians have suffered too long under Moscow regimes. They don't want to do that. They have chosen. They went from a neutral constitutional country to one where they baked into their constitution their NATO aspirations and their Western aspirations. And she pleaded, don't settle for peace in Ukraine at any cost. We do not need a Minsk III. We've had one, we've had two, we don't need a three. What we do need, though, is we need an independent, democratic, freedom-loving country that America will assist in its existential fight against Russian occupation. Please, Senator Durbin, take this message to the President. Thank you very much. Pavlo, last name Bandrywsky.
Humanitarian help for Ukraine right now. And the other question is, there are over around 5,000 U.S. troops that are sent to Poland and to the Baltic countries. Do you plan to extend or to expand this military help for the NATO countries?
Well, let me say a word first about Poland. As I said earlier, much gratitude for the people of Poland accepting people from Ukraine, and this has been going on for some time. It is a welcoming situation. I think the Ukrainian people are treated well in Poland, and now there are more coming, as we can see in the news. I think the United States should be part of the humanitarian assistance in Poland, as well as humanitarian assistance that we can get into Ukraine, because there will be great need. People can't go to work as normal, or church or shop as normal. Very difficult situations and challenging because of the violence and hostilities taking place. So we discussed, we had a meeting last night with the members of the Senate and the leaders in the Biden administration. The Secretary of Defense, Mr. Austin, Secretary of State, Mr. Blinken, Homeland Security, Yellen with the Department of Treasury, and we discussed this as emergency supplemental appropriation, so humanitarian assistance would be provided quickly. And so I think we are moving in that direction on a bipartisan basis. The sooner the better.
If I may, $20 million just today was appropriated by the state of Illinois for humanitarian assistance for Ukraine.
Good. It all helps.
In the Ukrainian community, the young people in the community are organizing at a very fast pace for humanitarian aid. We realize how millions of refugees will be crossing the border to Poland, so thank you very much to Poland for accepting them. Next, please.
Senator Robert Bloomberg, Chicago Latvian Association. Question, I just received a call yesterday morning from a friend in Riga. He asked me if I could take in his wife and children. He's worried about Russian incursion into the Baltics. Should he be scared, or do you think this is a bit overwrought?
I would not use the word scared. Concerned, yes. First, Most people don't know that Belarus is on the border with Latvia. And to have this man, they ask you, if you don't mind sitting down, thank you. Belarus is on the border with Latvia and Lithuania and Poland, and there may be more. I'm trying to recall the map. But now they have this exercise taking place with over 30,000 Russian troops, and they're staying. They were supposed to leave, they're staying. We all know that Lukashenko is an absolute pawn of Putin. He's a pawn of Putin, and his country has become a platform for military invasion. And we have to take that very seriously because of the Suwalki corridor, Suwalki gap that connects, that would connect Russia with Kaliningrad. There's particular concern about that junction. But I would say to all the Baltic states, we have put NATO forces, fortified them in, I believe Canadians are in Latvia if I'm not mistaken, Germans in Lithuania, and I don't know if British or in Estonia, I may be wrong. But it is a commitment to that region. I am concerned, very concerned, because of the vulnerability. Let's be honest about it. There are fewer than 3 million people living in Lithuania, fewer than 2 million in Latvia, and 1.3 million in Estonia. They would be very vulnerable to attack by Putin, and the NATO alliance is what keeps them safe.
Senator, could we also ask, I don't need to at all take away from what this discussion is about, but could we get your thoughts as well on the president's pick for the Supreme Court?
Well, if you don't mind, I'll respond to that because it's in the news and timely, and then we'll get right back to Ukraine. I received a call.
All right, guys, do want to say thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We are listening in live. U.S. Senator Dick Durbin here meeting with the community members. This happening in Illinois again. He is a Democratic senator for the state. And he just returned from the Munich Security Conference in Poland and Lithuania. And he is the co-chair of the Senate Ukraine Caucus and the Baltic Freedom Caucus. So he is here talking with community members about their concerns about some of those different movements of troops and different ways that the United States is responding to this invasion. What we're going to do is send our viewers off to a 2-minute break, continue listening into this event live right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Do you want to remind everyone that you can follow our Live Now from Fox social media pages to stay up to date on always the latest stories happening, not only with the Russia invasion, but also on stories happening here across the U.S. as well.
Reached out to Senator Grassley. He's my Republican counterpart from Iowa, as ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee this morning, and we're already in communication. We have a good working relationship. I think she is qualified for this job. We're going to go through the normal process of verifying that again, and the fact that we've done it recently should make it easier.
Might what's going on in Ukraine play an impact in those hearings?
Well, I don't think there's any direct relation between her nomination and the issue of what's happening in Ukraine. But the time, listen, the Senate and the House can walk and chew gum. We can do the ordinary, important constitutional work of our committees while still mindful of this potential hostility in Ukraine, which could affect so many lives, even in the United States.
Question right here.
Can you be more specific about specific sanctions that have yet to be imposed that you'd like to see imposed on Russia?
Well, I certainly want them to go after the oligarchs. I really believe, there's a man in prison in Belarus, or in Russia, in Navalny, who made the mistake of talking about dakas in Sochi and luxury homes in Sochi for Putin, and he's paying a heavy price for it. And as far as I'm concerned, it's an indication that Putin isn't in leadership just for his commitment to public service. There's a lot more to it. And we've got to make life difficult for the rich and infamous in Russia. That should be part of our recipe for putting pressure on him to get out of Ukraine.
And the golden visas for people who
are
wealthy enough to get an instant visa.
I've never been a fan of those. I know some people are, but I'm not. Yes.
Go ahead. Yeah.
This gentleman.
You mentioned sanctions. The most effective weapon, they say, is the purchase of energy from Russia. Is there unity between the United United States and the NATO countries that we are no longer importing gas and oil, which is being sold at almost $90 per barrel. Are we also stopping any type of export, things like that? Are you planning, or is there a plan to seize any kind of a trade, anything that's with Russia? Because hitting the oligarchs, it's a soft blow. As far as I'm concerned, I'm primarily concerned they can be effectively stop their war machine.
Understand that the SWIFT financial system and other sanctions go far beyond energy. They affect all international trade by Russia. And that's where we start. I went to the oligarchs because it's often asked, why don't you hit the Putin where he lives? But energy is certainly another area. To think that the United States is dependent on Russian oil and gas at all, is unacceptable to me. There are ways for us to take care of our own nation's needs without a dependence on a dictator.
My question, of course, I don't want to. First, I want to say that all Belarusians, our hearts are bleeding for Ukrainians, and we're standing together. We came up with a petition to Congress, actually, that Congress does all those measures that you mentioned today, but we shouldn't forget about Lukashenko, who is an accomplice, and Lukashenko, who is an accomplice of waging a war. And I know some sanctions were imposed yesterday by the United States, but I think more should be done. And Lukashenko supporters should be sanctioned too. His money should be found because he made a platform. Belarus became a platform of Russian aggression, not only to Ukraine, but Western countries, Baltic countries, and Poland as well.
Thank you. I've been to Minsk several times, met with Lukashenko once, and my feelings about him are well known. He is the last dictator in Europe. He is a man who now has stood for election in bogus elections time and again, and he has an incredible practice of announcing he's won an election and then imprisoning all those who are bold enough to run against him. He's done that before. He's done it again. I'm trying to remember Septiskaya, Svetlana Sikhanovskaya. Thank you for helping me remember that name. She has sought refuge in Lithuania, and they have provided security for herself and her children. She was at the Munich conference. I've met her in my office as well. Here's the reality. Lukashenko's days are numbered. The people of Belarus are fed up with his style and fed up with what he's done to this country. And when they took to the streets, he started putting them in prison. At the time, before the last election, there were 200 political prisoners in Belarus. Today, there are over 1,000. But his days are numbered. He may get help from Putin to hang on for a little longer, but he's going to go, and he should.
What I meant, he's an accomplice. He waged the war on Ukraine as well.
Absolutely. There's no question in my mind. If you look at the border of Ukraine, certainly the northern border is dominated by Belarus and Russian troops that were dispatched to that area. And they are descending now into Ukraine at various places, including near Chernobyl, and that's another issue. But yes, Belarus has been an accomplice to this horrible situation in Ukraine.
Frank Spula, President of the Polish Congress of America.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Senator.
Happy Punch Day Thursday, one day late.
Listen, you know, there's so many uncertainties right now that's taking place in Europe, and with this dictator Putin, nobody knows what's happening. And the United States has military in Poland, but President Biden has reinforced his position that the U.S. that the military will not engage in any military activities. And just by listening right here this morning, there are weapons that are sent out. President Zelensky is asking for help, asking for volunteers, and not letting people out of the country if they're under 18 years, specifically males. He wants them to volunteer their services, and that shows a commitment on the president and on the country themselves, on the citizens of Ukraine, to protect their own country. But when will the United States, if ever, even participate in any military action against Ukraine? Because that's what's needed right now. You can talk about freezing assets, you can talk about the oligarch, you can do humanitarian work, but these people need action, and the only way that you can get rid of Putin or his administration is by showing force. And I'm not sure the and again, listening to President Biden, I applaud the government for what we're doing as the United States. But is there any action that's going to help out these citizens of Ukraine at a current basis?
It is. I hope we're all committed to trying to avoid expanding a war. We don't want to expand it. We want it to end in Ukraine the right way, and that's what we're setting out to do. If we made any other commitment beyond our NATO allies and Article 5, it runs the risk of an escalating conflict, which could even reach a nuclear level. So I think Biden is taking careful steps. He's made it clear we're not committing American troops in Ukraine, but we're doing everything we can to discourage Putin and to support the people. I know it's frustrating, but we have alliances spelled out. The people here from Ukraine will say, what about Budapest? You know, what about what we did in giving up our nuclear weapons? We thought we were doing it with a guarantee of safety in the future. It wasn't as strong a guarantee as the NATO alliance or NATO treaties. And I think the president is being careful not to escalate this situation beyond saving Ukraine from Russian aggression.
As far as escalation, I think it's escalated. I mean, there are missiles falling on main cities and even the capital, so we are alarmed about the situation. Lilia Poulas, representing the Young
American Ukrainian Youth Association in Chicago. Glad to hear that there are measures, that you're going to propose measures for temporary status for Ukrainian citizens to come to the United States. Specifically, my question is, I'm getting emails and calls from American friends, Polish friends, friends of our community, members of our Ukrainian organization. What can we do about putting measures in place for the orphans in Ukraine who have no options available to them?
Well, that's a good question, Lillian. I haven't thought about it. I'd like to, and maybe you can give me some suggestions. But I think people in this country would open their arms up to help these young kids.
Yes,
So,
I just would like to get the discussion started on what the options would be.
yes, I couldn't agree with you more.
Thank you for your support, and we've discussed a lot of good points today. My question is if there is any consideration for waiving visa requirements for Ukrainians. Poland is welcoming Ukrainians. Ireland canceled visa requirements for Ukrainians. Is there a consideration that the United States will waive visa requirements?
Well, I know this Polish visa question very well. As long as I've been in the Senate and even in the House, this was a debate as to whether or not that would be changed, and progress has been made. It took a long time and a lot of patience to reach that point. And there comes a point where we had proven to them that there were no national security concerns for Polish visitors to the United States. And that's why it started to change in the right direction. I'd be willing to consider it, but I think in the conflict that we're currently in, it's a difficult time to do that.
All right, guys, we've been listening in here with Senator Dick Durbin as he, again, is talking with community members. But I do want to let you listen in live here for just a moment in Kiev. Listening in live right now in Kiev, there are sirens ringing out into the night air as, again, day 2 of this attack continues on. We do have Russian forces that have continued to push their way into the capital. We have even had extensive damage in some parts where we have seen Russian troops focused. We also have heard from President Zelensky, who says that he is the #1 target for Russian troops, saying his family is the #2 target, and they do want him gone here. So he has warned people that there could be possibly a time when it is the last time you see him alive. Russian forces continue to push into the capital city here. Destruction again is already settling into different parts of Kiev after Russia has begun their invasion. We have now gone through 2 days. After 1 day, we have heard reports of 137 troops who have been killed, troops and civilians, 300 or more who have been injured. We have also been hearing that residents are preparing themselves to continue to hold ground and attack those Russian troops that make their way across the country. Again, they are being attacked from 3 different sides. So they do have Russian troops coming from the south, the east, as well as the north. And their residents are even being told that they are expected to help when it comes to this fight. How many days could they possibly have where they keep things under control or try to keep Russian troops away? That's unknown here again at this time. So Russian troops here again bearing down on Ukraine's capital on Friday. Gunfire, explosions, and now also, as you just heard right here on Live Now from Fox, air sirens being heard. I do believe those sirens have stopped so far, but we will continue to keep an eye on this live picture plus our other live pictures that we do have coming out of Kiev. Here's just yet another one of just some of that skyline. So we will do our job here for you. That's all you have to do is stay tuned with us here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll continue to monitor all of the different movements happening in Ukraine. Again, we've been listening into just some of Senator Dick Durbin, who's back here in the United States after going to that Munich security conference in Poland and Lithuania. He's been speaking about some of the different ways that we're continuing to try to strategically prepare as this invasion continues. So what we'll do for all of our viewers, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, a lot of concern surrounds cybersecurity when it comes to these attacks. So Russia has threatened if there's people who get in the way, there will be consequences like you've never seen. There's also been threats from Russia that they could possibly attack different areas as far as cybersecurity goes for the United States. We speak with an expert, again, coming up right here on Live Now from Fox after a 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we have been keeping you on top of always those latest developments happening in Ukraine as Russia continues to push forward with their invasion and attack on citizens as well as the communities in Ukraine. Now, we have heard numbers being reported of up to 50,000 Ukrainians fleeing the country just within that first day, heading to border countries to find a little bit of refuge. Here, just moments ago, we were listening in live. I do have the audio still up on this picture, this live picture out of Kiev, but you can hear those sirens have silenced since they had just rung out into that night air moments ago. So they have been ringing out these sirens for a number of times throughout the day, as well as into the evening hours. Destruction already settling in parts of Kiev, Ukraine, after Russia has began its invasion. Remember, we are now into day 2. After day 1, we did have President Zelensky say that 137 troops and civilians, unfortunately, were killed on that first day. So that is what it comes down to, as these lives have been taken because of this attack. I know yesterday when we were speaking with some of our foreign policy experts, they were saying that's something at the end of the day we need to consider, is not only how long can these residents in Ukraine hold off these Russian troops, but at what stake as well. So we've heard time and time again some pleas from President Zelensky to see more support and call for more help, as again they do have Russian troops continuing to push their way through. Now, he also made a statement saying that there were, obviously, Russia has painted him as enemy number 1. He is a target, as well as his family as enemy number 2 that Russian troops would want to take down. So we're always following these latest developments. If we hear these sirens ringing out again from any of our live pictures we have coming from Kiev, of course, we'll be trying to monitor that, keep an eye on if anything follows those sirens as well. But one of the concerns that we have right here back at home is Russia has threatened cybersecurity attacks. We've seen it before, and could they possibly happen again with United States working as part of NATO with allies trying to stand behind Ukraine during this attack? Well, we do have live now from Fox's Dayton Everett, who speaks about that with a cybersecurity expert. Let's listen into that right here again on Live Now from Fox.
I want to bring in Kunal Anand, who is a CTO of Imperva and, quite frankly, an expert when it comes to cybersecurity. And Kunal, you are actually helping some of these banks in Ukraine right now amid the threats.
That's correct. We're actually helping many of these institutions, not just banks. It's really devastating what's going on, obviously physically, but also from a cyber perspective. We've seen some dramatic attacks over the last few weeks, and these attacks are designed to just go ahead and cripple core infrastructure, applications, services that people and Ukrainians really depend on. So it's been pretty crazy over the last couple of weeks.
So we were just listening in to President Biden, who has touted the fact that they have helped prepare Ukraine when it comes to these cyber attacks. Do you think that they were prepared for this?
Look, I'm spending time with a lot of our customers on the ground, and I think a lot of them need a lot of help right now. A lot of them need support. A lot of them need more guidance. A lot of them have never been through, obviously, anything like this before. So this is pretty unprecedented. A lot of them have never had to defend a network from a large attack. A lot of them have never had to worry about keeping an application or a really important backend for a mobile application up and running, and to withstand a large amount of traffic coming in. So, I mean, it's something that they're obviously not prepared for. We're seeing a lot of activity happening. We see a lot of critical applications and services going down right now. I think genuinely, Ukrainian organizations and enterprises of all sides need a lot of help right now. And I think organizations like Imperva and others can do a better job at sort of supplementing and giving them that aid.
From a cybersecurity point of view, I mean, how substantial are these attacks? How immense could the effects of this be for the Ukrainian government and economy?
Glad you asked that question. I think a lot of people, when they think of a cybersecurity attack, they just think, oh, a server goes down somewhere, that's no big deal. But let's take into context everything that's going on right now, which is you've got a country that's currently being invaded by another, and you have people, citizens, human beings that are just understanding where their money is, if they have access to it, maybe they want to get access to it, maybe they want to spend it, maybe they want to go somewhere, maybe they want to flee. How are they going to access their bank accounts? How are they going to go ahead and access that capital if the bank is down? How are they going to access it if those critical applications and services go down? And so how devastating could it be? You know, Russia's really smart. Russia has been very strong in offensive cybersecurity initiatives for years now. And they know that if they want to go and take a country, it's not just by taking it physically, but also from causing some harm and causing damage from a cyber perspective. I mean, look, if you can shut down banks, if you can shut down critical infrastructure on top of the invasion, the physical invasion that's going on, I mean, that's a pretty big combination and a lethal combination if you want to go and knock a country over.
Well, of course, these cyber attacks are not just hitting Ukraine, they're hitting other countries, including about to be the United States as well. Explain that to us, because there's other parts of Europe that are also getting hit hard, that you are addressing those situations as well.
Yeah, so for the last couple of weeks, we've seen some pretty big activity coming out of these nation states. So for example, Russia. So we've seen a lot of cyber attacks originating from Russia against various critical infrastructure companies and services organizations all throughout Central and Western Europe. So we've seen the activity specifically going after telecommunications providers, going after banks and financial institutions as well, and for the sole purpose of creating disruption. In other cases, maybe trying to steal data or trying to perform things like data exfiltration generally. And so we've seen these attacks. And of course, we see this behavior happen every single day. We process something on the order of trillions of requests every single month. And for us, it's not abnormal to see it, but what is abnormal is the rate, the frequency, and the size, and the geo-targeting that is in fact going on right now.
What could be next for the United States specifically?
Well, you know, I think we've all heard Biden and the Biden administration talk today about counter cybersecurity, which basically means instead of being defensive, what if the United States were to become offensive? And what we mean by that is, instead of just being attacked and sort of keeping ourselves safe, what if we could go on the attack and we could go after critical infrastructure, maybe by Russia and its allies? And, you know, I think that's something that we're going to have to weigh the pros and cons of a behavior like that. I mean, no one should be bullied and have to take it. But at the same time, we have to find a very measured approach for doing this, because we could be inviting ourselves into a pretty difficult situation if we're not careful. I'll give you an example of that. For years, Russia has been going after US-based institutions, financial services, banks, telecommunications companies, e-commerce companies, whether it's for disruption or exfiltrating information. And if you recall, what Biden had to do last year was get on the phone, talk to Putin, and kind of tell him, listen, I need you to calm down on what's been going on from a cybersecurity perspective. If the US were to sort of go after Russia from a cyber perspective, I think we'll see a pretty big undoing of if you think about it, this sort of calm that's been kind of happening for the last several months. And who knows what that might invite back into the critical infrastructure and services we have, and what the long-term impacts could be from that. So we just need to be very, very careful if we decide that we want to enter into a cyber war, because obviously we've never seen a dramatic cyber war like this before. We've never seen anything in terms of two large countries with many, many others in between. You're talking about pulling in NATO's participating countries and other geos. Who knows what could happen? We just need to be very, very careful and measured about how we do this.
Kunal, any other thoughts when it comes to addressing these attacks? Any recommendations for the Biden administration at this time? If you were in the administration, what next steps would you do to ensure that Putin didn't escalate this any further to where we really see the effects here at home?
You know, it's a great question. I think, obviously, the way I kind of look at security, I believe that the best offensive security starts with having a really strong defense. And so effectively, we need to make sure that all of our critical infrastructure and services are well patched, are well defended, that we've got the right controls in place. Because suppose we decide that we want to go on the offensive, and let's say we get attacked, but we don't have the right controls to defend ourselves from something like that, that could end in a pretty devastating manner, whether it's targeting municipalities, utility companies, let's say energy companies or local energy providers, or if we want to go after banks and financial services organizations. It could be bad, right? So what we need to make sure we do, first and foremost, is make sure and ensure that our companies that are based in America, that citizens are safe. We want to make sure that the utility companies, whether it's energy, water, power, right, everything is well shored up from a security perspective. So before we go out, we want to make sure that everything is well secured, everything is locked up. If I'm the Biden administration, first and foremost, let's make sure that everything is safe at home. We've got the right detection, right protection capabilities. In terms of helping Ukraine, we should be offering help. We should be providing assistance from a cybersecurity perspective. I mean, think about what's going on. These are human beings that are that work in these large companies that now have to defend this work, but at the same time, they're defending their families, they're defending themselves in spite of everything that's going on. So their mind has to be split between all of these things. We can help them, we can jump in, we can help these organizations, we can help these critical organizations stay safe from these impending attacks so that those people can focus on what really matters, which is their lives, their families, and making sure that they stay safe.
All right, Kunal Anand with the Imperva, CTO of Imperva. Thank you so much for coming here on the show and explaining the situation underway, especially as many of these civilians are rushing to the banks, critical infrastructure, to withdraw money because their future is so uncertain. So we appreciate you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Back out live to yet another press conference we're waiting for. We're going to be hearing from our NATO leaders here. There was this morning already a special leaders summit to discuss these developments in Ukraine. So we are expecting a press conference to be happening. It could be at any moment. This was scheduled to take place about 20 minutes ago. Obviously, you can see things not underway yet, but as soon as it does happen, of course, this will be just one piece of content we'll have here for you on Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow the latest in Ukraine as Russia continues with their attack into day 2. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. More to come again right here in 2 minutes. Welcome back out live here on Live Now from Fox to Kiev. You can see here again, things quiet for the moment, but once in a while, sirens ring out to warn residents that the attack is still happening in day 2. After day 1, we did hear from President Zelensky, who said that they'd have lost, unfortunately, 137 troops and civilians. again, in just one day. And we have been getting in some new video. I want to show all of our viewers who are watching here with us on Live Now from Fox of just some of that devastating damage that has been reported. Apartment buildings and other buildings in Ukraine's capital have been damaged because of these attacks that we've been seeing. Also, Ukrainian refugees are crossing the borders. So we have heard reports that more than 50,000 Ukrainian citizens are trying to flee as, again, Russia's attack on their country continues. Here's some video showing those arriving in Hungary as it has extended legal protection to citizens and nationals fleeing the violence in Ukraine. Airstrikes do continue in major cities across Ukraine from Russia, and Russian troops are filling the streets. So refugees being met by Hungarian armed forces who are assisting them in securing food, shelter, and other care. Again, Ukraine's government has announced men ages 18 to 60 not permitted to leave the country in case they are needed for military action against Russian forces. So we will be always following the latest, but right here there are even a number of United States citizens who are concerned about what is happening over there with the attack. Let's go ahead and listen into a story with our Fox 6 team.
The violence in Ukraine being closely watched by the Ukrainian community here in southeastern Wisconsin.
A rally is set for tomorrow to show support. Cassidy Williams live with more on the plans for the event. Cassidy?
St. Michael's Ukrainian Catholic Church here in Milwaukee is planning to get people together to wave flags and banners near 5th and Maple tomorrow. We spoke with one family who is going to be there who wants all of Wisconsin to pay attention. The Ovad family in Cedarburg is proud of their Ukrainian heritage.
This right here is my grandpa in Ukraine.
Andre was born in Ukraine and visits often. He's also a member of the Dnipro Ukrainian Dance Ensemble. The group has performed the fast-paced dance in Milwaukee for more than 5 decades. Now the Ovads fear for their tradition and their family.
My mom called her sister and she was like, my sister was still sleeping and she was like, wake up, it started. And she was like, what started? She's like, the war. Here's my cousin.
All of Andre's extended family still lives in Ukraine.
She's my main source of information who I try to keep in touch with and talk with her.
His uncle is working to get his family to Poland.
They grabbed the most necessary things and started to leave.
It's been difficult to get updates.
So you have to be smart about that, how you communicate, quick, short sentences. You okay? You're okay? Just brief things just to keep in touch a little bit.
Andre hopes people realize this conflict isn't 5,000 miles away in impact.
This is not just a Ukrainian conflict. It's a global event that everybody should be aware of.
St. Michael's has set up a donate link on their website for people looking for ways to help. Live in Milwaukee, Cassidy Williams, Fox 6 News.
And thank you again to our Fox 6 team for just showing us how some of us back home are reacting to this attack. Again, here is that live picture in Kiev as we have been hearing Russian troops have been continuing to make their way onto the streets of Ukraine and into their capital as well. Ukrainian President Zelensky, again, reporting 137 Ukrainians killed, over 300 wounded on day one of the Russian invasion. We're going to continue our coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox after we step away for a 2-minute break. More to come, including even more of our experts weighing in on what is still going to be coming in these next days of this attack. Good morning, and thank you again to everyone who is watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. A live look in Kiev, where earlier here, just about a half hour ago, we were hearing sirens ringing out into the air as Russia continues with their attack. This invasion now into day 2, and we did have President Zelensky, who had said, unfortunately, after day 1, they have already reported 137 Ukrainians who have been killed, over 300 who have been wounded. Just yesterday, President Biden himself is speaking for the first time since this attack, saying that they are going to not only be putting more sanctions onto Russia, but that Putin is the one who is the aggressor, the one who has chosen this war. Just some of those words that have stuck out since this time. So thank you again to everyone who is here watching with us. Again, this is just one of our live pictures we have coming out of Kiev, where we've been monitoring any action that we may see in the night air, as well as those sirens that have, again, been ringing out countrywide, unfortunately, as they have been seeing attacks, airstrikes happening. Now also Russian Marines storming a beach in southeast Ukraine. So we've been staying on top of every new latest development and report, trying to get everything confirmed ahead of time, as we have been hearing a lot of different pieces coming to us from this situation. Thank you again to all of our viewers who've been watching here with us. Christy Larson here with you as we continue our coverage. I want to let everyone know about a press conference we're waiting on. This is just a few podiums set up at this time. We are waiting for NATO to hold a press conference. Now, this is going to be coming after they convened for a special leaders summit. Looks like we may have lost that shot for a moment, but we will be able to get that back. And once that press conference does start, again, this is going to be after that discussion that they've had with leaders like President Biden about Ukraine's latest developments, Russia's latest movements, how they're going to continue to respond to this invasion. Of course, that will be just one of those different events we're going to be jumping into here for you on Live Now from Fox. Another thing that's going to be happening coming up is we've seen it yesterday. We've now continued to see it here today. So many United States citizens stepping out, showing in force their resistance, their proudness of the Ukrainian people for standing their ground. So yesterday out in New York City, we showed you a rally as they had, I believe some of them were calling it a Stop Putin rally. There was People for Peace who had signs up in the air showing support for Ukrainians, especially as their city continues to be attacked. So today we do have more of those rallies happening across the United States. I know of one at this time in Philadelphia that's going to be happening here very shortly. So also coming up here on Live Now from Fox, do want to let our viewers know that we'll have the White House briefing later this afternoon with Press Secretary Jen Psaki. President Biden has officially picked a nominee for Supreme Court. Here's just a live picture outside of Supreme Court. So we'll get into that, who his nominee was, a little bit later here. But what we want to do is, of course, continue to keep everyone up to date on the latest that's been happening with this invasion. We've been getting in some different pictures and videos of just some of that damage that unfortunately has been happening. So let's go ahead, play out some of that here for our viewers watching here again with us. So now we've been seeing just some of those newest videos and pictures and reports as U.S. and U.K. officials have said Russia continues their attack, especially on Kiev, the capital. President Biden yesterday announced new sanctions on Russia and also had announced the deployment of 7,000 more U.S. service members to Germany, while maintaining U.S. military will not fight in Ukraine. So both U.S. and U.K. officials have been saying that Russia has lost momentum, failed to capture any of the major cities after 2 days of fighting. But we have heard those sirens continuing to ring out as we've been showing you right here on our Live Now from Fox stream. Also been showing you that Ukrainian refugees have been arriving at the border. So this is some video of refugees crossing the border into Hungary. This happening again on Friday as Russia continues their attack Hungary has extended legal protection to citizens and nationals fleeing the violence in Ukraine as Russian airstrikes are continuing in major cities. Russian troops are starting to fill the streets. We heard reports of possibly over 50,000 Ukrainians trying to escape the country just on that first day. Now, this is all coming again as Ukraine's government has announced men ages 18 to 60. They are not permitted to leave the country in case they are needed for military action against Russian forces. So all of this, again, following Russia's all-out invasion of Ukraine, many Americans of all walks of life wondering how they can help these people who are suffering, especially since we continue to just see more and more videos and pictures of the damage that has been happening. And many of us here at home worried about what could possibly come from the involvement. The United States has shown their support not only with NATO but also with Ukraine as we've been sending equipment. Now, this has been going on for weeks and months, this buildup, now this attack here. So we have heard a number of times from Russian President Putin, who has said that there will be consequences for anyone who gets in his way. What those consequences could be, it's unknown at this time, but officials still warning that Kiev is going to be continuing to be the focus of one of those attacks and could possibly fall over the weekend. So we're going to be following the latest, obviously, right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Again, do have a couple different live pictures coming to us from Kiev. So here again is just one of these live pictures that we have, and I've been listening in a couple different times when we've had our audio here, listening in to see if those sirens continue to ring out. As of right now, I haven't heard a siren ring out for about 45 minutes now, but the president in Ukraine has continued to say that his citizens are there prepared to fight. And unfortunately, not only is he probably Russia's #1 target, but his family is the #2 target. So we're going to stay on top of this story. What we'll do is step away for a 2-minute break, but when we come back, we'll continue our coverage, giving you more as this invasion continues on. Day #2. As soon as we hear more updated numbers on these incidents we've been seeing unfolding here before us, of course, we'll continue to update you on that as well. So much more to come right here on Live Now from Fox after we step away for this 2-minute break. Thank you again to everyone who has been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Remember, we continue to always be keeping an eye on all of our live sources, whether they are happening across the United States or even around the world. Here we are waiting for a press conference again to take place, this coming after NATO has convened a special leaders summit. They've been discussing developments in Ukraine, this happening in Brussels. As soon as we do see some of those NATO officials step up to the podiums, talk about what has been the outcome from this discussion, from this leaders summit. Of course, this is going to be something we're going to be jumping into a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. But what we want to do is continue to keep you up to date with some of our latest interviews as we bring on multiple different experts here. Coming up, we're going to be listening into one that was done just earlier here this morning with a former counterintelligence officer, as our Live Now from Fox's Regina Gonzalez and our other teams in our Florida division have been keeping us up to date. Let's go ahead and listen into that right here again on Live Now from Fox.
Here with us this morning, Michael Pregin. Michael, thank you so much for joining us once again. How are you doing?
Thanks for having me. I'm doing well, thank you.
Absolutely. So, Michael, we have been following so many developments over the last couple of days. Right off the bat, what do you make of what we saw on the official first 24 hours of the Russian invasion into Ukraine? 137 people confirmed dead just in that span of time.
Yeah, it's not going the way Putin thought it would go initially, and we're seeing that. We were hearing reports of upwards of 800 Russian soldiers killed. That's the largest loss of Russian life probably since Chechnya. But this is in 24 hours. The Americans did not lose 500, 800, or 100 Americans since 1990. I mean, post 1990. So this is a significant loss. Putin didn't expect to have a battalion-sized plus of Russian soldiers killed. And we're seeing Russian equipment in disrepair. We're seeing the soldiers there. The majority of them look like conscripts. It doesn't look like the elite commandos. We do expect the elite commandos to be able to conduct special operations, missions to seize airfields and do things like that. And a friend of mine who has a good source network on the ground has said that that's exactly what they plan to do in Kiev with the airfields, use special operations to see the airfield to have follow-on forces come in on larger aircraft. And, that's something that the Ukrainian military can stop. It's as easy as somebody with a heavy machine gun just, firing at that airfield as those aircraft come in. But that's a heavy loss of life. Putin is losing more than he thought he would lose, especially within this first 24 to 48 hours.
Yeah, and going off of that, Michael, we have heard from Ukrainian President Zelensky saying that the Ukraine and their forces are defending themselves, which with those numbers definitely shows. And I do want to mention a major angle that we broke yesterday on Live Now from Fox. The Chernobyl nuclear power plant. It was invaded by Russian forces and taken over, so to speak. So really, what was the significance of that? I know that this was actually the site of the worst nuclear disaster that area has ever seen back in the 1980s.
Yeah, it's the area itself is key because that's where the majority of the industrial sector is. Seizing the nuclear plant, I think, is more symbolic than actually of use by the Russians. Listen to General Keane yesterday talk about this. It is something. It's right there on the border anyway. So it wasn't like it was a hard thing to go and get. But the Ukrainian forces did fight. They did eventually end up losing control of the area where Chernobyl is, and the Russians have it now. But we've seen the fiercest fighting on those airfields and on those routes into the city, where the Ukrainian forces expect to fight. They're trying to blow up bridges. They're trying to stop the armored columns that will be coming from the north on two avenues of approach coming into Kabul. So they've fallen back and they've chosen to fight, to defend key terrain. And I don't think they thought the reactor was key terrain necessarily.
And Michael, we also learned that Ukrainian forces had actually taken a number of Russian soldiers prisoner. So really, my question to you is, what is the purpose of that?
Well, if you look at who they're capturing, they don't look like a professional seasoned force. Most of these soldiers that are being captured look like one-year conscripts, like they've been in the military for about a year. They don't have a lot of training, and they don't really want to be there. So that serves it's a propaganda event, but I think in a good way. It shows that the morale of the Russian soldier isn't there. It shows that the quality of the Russian soldier isn't there. And it shows that Putin may have simply miscalculated, Regina, on bringing this force in and expecting a cakewalk.
Yeah, and I do want to bring our viewers out to Kiev in the Ukraine right now, the capital. We learned overnight that this is where forces have basically honed in, and we've already seen damage to residential buildings. So what do you anticipate Kiev will continue to see as we move into the weekend? Some are saying that it could fall very fast.
Yeah, so the next goal is to have more of those elite forces go in and conduct, sabotage operations, attack the electrical grid, shut down communications, and pave the way for a conventional force to fly into the airfields closest, the airport closest to Kiev, and be able to move out from there. So that's the next level of operation. Now that force is skilled, that force is qualified, that's going to be doing those types of operations. But it's the conventional force that we've seen so far that has been bloodied by the Ukrainian resistance.
And I want to go back out to Russia for a moment, because actually just, within the last 24 hours, more than 1,700 protesters have been arrested in more than 50 cities across the country. So my question to you is Vladimir Putin facing backlash from his own people? Obviously, many out there don't agree with this full-scale attack.
Absolutely, and this is something we talked about, yesterday. There are a lot of Russians inside that are against this. Anytime a charismatic leader speaks ill of Putin, he or she gathers a crowd, and then Putin, puts them in jail, exiles them, or attempts to poison them. But yesterday we saw these protesters being rounded up, and then they were threatened with treason for protesting the invasion of Ukraine. Now that's a big deal. The international community should not only be condemning what Putin's doing in Ukraine, but condemning this action to basically put people in jail and threaten them with treason for saying that this aggression is wrong, that this aggression violates international law, and that this aggression is against a neighbor, that many of these Russians have relatives in that country.
And, when it comes to Russia, obviously just yesterday we saw President Biden here, as well as other world leaders, continue to impose sanctions now that they have officially invaded. And we're learning this morning that now Russia is planning to retaliate those sanctions to Western nations and NATO countries. So what could that potentially look like?
Well, the biggest lever that Russia has is shutting off oil and gas. Not being able to go to Moscow and buy something is not really on the bucket list for many Americans and our European allies at this moment. What concerns me is Russia trying to insulate itself from U.S. and Western European sanctions by partnering with China to establish bypass mechanisms to keep the oil flowing, even if it's illicit black market oil. I think the sanctions that we heard yesterday coming from the United States didn't go far enough. We're hearing the foreign minister of Ukraine say that. We're hearing Zelensky say that. And we're even hearing Boris Johnson say that. The president needs to deny Putin access to the international banking system. He needs to deny access to SWIFT. And Russia knows that if that happens, that is a big deal. That's why they need China so much. So then we should do something about China. The international community has plenty of reasons to go after China with sanctions, from COVID to the Uyghurs to supporting Putin, and Putin's relying on China. Without China, Putin can't do any of this.
And, when it comes to the sanctions, Michael, we heard reporters yesterday in the briefing from President Biden say, why didn't you issue these sooner? But the Biden administration has said that issuing these sanctions wouldn't have done anything, that it could have triggered him. So, where is the argument there?
Well, the argument's actually between Jake Sullivan and President Biden. Because 2 weeks ago, Jake Sullivan said that the sanctions are designed to deter Putin from invading Ukraine. And the president yesterday said the sanctions were never meant to prevent Putin from invading Ukraine. And then the president went on to congratulate himself on his national security advisors telling the world that Putin was going to invade, as though that was some sort of victory, knowing that Putin was going to do this. Well, if you know he's going to do it, what did you do to prevent it? What did you do to deter it? And sanctions didn't deter it. And our sanction policy now at this point is we basically heard yesterday the president say Putin has another 30 days to continue his operation in Ukraine before the next tranche of American sanctions comes out. And when Putin hears that, Putin says, I've got 30 days. Let me see what I can do with this. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's looking at Georgia, Moldova, ahead of the Baltic states.
And that's the story, Michael, is the fact that it's clear that sanctions, not just from here in the United States, but from across other, nations as well, they're not stopping Putin. So we do know that President Biden is meeting with NATO leaders this morning. What could be some, strategies that come out of that meeting?
Well, SWIFT has to be on the board. Yesterday, we heard the president say, what we've done is stronger than SWIFT. Well, if that's the case, then deny SWIFT. If what you've done is stronger than SWIFT, then why not just simply deny SWIFT for Putin? What needs to happen in that conversation is talk about the effectiveness of the Russian forces so far moving into Ukraine. There are a lot of vulnerabilities. There are a lot of weaknesses there that can be exploited. We've seen the Javelin anti-tank rockets work. We've seen British equivalents of those anti-armor shoulder-fired weapons work. Russian tanks are being decimated. And then if you look at the tanks that are going in, we're seeing T-72s. Now, 72 is tied to the year when that tank came out. T-72s. The T-80s are from the 80s. We're not seeing quality armor going into Ukraine. And that says a lot about, how hollow is the Russian military. Sure, it has a lot of soldiers. There's a lot of vulnerabilities there. Its strengths are air, rockets, missiles, and Putin, unfortunately, because he's a wild card. We don't know what he's going to do. But there are ways to pressure Russia right now. Putin cannot sustain this logistically. He cannot sustain a crippling sanctions regime on Russia. There are things we need to do to wait him out, but punish him while we're waiting him out, and continue to provide a lethal capability to the Ukrainian military and the resistance in shoulder-fired weapons, whether they be anti-aircraft weapons or anti-armor weapons.
Now, I actually did just get a feed in to our desk, Michael. I want to take our viewers back out to Kiev. This is live right now of some of the damage already seen as troops are making their way in. We've seen people hiding in subways, traffic built up to try and get out of the area. Also, something interesting to mention, President Zelensky saying that he is officially banning men ages 18 to the ages of 60 from leaving the country, and saying that they need to fight. So, I know we've been talking about the Russian military compared to Ukraine's. How do they continue to put up the fight? I know we said that, 800 soldiers lost their lives yesterday. So what do you expect for us to see moving forward?
Well, what's interesting about what you just showed, those are bridges being blown up. We don't know whether the Ukrainians are doing that as part of a defensive strategy to keep those armored columns from coming into the capital, or the Russians took them out so the Ukrainians couldn't be resupplied. I would assess that it's the Ukrainians blowing these up so that the Russians can't advance. As far as nationalism and telling your military-age males that they need to stay and fight, I agree with that. they need to fight. When you see grandmas and old men and women and even young kids want to volunteer to fight, you should expect the military age males from 18 to 45 to fight. So I have no problem with Zelensky doing that.
And my last question to you as we get more information, Michael, we're learning that this is about 40 miles from outside of Kiev. Like I said earlier, we already saw a residential building down. So how long before Kiev falls? Will it fall?
Well, you know, I don't, if you're Zelensky, you're sitting inside of Kiev and you're hearing the West tell you to get out. You're hearing the president tell you you need to leave with your cabinet and become a government in exile. And as I said yesterday, not many governments in exile get to come back. And once you do that, it's almost a surrender. So if they stay and fight and we put more media on the ground and we see what's happening, the international community can put a hell of a lot more pressure on Putin. But it looks like that's the goal, is to collapse Kiev, to install a puppet government, and to basically use Ukraine as leverage as Putin eyes Georgia and Moldova, Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania.
Yeah, and what do you make of the fact, you know, going off of what you just said, that President Zelensky in an address said that I believe that I am the #1 target and my family is #2?
Well, it's true, and if he is targeted, if he does die, then he will be the one leader that actually, in recent memory, that stayed and went down with the ship, so to speak. I think he's showing immense courage. I like that he's still there. He was advised to leave. He chose not to. And Putin should be charged with war crimes if Zelensky is killed or his family is killed. And I think we heard that from Boris Johnson yesterday, that if Zelensky's killed or the family's killed, then Putin should be charged with war crimes. And I don't like using words like should be. It should be automatic. We shouldn't debate it. It should be an automatic, position that the international community takes.
Yeah, well, we'll definitely continue to follow this situation over there as it develops, especially into the weekend. Michael Prejean, former counterintelligence officer, thank you so much for joining us, not only today, but throughout the week, to keep our viewers up to speed on all of the latest developments. We'll be talking to you soon, and we hope you have a great weekend.
And thank you again to our Live Now from Fox team, Regina Gonzalez, with that interview. Here is just a video that was posted moments ago. You can see here the President Zelensky, along with other top officials in Ukraine, posting this video to prove that they are still there in their country, to refute those reports that they had left. So his comments obviously not in English, but he is saying that they are still there, present in Ukraine as they are under this attack. So once again, thank you for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue to monitor the latest developments here as we continue to see Russian troops trying to take over Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. And as we just heard, the Ukrainian President Zelensky has said he knows he's the #1 target. So him staying in the country does speak volumes, hopefully, to his citizens, as they are seeing those Russian forces still attacking, not only from up above in the air with those airstrikes, but also as troops are making their way through cities down on the ground. So we're going to continue our coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. Do have a couple different events coming up. We'll be telling you more about them right here in just 2 minutes after this break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A few different live looks here for us as we continue our coverage into this brutal attack on Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin not letting up as they continue to not only conduct airstrikes, but also have troops down on the grounds making their way through different parts of Ukraine. You're seeing here just a couple of those different live pictures again. So not only have we been keeping our eyes on our different live feeds coming out of Ukraine, but also you can see the Eiffel Tower going to be lit up in yellow and blue as they are also showing support for the Ukrainian citizens. So the colors of their flag are going to be represented on the Eiffel Tower here as, again, they're showing solidarity with the country who is under attack from Russia. Then also they're still waiting for some of our NATO officials to speak after they held a special leaders summit. President Biden included in that as well. So we will be keeping track of all of these different live pictures here for you. Obviously, once that Eiffel Tower is lit up in those colors, we'll be bringing that to you. Lost a couple of those feeds there, but once they come back, as I said, we'll be monitoring them here for you on Live Now from Fox. But until that time, we want to continue with some of those different special interviews, especially since, as I just showed you, I'm going to show it to you one more time here. We have even had the Ukrainian President Zelensky, who has posted on his Facebook page this video showing that he's still there in the country despite all of the different reports saying that Kiev could fall within a matter of days. Some officials warning it could fall even this weekend. So he is still in their capital city along with some of their other top leaders, after there had been some reports that they had fled the country. So we do know at this time, unfortunately, there was a number of refugees who had fled. At this time, reports are saying about 50,000 refugees had left the country after the first 2 days of fighting. This is all according to the UN High Commissioner for Refugees. You're seeing some of the video right now of those folks who arrived in the Hungary border. Now, a majority of the refugees also fleeing to Poland, Moldova, many other moving towards some of the other borders, as again they are all trying to leave. There is yet a requirement for men who are the ages 18 to 60. They're not permitted to leave the country at this time. That's coming after Ukraine's government had announced this, as they said they could be needed for military action against Russian forces. So we're going to be continuing to, again, keep our eye on all those live feeds. But until that time, let's go ahead, listen into yet some more of our interviews. Next up, Mike Page, our very own, speaking with even more experts as this attack continues in Ukraine.
Well, as we continue to talk about the crisis that is going on right now in Ukraine with the Russian invasion, we want to get a little bit more perspective on really an international sense of what is going on. So joining me now here on Live Now from Fox is Danny Bello, international relations expert. We appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you very much for having me on your program and giving me the opportunity to speak about what's developing.
Yeah, it's such a shame what we are seeing. I would first like to get your reaction. What was your first reaction when you saw what was happening?
Well, considering we have heard some predictions that Russia would take actions in Ukraine, nonetheless, when we see it unfolding, it's rather shocking. And certainly the first thing that came to my mind is the developing humanitarian catastrophe.
All right, guys, going to be switching gears. This is what we do here for you on Live Now from Fox. I did see we do have some of our leaders stepping up. Let's listen in live to this press conference after, again, they had a special leaders summit.
In decades. I invited NATO's close partners, Finland, Sweden, and the European Union to our summit because this crisis affects us all. Russia has shattered peace in Europe. The people of Ukraine are fighting for their freedom in the face of Russia's unprovoked invasion. We deplore the tragic loss of life, enormous human suffering and destruction. Our thoughts are with those killed, injured, and displaced. We call on Russia to stop this senseless war, immediately cease its assaults, withdraw all its forces from Ukraine, and turn back to the path of dialogue and turn away from aggression. The Kremlin's objectives are not limited to Ukraine. Russia has demanded legally binding agreements to announce further NATO enlargement and to remove troops and infrastructure from allies that joined after 1997. We are facing a new normal in European security, where Russia openly contests the European security order and uses force to pursue its objectives. The world will hold Russia and Belarus accountable for their actions. Russia as the aggressor, Belarus as the enabler. President Putin's decision to pursue his aggression against Ukraine is a terrible strategic mistake, for which Russia would pay a severe price for years to come. NATO allies and the European Union have already introduced significant sanctions, and many of our partners around the globe have joined us. We must stand ready to do more, even if it means we have to pay a price, because we are in this for the long haul. At the same time, the Russian people must know that Kremlin's war on Ukraine will not make Russia more secure. It will not make Russia more respected in the world. It will not lead to a better future for your children. In response to Russia's massive military build-up over the past months, we have already strengthened our deterrence and defense. Yesterday, NATO allies activated our defense plans. And as a result, we are deploying elements of the NATO response force on land, at sea, and in the air, to further strengthen our posture and to respond quickly to any contingency. The United States, Canada, and European allies have deployed thousands of more troops to the eastern part of the alliance. We have over 100 jets at high alert, operating in over 30 different locations, and over 120 ships from the high north to the Mediterranean, including 3 strike carrier groups. There must be no space for miscalculation or misunderstanding. We will do what it takes to protect and defend every ally and every inch of NATO territory. Leaders today also made clear that we must continue our support to Ukraine. The Kremlin is trying to make NATO and the EU provide less support to our partners. So our collective answer must be more support to countries like Georgia, Moldova, and Bosnia-Herzegovina, to help them succeed with their democratic reforms and pursue the path that they have freely chosen. More than ever, this crisis demonstrates the importance of North America and Europe standing together in NATO. There is no security in Europe without a strong transatlantic bond. With that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, we'll go to Al Jazeera.
James Bays, Al Jazeera. How fearful are you about the possible fall of Kiev? How long, in your estimation, can the government of Ukraine last? And if we move to a resistance insurgency type situation, what support can NATO then give?
So what we see now is a full-fledged invasion of Ukraine from multiple directions with air, sea and land capabilities. And this is actually in line with what our intelligence services predicted over a long period of time, because we saw the build-up around Ukraine with air, sea and land forces. We see, of course, that they're moving towards Kiev. We also see the rhetoric, the messages, which is strongly indicating that the aim is to change government, to change and remove the democratically elected government in Kiev. We are in close contact with the government of Ukraine. We are, of course, monitoring the situation very closely. It is still a fluid situation. What we have seen is that the Ukrainian forces are fighting bravely and are actually able to inflict damage on the invading Russian forces. But again, it is a very fluid and an evolving situation. NATO allies expressed at the summit today that they provide support to Ukraine. They are ready to continue to provide support to Ukraine, military support, financial support, humanitarian support. And then I think we all have to judge how things evolve. The message from NATO leaders and also from Finland and Sweden, EU, is that we are there to support Ukraine. We have supported Ukraine for many years and we continue to provide support.
We'll go to the National Press Agency of Ukraine.
Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. Secretary General, in the current situation which we observe now in Ukraine, does NATO preserve its desire to assist Ukraine with defensive equipment? In particular, can we expect that NATO will provide Ukraine with so badly needed anti-aircraft equipment? Thank you so much.
So NATO allies continue to provide support to Ukraine, and it was actually at the meeting today at the NATO summit with EU and Finland and Sweden. Allies announced and also informed other allies about the type of weapons, the type of support, and some of that also includes air defense systems. So NATO allies have and continue to provide support, military, but also different types of equipment to Ukraine. Then we all realize that, of course, in this very evolving and difficult situation, it's hard to predict what will be the what are the possibilities in the future. But allies are providing support and are very committed to continue to provide support.
Okay, we'll go to NBC, just behind the cameras.
We are listening in live to this press conference right here for you on Live Now from Fox. You're seeing the sun going down behind the Eiffel Tower, which will soon be lit in Ukraine's flag colors, blue and yellow. I'm going to send some viewers off to a 2-minute break as we continue to listen into this live for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Collective defense.
So we are sending a very clear message to Russia that we and allies provide many different types of support. NATO help Ukraine also with their cyber defenses. But then for NATO allies, we provide the absolute security guarantees under the Washington Treaty, Article 5. An attack on one will be regarded as an attack on all. And we are clear on this distinction because it is important to make sure that we don't have an even bigger crisis in Europe, where Russia challenge or is threatening or attacking any NATO allied country. And that's the reason why we so clearly send a message that we are there to protect all allies and every inch of NATO territory. When it comes to cyber attacks and the risk for incidents and accidents, for instance in the Black Sea, we are pursuing mechanisms of deconfliction to prevent that from happening. We have, as NATO allies, especially the United States, have done that, for instance, in Syria over a long period of time. And we, of course, are very focused. I spoke with Sarkar, the NATO Supreme Commander, on that issue recently, and he is very focused on the need to deconflict, to make sure that we don't have incidents or accidents that can spiral and get out of control and create a very dangerous situation. On cyber, well, we have stated that cyber attacks can trigger Article 5, but we have never gone into the position where we give a potential adversary the privilege of defining exactly when we trigger Article 5. We are focused on strengthening our cyber defenses. We are very much aware of that that's a risk, and therefore we are stepping up both the protection of our cyber networks, but also providing support to Ukraine, and we are very focused on the need for deconfliction.
Okay, we'll go to NPR Deutsche Welle. Just
Thank you. Terry Schultz with NPR and DW. I want to know more about the deployment of the NRF forces, please. How many will be sent where, from where? How long will it take to get there? Thinking about military mobility, as always. And also, what has changed in your calculation about the threat to NATO territory that has led allies to make the decision to deploy this for the first time in history for the purposes of collective defense? Thank you.
Well, what has changed over the last days is, of course, that there's a full-fledged invasion of a partner, a country that borders several NATO allied countries. And this is the most serious security crisis we have faced in Europe for decades. And therefore, we have the High Readiness Force, we have the NATO Response Force, and that's the reason why we are deploying it, to, again, prevent any miscalculation, any misunderstanding that we are not ready to protect and defend all allies. And of course, this is something all allies have agreed to do. 30 allies agreed. But of course, especially those in the eastern part of the alliance are extremely concerned. They are close to this, the fighting in Ukraine, and they also border Russia, and they have seen not only the military build-up and the ongoing war in Ukraine, but also seen the very threatening rhetoric. Because this goes far beyond Ukraine. This is about how Russia is actually challenging, contesting core values for our security, and demanding that NATO should withdraw all forces and infrastructure from almost half of our members. And they have stated that if we don't do that, if we don't meet their demands, there will be what they call military technical consequences. So we have to take this seriously, and that's exactly why we are now deploying the NATO Response Force for the first time in a collective defense context. And we speak about thousands of troops. We speak about air and maritime capabilities. They are already actually part of the standing naval groups. We have many planes operating in the eastern part of the alliance, and then several allies have partly already assigned troops and forces to the NATO Response Force. We have the lead elements, which are led by France. We have the United States, which has assigned thousands of troops to the NATO Response Force. And these will be deployed to different places in the eastern part of the alliance. Well, they are partly coming from the United States, but these are also very much European troops. For instance, the lead element, the VJTF, the High Readiness Joint Task Force, is now led by France. There's a strong German component there, and other allies also part of that.
Associated Press.
Lorne Cook, Associated Press. Just to follow up on that, Secretary General, the VJTF can only go to one place, and you have 8 allies that are extremely nervous. I mean, where might you extended? Have you identified a particular weakness on that eastern flank? Thank you.
But I think we have to understand that we have many elements, components of the NATO response force. We have increased the readiness of the NATO response force, and then I don't speak only about the lead element or the VJTF, the Very High Readiness Joint Task Force, but we speak about more elements than just that one. Second, we have allies, the United States, but also the United Kingdom and other allies that have increased readiness of forces that are assigned to NATO and the NATO response force. So, of course, these are additional forces that we can deploy as part of the broader deployment of the NATO response force. I'm not saying that we are deploying the whole force. The size of the NATO response force has been tripled since 2014 to roughly 40,000 troops. I'm not saying we are deploying the whole thing. I'm saying that we are deploying elements of the lead, also the VJTF, and elements of the rest of the NATO response force. And then it is for SACEUR to make fine decisions exactly where the different elements are deployed. But we activated the defense plans yesterday, and now the elements of this force will be deployed, or is being deployed.
Okay, we'll go to TV2. Lady in white. Lady in white over there.
Thanks, Elin Sørsdal, TV2 Norway. I'll just follow up on AP and what Terry from NPR said. How quick can these troops and this force be deployed?
But some of these forces are already operating because we have sea and air forces, which are also already part of the NATO maritime forces operating from the Barents Sea down to the Mediterranean. Some are air forces, the air component of the NATO response force. And then some of the land forces also can move within a few days because they are part of either the lead element, which has already high readiness, or the other elements that has been put on high readiness. So we speak about days, and some are already operating because we have increased our presence already.
Okay, we'll try to take a couple of questions online. We'll go first to Frankfurt Allgemeine Zeitung, Thomas Kuczka.
Thanks a lot. Good afternoon. Secretary General, in the statement that has just been released, it is said that Russia's actions are flagrant rejection of the principles enshrined in the NATO-Russia Founding Act. And then it continues, it is Russia that has walked away from its commitments under the Act. Does that mean that NATO now considers the NATO-Russia Founding Act as obsolete, or do NATO member states are they still bound? Do they still feel bound by this document? Thanks a lot.
The NATO leaders decided today a statement where we clearly state the fact that Russia has walked away. The NATO-Russia Founding Act is based on some core principles enshrined in the Founding Act, and that is the respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty of all countries, including, of course, Ukraine. And this has been violated not once but twice, and actually been constantly violated since 2014 with the illegal annexation of Crimea and the continued presence of Russian forces and Russian-backed separatists in eastern Ukrainian Donbass. And this is further violated with the full-fledged invasion of Ukraine that we have seen over the last couple of days. So what we see is that Russia shows no respect for the NATO-Russia Founding Act. And of course, if you have a founding act between two partners, NATO and Russia, and one part doesn't respect that agreement, the agreement doesn't work. It doesn't function. It doesn't help us to improve our relationship with Russia. Because even if the founding act has good provisions and good intentions, if these intentions and the provisions and the founding act is not respected, it doesn't work. So that's the reality. The NATO-Russia Founding Act doesn't work because one side, Russia, has violated it over many years, but now we see a extremely blatant and flagrant violation of the Founding Act with the invasion of Ukraine.
We'll take the next question online also from Greg Palkett from Fox.
Thank you, Juana. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Two quick questions, one about war, one about peace. Do you agree with some reports of intelligence officials that Kiev could fall within the next, say, day or two? And despite the bravery of the fighting that you have cited among Ukrainian soldiers, do you see a defeat inevitable if war goes on? And the quick question about peace, there is...
Thank you again to everyone who's watching here with us. Again, we are listening in live to this news conference as, again, a special leaders summit was held in response to this attack on Ukraine. We are going to be sending viewers off to another 2-minute break as we continue to listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
On the ground. It is a full invasion of Ukraine. They are moving towards Kiev, and the stated goal is to change the government of Ukraine. It is a very unpredictable situation. Therefore, I will not speculate, but I will pay my respect to the Ukrainian armed forces, which are really proving their bravery and their courage by fighting and standing up against the much larger invading Russian force. On potential talks between the government of Ukraine, President Zelensky, and Russia, my main message is that this is for President Zelensky and the government of Ukraine to decide. What we need to see now is that Russia stop the attack against Ukraine, that they withdraw their forces and cease all the attacks on Ukraine. That's the easiest, the fastest, and the best way to peace. So if they want peace, then it's just stop to attack Ukraine. And therefore we call on Russia to do exactly that.
Okay, we'll go to NTV.
Yes, Sonomot from NTV. Secretary General, two short questions. First, you're a statistician, and so far with regard to risk, you have already evaluated the risk and the threat against NATO coming from Russia. Particularly, you foresee the playbook of Russia. And so my first question is, what is the risk that this conflict spread where, and what might be the end goal of Russia? And my second question is, you have at the tip of your fingers the security of 1 billion citizens in the transatlantic area. So you met on BTC all the leaders. Can you reassure the public opinion that if there is a genuine threat coming from, because the rhetoric, the aggressive rhetoric of Russia, its behavior is unacceptable, that all member states are committed to defend and protect every single centimeter of NATO? Thank you.
In the meeting today with NATO leaders, it was a very strong message of unity, a very strong message of resolve that we need to stand together, not only in words but also in deeds. So we agreed a strong statement calling on Russia to stop the attacks on Ukraine, to withdraw its forces, but also we agreed to continue to provide support to Ukraine and also continue to strengthen our presence in the eastern part of the alliance to prevent any attack on any NATO allied country. We have a defensive presence in the east. We are increasing our presence not to provoke a conflict but to prevent the conflict. And as long as there is no doubt about NATO's readiness to protect and defend all allies, and our commitment to the core message, the core task of NATO, one for all for one, an attack on one ally will be regarded as an attack on all, then no ally will be attacked. And that will prevent the conflict. And that will preserve peace for NATO allies and for 1 billion people. And that's the reason why we communicate so clearly, and that's the reason why we are deploying more troops in the eastern part of the alliance, to make sure that there is no possibility to misunderstand our readiness to protect and defend all allies. And again, this is to preserve peace, to prevent an attack, and to prevent that the war which is going on in Ukraine spill over to any NATO allied country. And that was the message from NATO leaders today. That was also the message when I met with many of them in the G7 yesterday. And that is also, of course, a message when we speak to close partners, Finland, Sweden, and the European Union, because we all are concerned, and Russia's attack on Ukraine is more than an attack on Ukraine. It's a devastating, horrendous attack on innocent people in Ukraine, but it's also an attack on the whole European security order, and that's the reason why we take it so extremely seriously.
Deutsche Welle.
Thank you, Alexandra von Deutsche Welle. Secretary General, one question on Ukraine's request for Turkey to close the Bosporus for Russian warships. Was that discussed today? And one follow-up on the question just asked. We heard today from the Lithuanian foreign minister saying that when we lose Ukraine today, we will be fighting for NATO later. Would you say that the statement is exaggerated? Thank you.
So on the Bosporus, that was not an issue. The potential attack or any potential attack on a NATO allied country, well, that has been my message throughout the whole day. That was the message from the NATO leaders in the summit today, is that we are there to protect and defend all allies. NATO is the strongest military alliance in the world. And make no mistake, we are there to protect and defend all allies and every inch of NATO territory. And we convey that message again and again, both in words but also in deeds. And that's the way to prevent war, that's the way to prevent an attack, to preserve peace, and we have done so for more than 70 years, and we will continue to do it, also in the light of the attack on Ukraine.
Thank you very much. This concludes this press conference.
Thank you so much.
All right, once again, we were listening into this live post press conference coming after, again, we had some of our leaders across the world joining together. They had a summit to talk about the progress in Ukraine, or in some areas lack thereof, because some of the U.S. and UK officials have been saying here today that Russian forces have not made the kinds of gains they'd expected in Ukraine, and even one official saying Russia was behind on day one targets. Now, with that being said, there is still, unfortunately, casualties that have been reported. We heard from President Zelensky, who had said that, unfortunately, 137 troops and civilians had been killed on day one. We do also know UN has announced more than 50,000 Ukrainian refugees had fled the country in just the first 2 days of fighting. This is a live picture of the Eiffel Tower. You can see on display here this evening with those yellow and blue colors showing support for Ukraine, especially as, again, we continue to see the attack moving along. We're going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to continue giving you some more of our press conferences with experts, plus the latest tweet from one of our Ukrainian foreign ministers, all coming up again here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. So we do have a live picture coming to us from St. Petersburg, where there is a anti-war protest happening in Russia. Now, this is coming at very tense times. Obviously, the attack on Ukraine continues on into day 2 here, but we have even had Russian officials announce that they were doing a partial restriction of access to Facebook following social media platforms' decision to suspend the accounts of several Russian state-run media organizations. Now, Facebook had reportedly placed restrictions on several Kremlin-backed outlets on Thursday, which is limiting Russia's state-run news agency, as well as its several websites and a Russian state-run television channel. So they also have Russia's state-run news watchdog claimed in a statement posted to Telegram that they've recorded 24 instances of Facebook restrictions since 2020. So citizens out here again showing support for Ukraine against their president's decision to invade. Let's listen in for a quick moment. So you can hear here many people standing in solidarity in Russia against this war that had been launched again by Putin just a few days ago. Want to bring us out to also one of the most recent tweets that we had coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk as we continue to monitor all of these different things, not only our live pictures, but also all of our officials on different social media platforms. This one, again, is showing us just some of the latest from the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Ukraine, saying, according to intelligence, Russia plans a massive false flag operation to dehumanize Ukrainians and accuse Ukraine of alleged inhuman actions. Don't trust fakes. Ukraine defends its land in a just and defense war. Unlike Russia, we don't target kindergartens and civilians. So these are just some of the latest words from, again, our Minister of Foreign Affairs in Ukraine. And we do actually have a press conference happening at this time with our EU Foreign Minister. He is holding a news conference after the Foreign Council meeting on the Ukraine invasion. This again happening in Brussels. And because it's been going on for a little bit here already, what I want to do is bring our viewers back out to when we had first started our recording of it. That's the great thing about Live Now from Fox, is we can always record on items while we're in some of our other live content and then bring it back out to you. It does look like we do have some movement still happening here with this anti-war protests happening again in Russia. So because we like to keep an eye on always those latest breaking news pictures, I'm going to bring us into a double box. We'll be listening in again to our officials, our EU foreign minister on his news conference, while we also keep an eye on these live pictures coming to us out of Russia. So thank you again for being here with us. And we continue to always be bringing you the latest top stories happening here around the world.
Work actively to explain to partner countries the danger of Putin's aggressive behavior. It's not just a problem of Ukraine, it's not just a problem of the European Union, it's a problem of the international community. And Russia needs to see that this is going to be isolated from the international community. We are mobilizing support for the vote in the United Nations Security Council this evening. We know that Russia will veto this proposal, but then it will go to the General Assembly. And there we will have the temperature, we'll see how many people support this condemnation of the aggressive attitude of Russia. To prepare this process, I've been spoken with the foreign ministers of China, India, and others to explain them that it is not about Ukraine, it is about the respect for international rules and United Nations Charter. Putin launched a war against a neighbor, during an emergency session of the United Nations Security Council in Ukraine. It shows the respect that Russia has for these institutions. And now they are attacking verbally. Even Secretary General, the United Nations Secretary General, is being attacked by Russia for speaking up in favor of peace and respect of international rules. This is about the United Nations. Follow on the next days the result of the vote, both at the Security Council this evening and in the General Assembly later. But apart from the United Nations, we are seeing the first reactions. The first one, I welcome very much that the Council of Europe, the Council of Ministers, adopted the decision to suspend Russian rights of representation in the organization. And all EU 27 member states supported this unanimously. Let me say one thing about that. This does not entail Russian expulsion from the organization. It is in the interest of the Russian citizens to keep benefiting from the protection granted by the European Convention of Human Rights. Then Russia has also been excluded from the Eurovision Song Contest. It may look as small things from the geopolitical point of view, but they will have a wide social resonance. Also from the Champions League final that will not be held in St. Petersburg, and the Russian Formula One Grand Prix has also been cancelled due to the actions of the Russian leaderships. As for Ukraine as such, we need to continue our support in any way that we could. There was a clear consensus about that. And finally, let me stress the importance of a point which is related with information war. Lies and disinformation are streamed from Russia by now, even from the highest political place. If you follow, please follow the reports of our strategic communication team who debug and curtail the disinformation flow. You will see how do they consider Zelensky as a war criminal, a Nazist, using the words genocide in order to justify the invasion of Ukraine, which had the purpose of avoiding Zelensky committing genocide against the Russian-speaking people on the Donbas region, and saying that when they will seize Kiev, they will do the same thing that in Nuremberg, to send to the court the people responsible for genocide. This kind of disinformation has to be combated, debunked, and curtailed.
All right, guys, do want to just give a little bit more context here. You are seeing live pictures coming to us from Russia. Again, we have been hearing of protests that have been taking place as many of the shocked citizens have been turning out by the thousands to decry their country's invasion of Ukraine. Emotional calls for protests have grown on social media, and some 1,745 people in 54 Russian cities were detained, and at least 957 of them happening in Moscow. So hundreds of posts have been pouring in condemning Moscow's most aggressive actions since the 1979 Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. Vladimir Putin called the attack a special military operation to protect civilians in eastern Ukraine from genocide, a false claim the U.S. had predicted would be pretext for invasion, and which many Russians roundly rejected. So here again are those live pictures we have been bringing to you here on Live Now from Fox. It will be something we're going to continue to keep an eye on as we have been listening in. Now we do have some reporters asking questions to our EU foreign minister following, again, that council meeting that happened on Ukraine. So let's go ahead, go back into that double box right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
is complete, strong, but maybe there is something else. SWIFT is something that has not been included on the table because it was not mature enough, the discussion, but nothing is off the table. Maybe it can be adopted in the following days. It will depend. And we are exploring all possibilities, and they will be adopted depending on the Russian behavior and depending also on the possibility of taking more restrictive measures. But the possibility of taking more should not weaken the importance of what we have done. You are always asking for more. Please pay attention to what is this package. It's a very complete package done in agreement, in coordination with the US and UK. They don't have more elements in their package that we have in ours, no?
Okay, thank you. We take a question from the colleagues connected.
About the assets of, believe me, I am not in the secret of Mr. Lavrov and Mr. Putin wealth, and it's not my duty. There are people who will take care of that.
Okay, thank you. So we go to colleagues connected remotely. I've seen the first one was Lawrence Norman. Lawrence, your microphone is open by now. You can ask your question. I mean, your mic is open. I see that it's open, but we don't hear you. We don't have audio. But there is a signal that the microphone is open on our side. Maybe if colleagues could... No? Okay, so let's go for another question from the room. Philippe Régnier, s'il vous plaît.
Merci. Je suis ici, monsieur le représentant. Philippe Régnier, Journal Le Soir. Juste peut-être une précision concernant le gel des avoirs de monsieur Poutine et monsieur Lavrov. Une précision simplement. Est-ce que des pays en dehors de l'Union européenne s'associent à cette décision et donc étendraient la juridiction de la saisie de leurs avoirs à leur territoire? Ça, c'est une première question. Et plus généralement, est-ce que les ministres... tout en étant encore une question hypothétique, mais la lucidité implique peut-être de voir que Kiev va tomber un jour prochain aux mains du Kremlin et de l'armée russe qui est en chemin. Est-ce que les ministres envisagent cette possibilité de se retrouver à très brève échéance avec une Ukraine que l'on tente d'aider, mais qui ne sera plus l'Ukraine dirigée par ces gouvernements pro-européens, mais avec un pouvoir aux ordres du Kremlin? Merci beaucoup.
Si c'était le cas, évidemment, tout serait à revoir. Mais pour l'instant encore, les Ukrainiens résistent. C'est évident que la dimension, la portée de l'attaque russe à Ukraine n'a pas...
All right, thank you again to everyone watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Some remarks being made, not in English here. We don't have the translation, but again, you're seeing in that right-hand box protesters demonstrating against the war as Russia continues their attacks on Ukraine. This again coming to us from St. Petersburg, and we've already seen that there is a heavy police presence out here detaining some of those people. Again, yesterday we had heard that more than 1,700 people from 54 Russian cities were detained, most of them in Moscow. So we do continue to keep our eyes always on all these latest stories coming to us, not only here in the U.S., but obviously around the world. We'll step away for a 2-minute break, continue to listen in here to our EU foreign minister when we return.
Que, comme tout le monde le sait, ces sanctions n'ont pas un effet immédiat.
Okay, thank you. We try one more time, Lawrence, to make sure that we give you a chance.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Sorry about that. Hi, Rep. 2 questions. Will there definitely be a third package of sanctions? And if so, what will be the trigger? What would be the trigger for a third package? And secondly, are there oligarchs on the list of sanctions that has been approved today? And if so, how many? Thank you.
il y a 26 personnes qui ne sont pas ni responsables gouvernementaux, qui ne sont pas membres de la Douma, qui ne sont, pour ainsi dire, des institutions politiques. C'est des personnalités, je ne sais pas si vous voulez les appeler tous oligarques, mais c'est des personnalités liées au monde financier russe et qu'on considère que sont en train d'appuyer le gouvernement ou tirer avantage des événements qui se sont en train de produire en Ukraine. On les considère responsables ou bénéficiaires de ces actions-là. Je voudrais pas, I wouldn't like to coin the concept of third package. We have just said everything is on the table. We have been working hard to put in action this package, and now we have to concentrate our efforts on implementing it, which is not so easy. The only thing that yesterday the two presidents said on their press conference is that if there is more measures that has to be taken, measures identified, and they make the necessary consensus meaning unanimity among the member states, they will be taken. But don't spare a third package on the next days or hours, because this is not the idea. The idea is, if it's necessary to do more, we identify actions from the Russian side, if we have identified consensus around more measures, they can be taken.
Okay, thank you very much, High Representative. Sorry, colleagues, we have to run again. Thank you.
You can ask two more questions, but quickly.
Okay, so two more quick questions.
I don't want to disappoint you, but I have to leave. No?
High Representative Naomi O'Leary, Irish Times. I hope you can hear me okay. Could I have your thoughts, please, on the statement by Foreign Ministry spokeswoman of Russia about two EU member states, Finland and Sweden? She said that were they to try to join NATO, they would face political and military consequences. What are your thoughts about a statement like this about two EU member states? Thank you.
Je ne commente pas les commentaires de la porte-parole du ministère russe. J'ai d'autres choses à faire. Et en tout cas, je peux vous dire ce qu'on dit toujours. Nous considérons que tous les États sont libres de choisir sa politique extérieure et sa politique d'alliance.
Merci, thank you very much. And then the last question now finally from Raf Kassert, who is connected online. Raf, your microphone is open now.
Okay, good evening. I just want a clarification on what you said about the sanctions against Lavrov and Putin himself. I mean, this has been quite a big point of discussion today, and I just want to know whether you can tell me, are you sure that the specific sanctions will hurt them personally?
Comme à tout le monde, ces sanctions-là sont les mêmes qu'on applique au reste des sanctionnés, c'est-à-dire le gel de ses avoirs. Et puis, il y a tout un travail à faire par les moyens techniques dont nous disposons pour identifier ces avoirs et les geler, s'il y en a. Évidemment, s'ils n'ont pas d'avoirs, ils ne seront pas gelés. Mais c'est exactement le même traitement que beaucoup de gens dont les avoirs sont gelés, et croyez-moi, si vous avez des importants avoirs et tout d'un coup vous ne pouvez pas en disposer, évidemment ça vous nuit. Mais je ne suis pas en mesure de dire parce que je ne le sais pas.
And as we do have some response continuing on, just want to remark what we've been watching over in Russia. Again, here you are seeing buses that have pulled up and are starting to be loaded with some of those protesters who have been outside. Again, this is an anti-war protest happening in St. Petersburg. Now, a number of Russian civilians have been continuing to voice their concern about this attack. There has been already just just yesterday, in the first day, more than 1,700 people from different Russian cities across the country had been detained. And again, there's been a lot of opposition that has been shown on social media and now also out in the streets. And we do continue to keep our eyes on this. Want to remind our viewers, obviously, because this is a live picture, what we do here on Live Now from Fox is always bringing you these different live pieces. It's raw, it's unedited. This is what's happening in the moment. Viewer discretion is advised. As you've been seeing, there has been some force that's been used to detain some of these protesters who had stepped out again in St. Petersburg to voice their concern. There was even some people who had stepped out and shared with our different news teams that they say, I want to ask Ukrainians for forgiveness. We didn't vote for those who unleashed the war. So again, this a live picture coming to us out of Ukraine. Want to let all of our viewers also know that coming up here in about 15 minutes, there is a State Department briefing that is scheduled. That will obviously be something we'll be jumping into as soon as it does happen. They usually run pretty much on time, on schedule. So that will be something we're going to look forward to, as then we would hear from spokesperson Ned Price a little bit more about the situation that has been unfolding as we've been. More Ukrainians are fleeing the country. We're also hearing now solidarity is being shown, support for Ukraine being shown worldwide after this attack has now entered into day 2. So again, we do have NATO who has activated defense plans. We've been hearing from a number of our different sources saying that sanctions are continuing to be talked about, if there's going to be more sanctions that are implemented to Russia because of this action. So we're going to be staying on top of everything here for you. I do want to at least show everyone a live picture of our Dow. Yesterday we saw day 1 of the attack. We saw a lot of red, but ended the day in the green. Here today, up more than 780 points in the green, as we have continued to see those attacks happening from Russia into Ukraine. Again, we do have some of our Ukrainian officials reminding people to be looking out for false flag operations, saying don't trust fakes. Ukraine is going to continue to defend its land in a just and defensive war. And so we're going to be on top of everything here for you on Live Now from Fox. It does look like I did get back those pictures coming to us from Russia. Again, these are some of those anti-war protests that have been happening. And it's not just in St. Petersburg. We've been seeing them in multiple Russian cities. Where we've had also a lot of people who have been detained, now watching that even happening live right here. There has been some petitions that have even been started online. Within just a few hours, there had been more than 330,000 signatures by the end of the day to, again, try to end this attack. So many people still voicing their concerns in Russia for Ukraine, as they are not supporting this war that has been started again by Vladimir Putin. Now into day 2, we have been hearing just some of those first few numbers coming in from President Zelensky from Ukraine. He had said, again, more than 130 people had been killed during the first day of attack, more than 300 injured, and now we're seeing a lot of reaction happening worldwide. Live Now, on top of all of that reaction, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break and continue our coverage not only of Russia-Ukraine conflict, this war that has now been started, but also staying on top of other top stories happening right here across the U.S. More to come again here in 2 minutes. Stick around. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Again, we've been keeping our eyes on this picture coming to us from Russia, where we do have a number of citizens who have stepped out here to protest against the war that Vladimir Putin has put onto Ukraine. So we're going to be continuing to keep an eye on this. It looks like they've started to collect some of these protesters. Police have started to detain some of them. So we'll keep an eye on all of those movements, see if anything else does come from this. But of course, we want to continue to give you some of these different experts we've been bringing in here to our Live Now from Fox with our team as they've been weighing in on this conflict. Earlier here today, we have heard from, again, UN officials who have said more than 50,000 Ukrainians have fled the country just within the first 2 days. And now it's all about what else can we do to provide more aid to those citizens who are remaining in the country. So let's go ahead and go out to an interview done by LiveNOW from Fox's Daytona Everett on that topic.
Just Point, a medical malpractice company with 50 different doctors out in Ukraine right now. And Alexander, I know that you've been in constant communication with many of these doctors. First of all, thanks for joining us here on the stream. I know that it's probably been a very exhausting day for you. You're from Ukraine. How are you feeling at this time?
I think just like most of the other Ukrainians, I'm feeling surprised because we saw what Russia is capable of in 2014, but frankly, I think no one expected such a degree of cowardness, right? They've been repeating for a month or two before attacking Ukraine that they're absolutely not going to attack Ukraine, right? So it is confusion, it is anger, but most of all, again, I care for all the people who are there in Ukraine now. There are my relatives there, there are our employees there, there are all the people of Ukraine. We are trying to figure out ways to help them to the extent that we can.
So just walk me through what many of their days have looked like, what they've described to you, what they've seen, what they've heard through the hours, through the past day.
Yeah, I heard from many people, and actually many of the Ukrainian cities were bombarded. Russia started the day with missile attacks to the critical objects of Ukrainian infrastructure. And many people wrote us that they woke to the sounds of explosions. And then some of the cities were not attacked yet. So people, at least in the morning before they understood what is going on the global scale, they were still feeling relatively safe. But some of the people thought about evacuating right away. We have, I think, around 10 of the doctors who are working with us in Ukraine moving towards the western regions of Ukraine. But at the same time, we have some of our employees who are volunteering currently in the hospitals. So obviously someone chooses to stay and help the military, help to rescue the wounded people. Overall, the situation is very chaotic in Ukraine right now, but in fact, the more organized we are, the better we can resist these Russian attacks, obviously.
So, Alexander, we're taking a look at video of evacuations from earlier today. You said some of the doctors are evacuating, that you know, some are sticking around. The ones who are sticking around, what do they have to say? Is it escalating even more? Do they anticipate many more fatalities?
Yeah, I think that within the next few days there will be many more fatalities from both sides. I know that this morning some of the hospitals in Ukraine started asking, the locals started asking people to donate their blood. So everyone is trying to get ready, because I think it is a matter of time when the things get even more serious than they are now.
What is the need right now for people who are probably watching across the United States and viewers around the globe as well? How can anyone help out during this?
To my knowledge, the National Bank of Ukraine opened the account to which people can donate money to help Ukraine to protect themselves. And in addition to this, the countries neighboring of Ukraine are ready to accept refugees, which helps a lot. Obviously, there is no question of, well, direct intervention of any other country, but to the extent that you can support Ukraine with donations for the individuals or with defensive weapons for the other countries, I think we need it to save the peace in the world, right? Because I don't think that at this point anyone believes that Putin is going to stop after, or if he succeeds in Ukraine. He will go further. It is a matter of time. There are ex-Soviet countries which he doesn't consider to be countries, just like Ukraine. There are other countries of the former Eastern Bloc, like Poland, for example. So I think that if Putin succeeds in Ukraine, then no one will be feeling safe. And it is important to emphasize that I'm saying Putin will succeed in Ukraine, not Russians, because I know that there are lots of protests in Russia right now against the war. In fact, I am myself half Ukrainian and half Russian, so I don't think that this is a question of nationality. It is a question of the choice, maybe not even the choice. It is this terrible, delusional dictator and the people brainwashed by him against the whole civilized humanity.
Describe what it's like when you're in conversation with these doctors. What is the tone of their voice? What is their plea right now? And do they still have pride in Ukraine amid all of this?
Yeah, I think everyone does their best to help to protect Ukraine. At the same time, I feel that many of those people are confused. The most scary thing is probably uncertainty right now. Everyone knows that terrible things can come because, again, we've witnessed the actions of Russia and the way the Russians approach the ethical side of the work in Syria, for example, right? They are not, they don't care about the civilians. They don't care about people in general. And both Russian people and the people whom they are attacking. So I think it is confusion, first of all, but then people are supporting each other a lot. I know that people are helping their neighbors. If someone requires transportation to the safe place, if someone wants their wives and kids to be safe, then people are helping with that. And I know that people in the neighboring countries, including Poland and Hungary, and the Baltic countries, are ready to accept Ukrainian refugees. And many people in the whole Europe now, there are protests near Russian embassies and consulates. So people are not just, sitting idle. They are trying to do whatever they can.
And we do, looks like we had something pop up on our feeds here. President Zelensky speaking out right now, the Ukrainian president who has maintained the want and the need for Ukrainian people to feel peace and unity at this time. Your response to President Zelensky through the past couple of days, through the weeks, with his communication to the Ukrainian people?
I think that it is really important for the Ukrainian people to have the figure to gather around, right? I know that the last presidential elections in Ukraine were somewhat divisive for the country, but currently that we saw the reaction of the president towards the threat, I think that it is a worthy man, to lead the defense of the country. And it is important to have a leader. It is important to have the reliable source of information. And I think that currently the Ukrainian governmental institutions are doing an excellent job of providing reliable information to the people of Ukraine and to the people in the whole world. Because let's not forget that one of the ways that Russia wages war is the information war, right? They have been pumping the world with lies for years. And it is very important for every one of us to develop critical thinking, to check to validate the messages from the media, to understand what is true, what is not. Again, for example, the claims of Russians that in Ukraine the Russian-speaking people were oppressed, it is absolutely false. I know many people who speak Russian and who will defend Ukraine with arms in their hands. I myself, my first language long time ago was Russian. I'm speaking Ukrainian within my family with my wife and kids, but I'm thinking in Russian. And I can absolutely guarantee that no one, neither in the east of Ukraine nor in the west of Ukraine, is oppressed for using Russian language.
Yeah, the pride in both of these countries has been definitely a major playing point for this, and we just want to report to everyone in those statements from President Zelensky. He said they want to destroy Ukraine politically by destroying the head of state. We have information that enemy sabotage groups have entered Kiev. He says that he will remain in the capital despite these imminent attacks. He says the enemy sabotage forces have entered the capital. Me and my family are remaining. Your response?
Yeah, again, I think partially I'm proud that currently in this time we have this president who is willing to fight back. I'm not sure how many families and children of Russian politicians are currently in Russia, for example. And yeah, I think again it is worth uniting, and if we want to have a chance to defend ourselves, and by ourselves I don't only mean Ukraine, I mean again all the democratic world, unity is our own choice.
Yep. Unity is definitely the choice of all the people who are having no choice at this point with the invasion underway. Any last thoughts as this continues here? Any message to the people who maybe have never been to Ukraine or getting first introduced to this conflict underway with Russia and Ukraine? Last thoughts here.
Yeah, I think that historically, Ukraine has been a very peaceful country. Ukrainians are really friendly people. And those who think they can all confirm that. And we are now in a situation that we have to protect ourselves. I think it is important to emphasize that the sentiment of Ukrainians towards Russia before 2014 was very, very positive. And the claims that you sometimes hear from Russians that it is Ukraine that that is the source of this war. This is absolutely not true. In fact, the Ukrainian government and the presidents of Ukraine, both Poroshenko and Zelensky, have been using every available means to peacefully resolve the conflict, even though the essence of the conflict is that Russia invaded Ukraine. But currently we are in a situation that we have to defend ourselves. And I think that here in defending ourselves, we really defend all the world against Russia, because they absolutely, they will not stop at it. So I would ask everyone who can help, either with, again, donating money to protect Ukraine, or with sending help. I know that Germany was going to send the field hospitals, etc.
Right.
Any kind of help would be useful, would be appreciated. And again, by protecting Ukraine now, you're protecting the, well, maybe even our civilization in the long run, because obviously Putin doesn't imagine the consequences, the long-term consequences of what he's doing. Apparently, he's currently delusional, and this attack is an indication of that.
Alexander Zakarchuk, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you. We'll be thinking about all of those doctors that are out on the ground in Ukraine, helping the people and trying to stay safe themselves.
Thank you.
And thank you again to Daytona Everett for that coverage. Again, we always are trying to find different folks who can talk with us here. Just getting some reaction from someone who has so many connections there in Ukraine. It really does come down to those citizens. As we've heard from President Zelensky, already too many lives have been lost from the start of this war. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, not only are we going to be coming up in the next hour showing you the State Department press briefing, but we do also have President Biden. He is making his nomination for the Supreme Court. More on all of these top stories right here for you on Live Now from Fox when we come back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We do have a live picture coming to us from Kiev again, where we've been hearing multiple reports of there has been some explosions heard around the capital. Let's go ahead and listen in here for a brief moment as we had heard earlier this morning, sirens ringing out. All right, so it does seem like things are quiet right now just with this standard shot that we do have. We're also hearing some reports of civilians taking cover in metro stations around this area. So again, they had been saying that there was even more sounds of explosions nearby here. We do know that there's already been damage to the Capitol apartment buildings, and unfortunately also President Zelensky himself saying that he knows he is the #1 target for Russia. His family is target #2. I do want to just at least show our viewers, we did have a video from his Facebook page where he again was speaking out to some of his people who thought he had fled the country. So he was trying to debunk all of those comments that had been made, those leaders behind him, also some top officials in Ukraine showing that they are there in the city. So Russia continues with their attack here, but Ukrainian president saying in this video that was posted on Friday night that he is still there in the nation's capital. He had struck another defiant chord. As he pointed out, all of the men with him in their positions, noting that they're all leaders and ministers in the government. None have fled Kiev, saying we're all here. We're all in Kiev. We're defending Ukraine. Now, he did say early on Friday that Russia had designated him again target #1, his family #2, as he continued to warn that Russian forces intend to decapitate the government. So with that being said, of course, so we're going to be staying on top of the latest, especially here in Kiev, where we've been keeping an eye on not only the skyline, but also listening in from time to time to see if we can hear those sirens ringing out. We did so earlier here this morning, but again, it will be something we'll continue to listen into throughout the rest of their evening as well. But with that being said, do you want to just transition, show you a shot we have coming to us where President Biden is going to be making his announcement. He's nominating to Supreme Court Ketanji Brown Jackson. Now, we'll give you much more details on her background, her career, all coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up, we have to step away for another 2-minute break. We'll be back with more right here again in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I do want to let all of our viewers know, still monitoring, obviously, the latest attack on Ukraine as Russia continues to invade. But here are some live pictures as we do have President Biden, who will be stepping out. He is going to be keeping a campaign promise to appoint a woman of color, a black woman, to the Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson is going to be his nomination again to the federal appeals court judge, or nominate her for the Supreme Court. So this again would be making her the first black woman selected to serve on a court once declared her race unworthy of citizenship and endorsed segregation. So here again is just a couple of those live pictures. As soon as President Biden does speak, we'll of course take that screen in full for you. Do have a live picture outside of the Supreme Court there as well. So this coming all after Justice Breyer had announced he would be retiring at the end of the term, which is going to be coming up here in this summer. Now, Jackson would be the current court's second black justice. So we do have Justice Clarence Thomas, a conservative, is the other, and just the third in history. So Biden has planned to introduce Jackson in remarks at the White House here this afternoon. She's also expected to speak, according to the White House, and so that will be taking place here for all of our viewers watching with us. And just want to remind you, not only are we going to be in this event live, we do also have the State Department briefing. You don't have to worry about switching off of our stream if that's something you want to be able to watch, because we have the ability to record, play it from the beginning, and play it in full for all of our viewers as soon as that does happen, as soon as this event does end. You can see here some different people being ushered into the room here. Again, as President Biden is set to make this announcement, and we'll be hearing not only from the president, the vice president also said to be out here, as well as now I'm getting another shot I want to show you. We do have the first lady who just got sat down. So that's who was just being ushered in here a moment ago. So it looks like we're getting close to the beginning of this. It was slated to take place here at the top of the hour. Thank you to all of our viewers who are watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We do appreciate everyone who's been staying with us throughout our coverage of Russia invading Ukraine, but also all these other top stories happening here across the U.S. as well. So this is a very big deal. It is the first time he's had the opportunity to appoint someone to the Supreme Court. Again, after Justice Breyer announced his retirement, and there had been a lot of people speculating, is he going to keep that campaign promise that he was going to be choosing a black woman to be on that seat? And now they can officially say, yes, that is something that he has stuck to do. So she, again, would also be only the sixth woman to serve on the court. Her confirmation would mean that for the first time, 4 women would sit together on this 9-member court. So these, again, remarks set to be happening any moment now. You know, right here on Live Now from Fox, we're always about this raw, unedited content. Here is President Biden stepping out. Let's go ahead, listen into this live here on